Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome again. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembe TV and your favorite open forum political discussion show. We're coming to you from Nairobi, Kenya. We're glad that you're out there. Thank you so much, and we appreciate each and every one of you for making time to always be here and ensure that we make our contribution towards shaping the opinion of this great country and helping Kenyans know what they are up to in terms of decision making as far as the general elections are concerned. Many things are taking place. There are so much that is unleashed right now, even as we get closer to the closing of party requirements of party primaries and all that. But the greatest is Baba has arrived in the UK, ready for the 5-day tour, and much is at stake at this point in time. Well, the remarks given, especially yesterday by the DP and his brigade in Thika, has enlisted a lot of reactions around the country and bringing back the memories that would rather be forgotten. Well, there is the silly season of politics with us again, games, missteps, and projection. Well, I want to have you contribute towards what you think the, the outcome of all this. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself in this space where we can now have a face-to-face talk on these particular issues. This is our country, and it's our responsibility to see to it that we give it our very best, ensuring that we move forward. We have gone around this mountain too long. We have been in one place for too long. It is time for this country to take off. Who will help us navigate through this corner and get to the other side of the promise rightly? That is the supreme decision that each Kenyan has and must shoulder at this point in time for us to be on the cutting edge as far as fulfilling the will and the purpose of the existence of this country is concerned. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. I want to salute a few of you on the comment section. Thank you so much, Salome Mbone, the first one. We appreciate you so much. Alum, I am all fine. Thank you so much. We are praying for this country. Thank you for the reminder. Gracia Grefas Ingati, we salute you. Thank you so much. Jaberi Nyaseme, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. John Okibo, we salute you. Emily Sagala, thank you so much. Lindale Fastborn Wamagi, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, karibu kwa show. Omwata Frederick, we appreciate you. Rajab Abdallah, asante sana. Tunashukuru kila mmoja wenu kwa kujiunga nasi. Masi Msundi, asante sana. Karibu kwa show kila mmoja. Na washerekea kila mmoja. Karibu kila mmoja, hakikisha kwamba mmoja asibakie nyuma. Inamaanisha ukianza kutupata, tafadhali karibisha mtu, ili watazamaji na wasikilizaji na wale wa kutoa comments nao pia wanafanya nini, wanaongezeka, ili tujenge taifa kwa pamoja. Nashukuru kwa kila mmoja ambaye amemekinika kuingia katika studio. Hakikisha kwamba your mic is mute, and then we are good to go. Well. Thank you, all of you that are coming in fast and furious. It is a great day and awesome one. Yes, Jared, how are you today?
Thank you, Bernard, and the rest of the panelists. There was a comment. Somebody was saying you are in Chubiri, you could have at least responded. I don't know, very soon Kenyans will not have clothes to wear, because if you wear a certain color, you will be associated to a certain party. So Um,
No
thank
problem.
you very much.
Jubilee is our sister.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, thank you
Carry
very
on,
much.
Jared.
Yeah, so for today, I'm privileged to start the show with my comments, and I saw few pictures which came in. Baba has already arrived in at UK. You can see a very clear difference. He already gone to see that he's representing the country. He said he's an ambassador of Kenya. He went straight to the. You saw the pictures with the staff at the embassy. I don't know if they were at the embassy or they came to pick it to welcome him. But that shows that he cares about our representatives in the UK. And we hope all the best that he will do a good representation of the country. Uh, I know, as you say, honestly, it's a serious season of politics. When you look at what is happening today, from yesterday in Tika over the weekend, uh, I didn't think that one day I will see uh, Deputy President William Ruto crying when they were still daring the president that he can go. I didn't see why they are crying, but it's very normal. Now, what I'm wondering is when the deputy president will receive himself in moving to UDA because they are now recycling people to move. Very soon you will hear Kangata has moved to UDA. Everybody now because they don't have any news. I saw a clip of less than 20 people, five at least five of them known to me that they are eight members of parliament, but they are saying that over 40 MCAs have joined MBS. So I don't know these people when they will come to live with reality. So don't be surprised that the tallying center they would have will give their own figures because numbers is not on their side. Every time they give you the numbers, we worry if they know how to count. But you have to be worried about what is going on there. Uh, there is a rumor allegedly that Wahome and Ligati have declined the running mate position. And that tells you something. It tells you that they have come to realization that they have a fighting chance to be members of parliament than to be a running mate of a losing side. Uh, Maybe it will go to Mudawadi, I don't know. But why do they say Kenya Kwanza? And I was trying to see this Kenya Kwanza. What is the difference between Kenya Kwanza and Wakenya Kwanza? So these people might be thinking of grabbing all of the land of Kenya instead of Wakenya, because when it says Kenya Kwanza, it will deal with Kenya first, later the assets of Kenya as we know it, before it will come to Wakenya. So be wary about that. Also, it was unfortunate today on our side that Kalonzo is still a watermelon as he comes. No wonder the sign of the deal of 2017, you can see why he doesn't read from the same page. He reads on all in his own words. Uh, the law, as it was made, I might not be a lawyer, but I believe that the law, how it was made, if it's a political coalition party, it was going to allow political parties to come together so that they will form a coalitional party without losing their identity, and they can run the president or even members of parliament can run under that coalition party. So maybe I'm not the one who understands. I don't know under what, because I kept asking myself, how was Oka going to to join with with Azimio? In fact, he calls ODM Azimio and the Jubilee, not knowing that Azimio is actually Jubilee and ODM. But be it as it is, how are you going to join Oka as a coalition party and not as a coalition, wherever coalition it is, to join another coalitional party? I don't understand. Maybe it's for theatrics, that's good. He's already somewhere where he cannot go back. So you can understand now. I saw those of you who watched the TV that it was Wiper Secretary General who went and signed, Kanu Secretary General went there. I didn't see a Secretary General of Oka going there. And even if it was to come Oka, what is Oka? It was already Kanu and Wiper. Where is Nak Kenya and even this for Jirongo? So that tells you that he was trying to negotiate that I have all these people under myself, but they couldn't fight because he was reminded that uh, that Ngiru was also there from the same place. But we don't want to petrol ourselves in that, because at the end of it, they already got the funding, and today they had to go to a rally. That will tell you that when you join as MIO, there is already funds for you to go. Otherwise, they will not afford a chopper to go anywhere as Oka. Now they are going. The good thing is whether they call themselves Oka, they call them Karonzo, as long as at the end they say we are all behind Papa. That's the most important. Once we get Papa, the rest will be okay. Uh, there is something I watched when, if you saw the clip when Baba arrived in when the ones which they saw in the UK. The first person who received him actually, it was PK, Peter Kenneth. And those things don't just come by by mere coincidence. Uh, I think they have settled that PK is a safe hand, which I do. We can do better as a debut president, because you can count on him. You want somebody you can trust. You don't want somebody you can send somewhere and they can stab you from the back. Uh, I think they have got there by him receiving there. I saw how he has always been somewhere. You can see that person. So, but also another thing, if the reports which have come out, maybe Bernard, you can confirm that the group of people who went with Baba to the UK, you didn't see two-thirds of the team being rules going there. He has always been in a nationality, looking at Kenya, everybody represented, even the youth were also there. That tells you what the leader we're expecting to take over the country. I want to finish so that we don't take too long. For now, we are starting. The day is still young, but I want to tell my friends today that you will come to thank me for this. Today, even though we are winning, and even though we're gonna win, we already won. It is good for the country if it means by any means that the president has to be Raila Amolo Odinga. You will come to thank for the sake of the country. This is not for individual. That comes sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jared, for that elaborate observation. And we move forward. Please let's give it brief. Its opening remarks, and then from there we can go deeper into the discussion. Kenny, namaganle.
Good evening, Bernard and fellow panelists. Hope you are getting me.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay. I just want to take two minutes to give my submission. First, I would like to talk about former Prime Minister trip yenye alienda kule Uingereza. I think ni Uingereza if I'm not wrong. Naona sio mbaya vile. He's trying to kujaribu kutafuta urafiki between Kenya and UK government. Kama mambo ikienda mzuri August yeye akiwa president, na hiyo ni mzuri pia. Okay, alafu not my brother, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema juzi eti DP alienda UK, he was wasting taxpayers money. So nashindwa, maybe let's assume ya Raila ni Uganda. Okay, point number 2. Nataka kuzungumzia, I think kama ulisoma Taifa Leo yenye inaenda kutokea kesho, headline president, we are being told president amekasirika kabisa, amekasirika na handlers wake na wale watu ambao wamekuwa wakipelekea jamaa ripoti ya kuambia this coalition between Azimio and Jubilee itafua dafu, kulingana na after Saturday, not Saturday, was it Saturday, venye kulikuwa na I think venye Kalonzo walienda Jakaranda. You getting me?
Endelea.
Okay. Nasikia venye akina Kalonzo walikuwa Jakaranda, eti president alikuwa anaambiwa ground ilikuwa mzuri. Just before 24 hours iishe, watu kutoka former governor, senator, alafu mbunge wake ndio wao wanaingia Kenya Kwanza. Mpaka jamaa anashindwa, kwani hii yenye naambiwa sijui Kiambu sijui ni Azimio inatokea wapi? Hata wewe kama wewe ni mwanasiasa kabisa mahiri, lazima ujiulize what's not happening. Yani senator wa this, you are the president. Imagine for a good example, hebu niseme saizi president tuseme ni Raila, gavana wake ameingia na support wapi? UDA. Senator wake ana support UDA. Sasa utasema huko na ground yenye inatoka wapi? Alafu ukiangalia hiyo third question, kati ya hao jamaa wote, I think 6 of them wenye wanavaa hiyo kiti ya governor, it's only Nyoro, former deputy governor, ambaye anasupport Azimio. Okay, alafu point number 3,
your information is not accurate. Hold on, your information is not accurate, and I don't know why you are deliberately giving some misgivings. Starting with the DP traveling with taxpayers' money. What did you say about that? Secondly, the current governor for Kiambu is Nyoro, who is strongly in the handshake. Gabogo and Wamatangi is the senator. Okay, Kabogo and the other people are former governor. So which one are you talking about?
It seems hujanipata vizuri. Nasema nimejaribu kukuambia in Kiambu mali president anatoka, kati ya wote wenye wanavai kiti ya governor, apart from Nyoro hakuna mtu mwingine ana support president ama ana support Azimio. Akina Kabogo ako na chama yake, lakini ana support wapi? Ana support DP. Akina Wamatangi au wote apart from Nyoro, nimesema
hivyo. They are all entitled and they are not responding to the president, and they are doing it's local politics, it's not national politics. Local politics whereby Kina Kabogo and the other people are hoping that Uhuru will resign as Mudamaki, then they take over the Utamaki. The Utamaki is no longer available. Uhuru is still in the seat until he resigns, until he retires as a Mudamaki. He will be able to determine the mountain and the direction the mountain will take. So anybody who rebels against that, he's going against the tenets of the traditional beliefs and setup of the traditional leadership of the mountain.
But sijui Bernard wao unaishi wapi? As you can see saizi, kama kuna mahali stronghold ya UDA ni wapi ndugu yangu? Kuna vitu zingine hata kama
Bwana Kene, there is political perception and there is political reality. Those are two different things, okay? I'm talking about the
Yeah,
reality of the traditional setting of how leadership is done in the mountain. Until that is abolished, hiyo yako unasema cannot be applied. Hatuwezi kuwa na two systems of education at the same time in the same school to the same students. One has to go for the other one to take over. We can't hear you. Hatukusikii, sauti yako imeenda. Pole, Pole, it seems you come back later. Jared, half a minute, please. Don't.
Yeah, Bernard, I'm not going to take long. I think my friend Kenai did not hear when I said very soon the president will be receiving, the deputy president will be receiving himself to UDA. During ANC, NDC, my friend, Kabogo said he's with the team. So where did he move from? He was already in UDA. Moses Kuria has always been in UDA with Azoras. This senator is going to run for a governorship where we already have a candidate who is the current governor. So he's looking for his personal, differentiate between personal interest and national interest, my friend.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Kenei, sauti yako haiko, you need to go and come back. Your sound is not coming through. I have nothing against you, please. Victor, karibu tafadhali.
Thank you so much. And I can see Kene is pointing as if he's getting into tantrums and all that. But then again, I would like to say that Kene's sentiments, he seems to be a political toddler who does not understand national politics. So he's supposed to perhaps. I also understand I respect your decision and the political ideologies as well.
Heshimu sheria za debate. There are no
Okay,
here. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, let me go straight to the point. Let me go straight to the point then. Concerning there is a sentiment that Mr. Kene also talked about Kalonzo. So let me just respond first. I think everybody, we are not new to Kalonzo's stand, and he is not yet to make his stand as well, because we know how he usually bounces from one point to the other. So with him, he is not yet firm until the last day. So nobody can know where he is still yet. So we know how he has been. So he is not new to us. So probably all the sentiments that he was talking about on the star and all that, we are still yet to get more about him. So that is not going to be new. And concerning, the ODM leader going to the US, at some point I would not really agree with Jared for the point he talked about when Mr. PK was welcoming him at the US. At some point you would not put all the eggs in the basket and try to say that perhaps PK is the DP. No, personally, I don't think he fits, and I don't think he is gonna be the DP. I don't think. That position is not good for PK. Probably somebody else, but I don't think PK would basically have that. Being that it was also he accompanied the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. That's my sentiment, Mr. Bernard. I don't want to go more about that.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Let's keep moving. Wangira, namna gani?
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Today, allow me to be the devil's advocate for Mr. Kenei.
No problem. Carry on.
The rule of debate demands that we allow the Tanga people to have their say, even if we have our way. But the way you are dealing with Kenei, it looks as if you are trying to manipulate and blackmail him. So I'll
Mr.
request that you
Wangira,
allow.
Mr. Wangira, you are starting on a wrong foot. One, I was only putting things in their proper perspective. The current governor for Kiambu is Nyoro. Okay? He says he's a former deputy governor. So how do you want me? Where is the manipulation? Then why
No,
we
the
were
issue
talking,
is
his microphone went off. How is that my making?
the
You go
issue
on.
is that you. The issue is, I want just to finish on that part so that I can do my contribution. The issue is
Please.
that you allow him his say, so that even if we have our way, but he has his say. So let me now go to my
The same will be
contribution. Let me.
accurate, Mr. Wangira. If we let go that kind of information, which is deliberate misgivings of existing reality, we are contributing to broadcasting lies, open lies, for which we can't allow to happen. So there
Okay.
is misgivings that we can let others mpaka to correct ndio tusonge mbele. Hiyo ndio sheria hapa,
Okay.
na wewe ni mzee wa hapa, unaelewa. Asante.
Okay, Asante. Let us leave it at that. So let me now start with my contribution. Oh, we are happy that now Raila has arrived in London today, and he has promised that he's going to be our Kenyan ambassador in London. He's not going to behave like William Ruto, who spent all his time in US and London blaming the government of Kenya. I refuse to board my brother Jared's bandwagon. Jared is my namesake because my first name is also Jared. Jared continues labeling Kalonzo Musyoka as a watermelon. And here, the other day, I said I will be the one defending Raila and any Kalonzo Musyoka on this platform. And I refuse to board that bad wagon of calling Kalonzo Musyoka a watermelon. And I have my reasons for that. One thing, this is politics, and here 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 people are bargaining. They cannot just be compatible the way you want them to be compatible, that they will fit in one another. There will be some form of rejection, just like if you take somebody's kidney and you fit it in another person's kidney, there will be some form of rejection. It will not function straight away. So it will take time. They will even use some medication to make it become compatible. So what is on the way to trying to make Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga become compatible, because and this is a process in progress, and that's why I refuse to buy into my brother Jared's bandwagon of calling my senior Kalonzo Musyoka a watermelon. And what I like with Kalonzo Musyoka today, he was very, very clear. He has promised that he's going to campaign for Raila Odinga all over the country, something that he has started doing today when he went to Tarakaniti, despite those misgivings, and even said he was going to pray for Raila Odinga to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Kalonzo Musyoka has also said that their deliberations did set aside any self-ambitions and gave priorities to the affairs of the nation, which means this is one guy who is now ready to sacrifice and ensure that what he himself calls Azimio One Kenya, although some of us want to call it Azimio, forms the government come the 9th of August. Come the 9th of August, come the 9th of August 2022. And he has today repeated that even if he was to be asked 20 times to support Raila Odinga, he is going to support Raila Odinga without any reservations. So, given this commitment by Kalonzo Musyoka today, I don't see why we should continue on this platform calling him a watermelon. And perhaps I'll ask my brother Jared to withdraw that watermelon tag from Kalonzo Musyoka. Then, as I continue, there are a number of things that I was talking of compatibility. We are now, because now we have come together as there is Wiper, there's KANU, and other 26 political parties that have come together to form the Azimio family. So there's that element of compatibility. How are we going to make them compatible? That is the issue. For example, here we have Kalonzo Musyoka, who happens to be still bitter with with Madam Gilu, with Madam Gilu. So a way must be found out to ensure that Gilu and Kalonzo Musyoka are brought on the table so that they can start speaking one language. And again, we need to have an Azimio spokesperson away from the staff who belong to the Raila presidential campaign. For example, I didn't like it that we, even when Kalondo spoke, and 1 hour later, you hear Dr. Professor Mutua reacting to what Kalondo spoke about. There must be levels now, because here I've talked of we need to ensure that we become compatible. And the only way to become compatible is that we create levels whereby we know who can respond to Kalonzo Musyoka or who can respond to Raila Odinga. We don't allow every Dick, Tom, and Harry to be responding. So we need to come up with a secretariat that will be entirely in charge of this thing called Azimio One Kenya, as Kalonzo wants to call it, Azimio One Kenya. And I don't have a problem even if Kalonzo Musyoka wants it to be called Azimio One Kenya. It's a give and take. If the only give that we can give on our side is to allow the One Kenya part to form part of the name of our alliance, and it becomes Azimio One Kenya, then that will be our giving in. And I don't see anything wrong with that. So there is a need to ensure that we streamline and ensure that we have structures and we have a better way of responding to issues, so that we don't end up with confusion. The confusion that I've seen over the news today, where Kalonzo is speaking, other people are answering Kalonzo Musyoka, to me, it's not doing us good. So yesterday I talked of the two extremes that the Ruto campaign team are creating in central Kenya. And today, those who watched the demonstrations in Thika, that vindicates my school of thought that there are two extremes. There are those guys who believe in Uhuru Kenyatta, and they believe to Uhuru Kenyatta up to their hearts. And there are those also who believe in William Ruto. So if these guys continue attacking Uhuru Kenyatta the way they attacked him yesterday, what they are creating are two extremes. And at the end of the day, this will work at the disadvantage of William Ruto, because there are people now who will decide that come what may, they will not vote for William Ruto. Finally, there's this lady who's proving to be so hard to catch. Her name is Martha Karua. You don't know whether she's going the Azimio way or whether she's going the Kenya Kwanza Alliance way. We invited her. She did not come to our function. Today, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance were very excited that she had been invited, and I had Dr. Kituri Kindiki even indicating that she had been invited. And what she commented when she heard about that, she called it very unprofessional way of dealing with things. So it will be interesting to observe which way Martha Karua will go. Because I only have 3 minutes and that's my opening, let me leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. Before Captain comes in, the people in the comment section, watch your language. It is illogical for you to claim that we are a tribal platform when all the people commenting against this platform are coming from one section of this country and specifically from one community. So before you check our tribalism, check yours first. Secondly, the rules of engagement here is one person speaks at a time. I can only remove you from the platform if your gadget is not functioning. Kenny, you are free to come back anytime you want. Going to vent your anger on the comments that I removed you. We were not able to communicate. What did you want to tell me so that I communicate with you? Tuache hii mchezo ya kuja hapa kwanza kulialia kuwa victim. Nobody's victimizing anybody here. Come with facts, we'll listen to you. State your facts, we'll follow you. We are all Kenyans by right. Nobody is a Kenyan by, anybody's favor. We are all Kenyans by right, and you're free to be on this platform And if this platform is too hot for you, you're free to create. YouTube has over 2 billion people, okay? And you can open us more than 100 channels on one email. So you're free to open yours and go and gather your tribesmen there and have your tribal thing there. But don't bring it here. Thank you very much. Jared, half a minute to rebut, please. Half a minute.
Yeah, thank you. I have to respond to my namesake, Mr. Wangira. It's unfortunate that this name already, Jared, is branded here, so you cannot use it. So we call you Mr. Wangira. So let's call it as it is. And I was very clear, I didn't miss my word. It is Kalonzo Musyoka who said he did not even know what he signed. We have no problem with the name being called Azimio Oka. But the truth is, it was not Oka joining ODM and Jubilee. That's wrong. He knows the truth. If he wanted the name just to massage his ego to be called Azimio Oka, he can say we have formed Azimio Oka as a coalition party, and Wiper and all other my friends as parties have joined. But telling people that we came as Oka, that is really lying to ourselves, and we're not going to do that. Secondly, let me finish,
thank
please.
you, Jared.
One, please. There is one.
Thank
Please.
you.
Please, 1 second. Please, 1 second. I wanted to show him what happened to
Goja. Please, you will come back when you make your second submission. You will prosecute that. All in all, Kalonzo Musyoka is a senior lawyer of this country, senior counsel for that matter. So he knows what he signed. If he doesn't know, then Mbuvi Songo is his neighbor and he's his lawyer. Wanaweza kusaidiana vile ile makaratasi walisign, lakini kwa sasa hivi we are grateful that he is already on the campaign front. Wacha afanye kazi yake, and of course there are things that will be overtaken by time, but after 26th of this month mambo itakuwa imeisha. So let's just continue with the debate and not, turn into something else. Wale watu wanini wa comments kubalance, how do I balance between Kenya on this platform? Hii link na share kwa hii platform na I don't give it to Luos or Luyas, I give it to everybody, and you're on this platform, click on it, kuja hapa. Kama umekasirika, ondoka. Ukianza kutumia hiyo lugha bwana Suge, anaitwa nani? Suge, we'll get rid of you. Captain, karibu.
Captain, we cannot hear you.
Captain, check your audio. Your mic may... Okay, too bad. You may need to go and come back. You did not configure properly. Your mic is not working, so we can't hear you. All right, Frederick.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Greet for me all my friends from Jared to Nyagaka. I'm happy to join this forum also today to share my discussion with this my friends. First of all, I have to appreciate you for the direction you are giving us. To me, I'm coming from Kisumu. I don't know how many people here are also coming from Kisumu so that you can be labeled as a tribalism. I just want to say thank you for our father, Raila Amolo Odinga. We can see he safely arrived at UK. We just want to request him not to behave like his younger brother there. Let him represent all Kenyans. Let him speak wisdom. And we are praying for our God to protect him there so that he can come back safely. Another thing, what I want to talk about, I had one of my friends talk about the issue which took place in Kiambu yesterday. What we want to say here categorically is that we all know these people. Moses Kuria was in the side of Asla Nation. Kabogo, I can say also he was also on that side. And the other person there is Wangamati. When we are saying that these people was the other side, we can see from their behaviors, we can see from their...
Wamatangi for the record, please.
Thank you.
Wamatangi, please. Wangamati is our man.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Know that I'm a Luo. Okay, these people, we all know them that they are from the other side. Even you can see the other week when Moses Kuria pretending to be joining Hawker. He said that he will only join Hawker if Hawker will not support Azimio. We realized that there was a game there, and I can say he was sent by someone to come and cause some confusion around the Hawker table. But bad luck, they didn't find whatever they wanted. So I don't see any big deal there because all these people are from Asla Nation. We can say that we as Azimio in Kiambu, we are still strong because the current governor now is James Nyoro and is supporting Azimio, is supporting our President Uhuru Kenyatta, is supporting Raila Odinga, and we are praying for him to be re-elected as the governor of Kiambu. We only need serious people. If you want to see that there is confusion on Kenya Kwanza, if the same county we have Moses Kuria, the same county we have Kabogo, the same county we have the senator who had just joined them yesterday, and they all claim to be supporting Kenya Kwanza. Who will be the governor of Kiambu? That's my question. Because there are around 4 people who will be the governor. So we are praying for our governor, James Nyoro, to be re-elected as the second governor, as the next governor of Kiambu. Whatever took place yesterday from Kiambu, I'm very happy that today Governor Nyoro responded to them clearly. Meaning, whatever they said yesterday, they were just there to insult our leaders, mostly Uhuru Kenyatta, who is our president. I'm just requesting our leaders, please. We are in politics. And the other time, Uhuru Kenyatta talks about politicians and the leaders. We as Kenyans, we should know who are politicians and who are leaders. We will differentiate between politicians and leaders. The way they are talking, their behaviors can tell you this person is a politician, this person is a leader. A leader cannot insult their fellow leaders. A leader cannot have too much stress. Even the way they are talking yesterday is just telling you that they were having stress. But we are praying our God will deliver them from whatever they are suffering about. I don't want to take too much time. Today I just want to relax, to watch how our people are debating, and we are happy you are giving us direction to go. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, Asante Frederick. Just before we bring in Murunga, there is what Kalkid Peter, your gadget is not well wherever configured, so you can't be added to the panel. Ruben, uko gizani ama umekaa nyuma ya curtain? Watu wa nyuma ya curtain wanafagiliwa. The same goes for Penny. Let's watch this as we continue.
Bernard, am I on stage?
Mimi niko hapa kwa ajili ya maneno ambayo rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameambiwa jana. Ndio. Kwa maana sitafikiria vile mtu anaweza toka mahali ametoka akuja kuleta siasa mbaya hapa Thika. Ndio. Kwa maana hii ni kaunti ambayo president wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ametoka. Ndio. Tunasikizana wananchi? Ndio. Tuko pamoja? Ndio. Kitu ambacho nataka niwaambie wanayuthi. Msitumike vibaya kwa siasa. Ndio. Nataka kuuliza serikali ya unda hivi kwani haina manifesto, ikienda mahali ni kutusi tu president. Na president ni alijitizia kura zake ama kuna mtu alimsaidia? Hakuna. Sisi alituambia tuamke tukaenda tukamchagua. Ndio. Ruto angekuja tuambie 2018 hatusikizani na president wenu, tungerudi kwa debe tumchagulie vice president. Kwa hivyo Ruto asikuja kutusi president wetu wa Kiambu na sisi ni ndugu yetu. Sasa siku hizi hataki matusi. Sasa siku hizi nataka amani. Huwezi kuja kuomba kura kwa nguvu ama kwa matusi.
Okay, Bwana Murunga, karibu.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes. I'm here baada ya masiku mingi. Yes, Bernard, today I'm happy I'm in studio. I just want to talk about a few things. One, I'll start straight on the issue of yesterday's campaigns. That is in Thika. To be very honest, it was a very bad picture seeing the person of the deputy president attacking the president in his backyard. The words that were said were not, he presented himself as actually unpresidential. And I think Kenyans should actually pass a vote of no confidence against William Ruto. William Ruto has lost it all, and especially in the manner he is communicating. The manner in the way his people are communicating, and the way they're even attacking the president, attacking other leaders in the country. It's like they are creating a war-like situation so that when they lose an election, they actually start chaos. That's what we are seeing the deputy president is doing. And he must be called out. It's wrong. It is very wrong, and it's sad, especially from the deputy president. And attacking the president in his backyard, it's wrong. I'm happy that the people of Kiambu today responded, and they were able to answer him. And if somebody who is keen on that, he should actually apologize to the head of state. The other day he was telling us, ati Uhuru Kenyatta ako na kura moja, Uhuru Kenyatta ameleta project yake. Now, what has happened all of a sudden? He feels he's been boxed and he's been deflated. This is one person who has been speaking with a lot of a lot of energy, saying that he's able to win an election, even if it is Oburu Odinga chairing the IBC commission. Today he's behaving like like a madman in the market. Sorry to say that, but it's very wrong. This country will be there after 9th of August, and leaders, especially one deputy president, must start behaving like somebody who lives in this country and wants this country after the elections. Now, I've had our friends attacking the the former vice president, that's Kalonzo Musyoka. And Bernard, as I told you the other day, us as Azimio, we were not sitting well without Kalonzo Musyoka. And this is a fact that we all need.
Bwana Mrunga, umekatikiwa na umeme, pole sana. Nani huyu? Kuna yule anasema how did he attack the president? Just watch this clip before we. I hope it's here. Let's just bring in Milan before I get it ready. Milan, karibu.
First, I must say good evening. It's a pleasure to be able to be back, and I think I like the contribution that have come on this platform. We are level-headed and clear-minded human beings, and it's unfortunate that we see some of our countrymen and women regarding to us, and what they see first is that we are of a particular affiliation and not seeing us as we are Kenyans first. I want to plead with them that in the spirit of cohesion and the spirit of oneness, Kenya comes first and we Kenyans come first. Today, I want to speak like a Kenyan, a true Kenyan and son of the soil, and basically reflect on the things that put us together than the things that separate us. It's unfortunate that the people who have got average focus would be able to view serious issues with the lenses of their community. And that is very unfortunate. So first, I must debunk that position. We have all found ourselves on this platform by the virtue of choice. And there was no prior invitation for any of us to be able to join this platform. And the links that have been put there are open links for anybody with interest in joining this platform. And people with ideas, the people who hide behind the keyboard or behind their comment and basically make unfortunate statements would tell you they have average ideas, and those ideas cannot help this country. We want you to be able to tell us what we as young people and middle-aged people and older generation citizens or senior citizens of this country, where do you want to see this country in the next 5 years? That's the conversation we want to see in the comment section. So that when we debate and critique those ideas, we critique those ideas on the basis of the future of this country, regardless of the political formation that we have. Even if we have a bias, those biases cannot be greater than the ideas that we want this country to be able to implement for the greatness of the future of us and those of our children. I must be able to speak certain things that as we condemn foul language, we will make sure that even us, we will be able to also respect your democracy to be able to do so. And those democracies were fought by a particular community. I want to first of all try and beseech us to be able to try and look at these things objectively, because there's a bigger agenda, and that is why we say Azimio la Umoja. We are very particular about us being a united country, and that is our primary agenda. All these economic revolution and so on and so forth are smoke screens, and they cannot be able to survive in a divided country. And for me, I think that is the blueprint that is more stronger than any other agenda that we can be able to think about. Because if the population can be able to own the oneness, the strength of that particular country cannot be in question, because they stand with their leader, they stand with the economic reforms and agendas, and they participate in the day-to-day running of the institution. And that is the envisioning that was there in the constitution that we gave to ourselves in 2010. And as they say, public participation is one thing. They say regional representation is another thing. And those are serious issues. But we cannot defeat these generation-old wrong systems of doing things, where you saw a survey was done by the Auditor General, and we found that one hospital that was built the other day recruited more of one community. We are not saying that we have anything to do with that, but we are saying that in terms of building inclusivity, we must be able to see ourselves as Kenyan first, that when we have the national cake, we can be able to distribute it equally to all of us. And we invite Kenei, we invite his friends, we invite people of contrary ideas to be able to come on the table where men and ladies discuss agenda for the people and not discuss the foreskin. The moment you're starting to discuss foreskins in the comment section, it just shows how much of a villager you are. I want to spend much of my opening remarks to be able to condemn some of these utterances, because it does not make sense, because it shows that your preoccupation is not in terms of nation building. And when we give you responsibilities, these are the kind of people, when elected in positions of power, they cannot make strategic decisions that can be able to help this country. But we want people to be able to discuss about things that will be able to inform policy development of this particular nation. So having said that, we want to be able to look at the character of the DP to be able to invoke the church in all his political conquests. You can look at when he was doing referendum, his biggest allies were the church. And even in this particular political dispensation, he's trying to invoke the church. Luckily, the church has refused to be partisan. There are few that have decided to be able to be partisan, which is okay, is the democratic right. But we are looking at this particular elections that is coming, compared to the referendum that the church wholly supported his campaigns and also supported his agenda. We are looking at this, there's a small contrast. And that's why he says to the president that they were with him in the church, and the church are the ones that were doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he classifies himself as one of the clergy. He says that the president is calling them, the people who go to church, as people who are stupid, as people who are thieves, among other things. But in real sense, he's not a member of the clergy. He's looking for a lot of sympathy. He knows that he has not received help. He has not received enough allies to be able to compete against the Azimio juggernaut. And therefore, he particularly wants to be able to see if the clergy can be able to sway their flock to be able to be on his campaign side. But I must tell the church, there's a period of time when the church became partisan. And when there was problems during post-election violence, they could not find a place to be able to put their head, because the people were not comfortable going for arbitration, peacekeeping, among other things, at the church, because the church took sides. We want the church to be neutral. We want the church to be disassociated with the campaigns and to be able to call out the DP and tell him that we want to remain neutral. Just in case there is a challenge, we want to come in and give our flock guidance and preach peace. But if they keep on being involved and invoked at every point of provocation or at any point of lack of ideas, then you realize that we are not going in the right direction. They must take their stand and say, keep off the pulpit, like they said, which we support, keep off talking about issues church, because we know very well that we as the clergy are not part of the political dispensation. We are not political parties, and therefore we are non-partisan. So that is something that I wanted to be able to bring out very clearly. The former vice president needs to take a position. We don't want him to be able to be the master of confusion. He's one of us, and therefore we must be able to talk to him politely in the language that he understands. I agree with he was called who? The other Jared. But I must tell him that if the former vice president is not making up his mind, he needs to know that the alternative of causing inconsistency in terms of our messaging and communication is not falling well with the public. It simply means that some of these things were not planned, that they just happened. We didn't find ourselves in this space by coincidence. There's a lot of work that has happened behind the scenes, but we can't make 10 steps forward and pretend to make 2-3 steps behind. We must be able to make sure that we are consistent, because there's no time. We are dealing with a youthful opponent which can be able to take a very small issue and span it into ways that we cannot be able to look at if we are not very careful. So we don't have the luxury and time to be able to start discussing things that do not make sense to us, because we have messaged certain communication, we have communicated this consistently, our supporters are resonating with our information and the message that we want to pass across. We therefore need to move with speed to be able to make sure that we galvanize our teams to be able to now rally support. I am happy particularly with something that is ongoing, despite our captain being away on our ambassador, almost diplomatic and representing the country in a global stage. We must be able to be proud of the smaller working teams that have taken it up, and that is a unique difference between Azimio and the other opponent, is because they can be able to marshal regional campaign teams. You saw Governor Mutua doing a good job. We saw the former vice president and Senator Moi doing a good job in Tharaka Nithi. We saw Korane in the northeastern part, and we also saw the western part doing a good job. Eugene Wamalu and team, you could see them in the hundreds, being supported by also Kanini Kega. So I must be able to say that on the absence of the captain, the team is still strong and the team is working, and that's a good thing. But you saw in the opposite side, when the captain went for a diplomatic shuttle, the team remained headless and it could not comprehend what was happening in the environment. But we must be able to tell them that we want that kind of confusion to continue being with them. And something that we saw, the picture is worth 1,000 words. The picture of the press conference where they were able to say about the NDC. You can see we don't have happy faces. People have long faces. That we should listen to what they're not telling us, because what they are not telling us is that they are really scared and they don't know what is going to beat them. And I'm telling them that what is coming their way is mightier, and they must be able to note that it is just a matter of time, because it's once the people have made up their mind and they know where they want to be in the future, now and in tomorrow, we are sure that that is also the voice of the heavens, and that one we must be able to say that. Lastly, I must say that we have somebody who is mature and somebody who is experienced. We can say that we are safe in those hands. When we tried a youthful lead at that time, over 10 years ago, I think they got there with the advice of the deputy president and related people, where they got half government, half government. Half of the government that was represented by our opponents went and borrowed all the money in this world in form of Eurobond and did not tell us. The Auditor General said he does not know where that money was used. Who was the Minister for Treasury? He could have told us where the money was spent, and he did not tell us. And you see, it just tells you the level of thinking that was there. They ran this country into issues that we cannot solve today. Right now, today as we speak, the fuel prices have gone up by around 5 shillings or thereabout. But it's because of the country trying to meet up with issues, repayment of its debt, as well as correcting the mistakes of the first 5 years of government, and also be able to pace up with the demands that are there. But we must say the living standards are very difficult. But it's because of the mistakes that were done with the advice of the person who wants to take charge of this government. We cannot be able to allow him. As a people, we must defeat the ideas that were brought through fiscal finance policies by the former finance manager, the treasury CS, together with his master and related cronies who are committee members for budget. We must be able to tell them that they let this country down badly. And in the last 5 years, the president, together with our presidential candidate, have been trying to redeem that particular mistakes that they did in the past. But we must be able to be proud of the president, because I was looking at a picture today that was telling us a map about the developing countries. In the last 5 years that the president is concluding his term, this country has jumped from a developing country, and we have moved into a middle-income country. And therefore, I must say that he has done us proud through the infrastructural development, putting us on the global map, and also improving on our diplomatic relationship abroad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Milan. We appreciate your perspectives. I believe we are making good progress. It's important for us to remain civil, especially in the comment section. Please, everybody should respect one another and let us debate, not insult one another or call each other names. Secondly, the forum can only hold 10 people at a time. So if you try to come in and you get the notification the studio is full, you keep trying. The show is extended for 8 hours. So if you miss it the first hour, try the next hour, you will get in. Don't get frustrated and begin to fight. There is this Carl Kid Peter. Your device is not well connected. If you can hear me, please, if you are using phone, try to restart your phone. And when you log in, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. That's the only way it works. If you try to direct StreamYard, it will refuse to work. That is why you're having difficulty. When you arrive here, you can't be able to participate. The people behind the curtains, you're causing problems. Please, we need your faces so that the camera, whatever the screen can brighten up, especially for the viewers. Before we bring in Mama Selina, let's watch these 2 brief videos, and then move on.
Purporting to be the spokesperson or the kingpins for Mount Kenya region. For the avoidance of doubt, we have had our kingpin for the last 10 years. The kingpin took it from President Kibaki, has led us with courage, with clarity, and with a clear mind. And it is important that we debunk any doubt that is being created in the minds of the young people, that there is a void or there is a gap or there is a vacuum. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is our kingpin, and he is our party leader in Jubilee. For those who feel a bit discouraged, let them learn to live with it. He is going to be with us for a while, and we will be happy to continue using his counsel. The return of the Duff as the symbol of Jubilee is confirmation that Mount Kenya region has a kingpin. A kingpin who loves peace, a kingpin who has demonstrated that personal greed can never be a ticket to an office in this country, nor can it be what drives you to see when you are seeking for leadership. A kingpin is a person who sacrifices, has patience, person who is patient, even at the intense amount of threats and insults. He continues building the wall without looking at those who are insulting him or without even revenging. A kingpin is a person who can be associated with the achievements that have been given to us through the Jubilee government, who secured for the community 53.4 billion shillings, while others opposed that. A kingpin is a person who helped us save from being scrapped the 8 constituencies that are going to be scrapped because those who are laying a claim to the same title opposed the proposals that were put on the table. A kingpin is a person, or is the person who believes and acts on the principle of one man, one vote, one shilling. And that was all that was contained in the BBI, which was opposed by
One more and then we move on.
Tumeondoa mabroka, tumeondoa makateli, ili kila mkulima apate haki yake, aweke pesa kwa mfuko na kuzalisha chakula na kutosha. Tuondoe bei ghali ya sasa ya chakula katika taifa letu la Kenya. Anawaambia ndugu zangu, tunasema wera ni wera, tunasema kazi ni kazi, na hatuwezi kukubali
Okay, it is supposed to be Richard, but for gender balance, we'll hear from Mama Selina. The people who must stay behind the curtain will give you priority. You make your submission and go, because we have to retain a bright screen. So after Mama Selina will ensure that the people behind the curtain, or you make your submission and go, ili to keep a bright screen. Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante sana Temba. Naona panelist wenzangu wamekuwa chonjo. Mi nimekuwa nikisikiza nikiwa njiani. Leo tumeona baba amefika salama, tunashukuru Mungu. Na tunahakika baba amekuwa akienda safari kama hizo, amekuwa akishika mkutano kama hizo. Hatuna doubt, najua atatuwakilisha Wakenya vyema. Ingine naona watu wameongea sana. Nashukuru Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka amekuwa pale Meru, ameanza kufanyia baba campaign. Naona watu wana shida na vile mambo inaenda. Bernard, saa ile msichana anaenda kuolewa na hakukuwa anajua hiyo bwana, lazima atasumbuana wiki moja, anasema nitarudi kwetu, hata ufanyi hii, siku kidogo tu na mambo itaisha. So yale mambo inaendelea, tusikuwe na shida ya kwamba ya muhimu ni kwamba Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka amesema amesupport baba mara ya 3. Hiyo ingine yote ni sawa. Azimio ni China, Okoa ile wanaokoa wa Kenya ni China, so we don't even care about the names. Ile kitu tunaona ni mzuri ni kwamba wameungana na baba tutengeneze Kenya. Ingine naona preparation ya UDA, sijui KKA, sijui ni UDA, so kwa sababu mkutano yenye itakuwa Kasarani, sijui kama ni ya KKA wote ama ni UDA wana nominate president yao. Nimeona watu wameongea sana kuhusu Martha Karua, hata saa hii naona Kindiki anasema mama atakuja. Martha Karua is a person of a principle. If she is to join, she will join. Kama hawezi, Martha Karua si mtu ya kuchukuliwa na wave. Nimefanya na yeye kazi karibu sana. Nilikuwa national deputy chairperson ya chama ya na Kenya, of which I still have it up to today. Ngawa niko diaspora, but I hold my position even in diaspora. So najua Martha Karua sana. Yeye mahali anaona akisema hawezi taka mambo ya corruption. Martha Karua amesimama na kupigana na mambo ya corruption. She may have differences with some leaders, lakini ikifika msimamo ya corruption, mimi sijui vile Martha Karua anaweza fikiria kufanya kazi na watu wenye wanaonekana wako na corruption. But hii ni wakati ya siasa. Najua yeye ataamua na chama itaamua. Hapo sitaki kuendelea sana. Ile tu ningetaka ni kwamba siasa ya Kenya, kulingana na mambo ya jana, watu wametusi rais. Sasa leo Kaboko ameendelea kutusi rais na kuuliza wamama. Jameni, tunajua watoto wote wamesaliwa na mama. Kaboko, we know you are born with a woman. Hakuna mtu amesaliwa na mwanaume. Kukuja kutuambia mama ya Uhuru na mama yako wanafanana, hata kama anaitwa Wamboi, we don't want to know. Hakuna mtoto hajaisaliwa na mama. Watoto wanasaliwa bila baba. Yes, mtoto anasalelewa bila baba. Lakini hakuna mtoto achasaliwa na mama. So usituambie hata ule mama maskini, ule wa mboga mnaongea mnaita mama mboga, anafanya juu chini mpaka anaenda maternity ama anasaa kwa shamba ama amesaa kwa nyumba, but anasaa mtoto. So Kaboko, uchasahau vile uliambia wa mama ya Kiambu ya kwamba wako na matiti imeanguka, ulikuwa uwanunulie masuruali, ulikuwa uwanunulie mapra. Today you are coming the same kuambia watu kuhusu wa mama. What is wrong with you, Kaboko? Nini mbaya na huyu mwanaume na wa mama? Uhuru na mama ngina imetokea wapi? Mama ya Uhuru amekutia wapi kwa siasa? Na mama yako hiyo unapenda sana, ametokea wapi kwa mambo ya siasa? Ulianguka, umesunguka, na shukuru Jubilee. Hata watu wengi mnaona hapa wanatangatanga. Jubilee wamefunga nyumba yao. Tunaambiwa kwa mdomo hakuna Jubilee. Lakini ngoja nomination ifike na muone watu watatokea. Hii watu wote wanalia. Gerald, naona Penat hakuna, ayuko ametoka kidogo. I like talking nikiona kuna kiongozi. Na wewe ni mmoja wao na sisi wote.
Endelea.
So, asante. Tunasema hivi, wakati unatafuta msichana, wakati unaenda kutongoza msichana umpeleke kwa nyumba yako, si ati kwa sababu uko tajiri sana ndio msichana atakufuata. Ndio anaweza kuja nyumba yako kwa sababu uko na nyumba ya korofa, lakini ikifika jioni services yake inafanywa na cateman. Services yako inafanywa na houseboy. So msikuje kutuonyesha ati mnajua sana. Wamama wanajua kuwapeleka vizuri. Kama wewe unatoka nje kama kiongozi, hauna heshima, unataka Wakenya wakuchakue, nashangaa sana wakati watu wanakimbia relay, ukiwa na kijiti unafikiria ule mwenzako unaenda kumwandia kiti, anaangalia nyuma aone ukimbie umpatie hiyo kijiti isianguke. Hii yetu hii ya Kenya hatujui sasa penalty hii relay ya hii watu inaenda aje. Ukiwa unakimbia unangoja kupokea kijiti. You cannot shout. Unaona steps, unaona vile mwenzako anakimbia, unafikiria vile ule iko mbele, unafikiria vile utashika kijiti ukimbie. Hii ya UDA sijui ukweli. Rais alisema TBT yake alikimbia nyuma, alipatia kijiti, hakujua anaenda mbele, alienda backward. And it is true. Uwezi toka kwa nyumba yako, unaenda simama kwa hata kama umedharau mtu namna gani, unaenda kutusiana kwa wenyewe. Huyu mtu anasetiwa, sijui nani anamset. Kama jana alikuwa na kura 10,000, I'm 100% simeruti chini. Niwe nimesaa mtoto kiwete, iwe nimesaa nini, mimi niwe ni mama, hata kama nyumba yangu ninafunga na shiti, na wewe unafunga yako mzuri. But end of the day, ukilala na mimi nalala. Ukiamuka na mayai na mimi naamuka na uchi ama na strungi, batumbo itakuwa sawa. Mimi mambo ya UDA vile wanafanya na kiongozi mwenye anatarajia kuwa ya Kenya, na mimi nashangaa Deputy President. I think you know Central a lot more than that. Ebu arifas akumbuke vile wakati Moi alikuwa president, ile maandamano vile silikuwa kwa barabara. I think my brother yangu wanajua, kama uko hapo nani wanajua. Hii ni wakati ya mchezo. Na mimi nashukuru Central kwa sababu najua ikifika the last minute watafunga hoteli na watafanya haki na wanafuata viongozi yao. Hii ingine msijali, hata wengine hii ni kutembea. Unajua saa ingine watu wanataka, unajua saa ile unaenda tafuta msichana na watu wamejua wewe ni bure, watakufurahisha. But mimi nafikiria kama wangetaka kukua watu wazuri, how will you go to Uhuru back? Huyu Uhuru umemtusi, you expect him akupatie hiyo pimbo. Kwani uongozi ya Kenya ni kama nini? Nafikiria ni ngumu. Saa hii wale watu wanasimama kwa serikali ya Kenya wanaangalia nani atakuandia over inchi. Kama wewe unakuja na kisirani hivyo, si utaua watu? Kama unatembea na viongozi kama kina Kaboko, angekuwa na hasira na Ruto, si Uhuru. Uhuru wako mtoa Kaboko mwenye alikuwa anatengeneza listi ya Jubilee. Ninafurahi kwa sababu amerudi, atakarangwa vizuri sana. Penat najua wamesunguka, viongozi yote unaona wanarukaruka. Nasikia Uhuru wametengeneza listi ya Jubilee, so walitaka kupatiwa hiyo nafasi ya kusimama, wamekosa. Wangetuambia wa Kenya wamekimbia pale. Otherwise Kenya ni yetu sisi yote. Tunatarajia hawa kesho wafanye delegate yao mzuri, wanominate mtu yao. Sisi wa Kenya hatuna shida, tunafurahia. Hatuwezi taka baba akimbie peke yake. Tumempatia kijiti, amekaa namba 1. Sisi hatujali ile watu, kwa sababu baba lazima akuwe na escort. Hata msichana akienda kuolewa, lazima akuwe na wasichana wanampeleka aende kuolewa. So baba amepata, tunangoja wale wengine wacha wakuje, kama ni 2, kama ni 3. Lazima baba alichukua kijiti ya namba 1. So number 2, number 3, number 4 penalty, we don't care. Wacha wakuje watusindikise, ndio at least hii siasa ikue tamu. Sisi wengine tumeshindwa. Nikafikiria kumbe hata heri ningerudi nyumbani tu. Nilikuwa nafikiria nimekuja huku nitoroke siasa, pati imekuwa moto na nikiamuka naangalia siasa. So mimi nataka kushukuru, lakini tuwe na amani. Muheshimu wa mama tafadhali. na hakuna mama achaenda maternity ama ule amesalia nyumbani, nataka kurutia Kaboko. Hapana kuja kutuambia vile mama ya Uhuru ama mama yako ama hakuna mwanaume ama mwanamke ana mama. We all love our mothers vile walivyo. So Kaboko, uliuliza wa mama ya Kiambu wamepepa matiti imeanguka kwa sababu ya kunyonya na watoto, ukawaambia utawanunulia mapra. Ulikuwa unaambia wengine hawana ile manguo.
It's okay, Mama Selina. Mama Selina, imetosha.
Hiyo.
Imetosha. Thank you. The message is at home. And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate our mothers. Politicians.
Nimesema uongo, tafutia sisi hiyo kitu ilifanya Kaboko akaanguka. Vile alitusi wa mama. Naona watu wengine wanaweza sema Selina, mimi ni mwanasiasa na ninajua. Tafutia sisi vile kitu ilifanya Kaboko akaanguka, ama Chera atatuambia nini ilifanya Kaboko akaangushwa huko Chucha, kama si hiyo mambo ya kutusi wa mama.
Sawa Mama Selina, kuna watu wengi hapo watatupatia hiyo habari. Kuna Kamau, kuna Guru na hata Ruben hapa. So naomba tu tufikishie hapo, and it's becoming clearer that the trailing side is grasping on anything they can hold on, but it is bad news. It's bad news for Kaboko to repeat that mistake again when he's just about looking for another chance. That means he has no chance, and his political career is in the limbo. I think kama lesson haikufika hiyo sahi, sasa hiyo ni kurudia kosa, and it is not forgivable. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Richard.
Okay, I think I'm clear.
You are clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and good evening, others. Good morning here this morning. I'm very happy to be here today, and I congratulate all of you. I start from those people who are blaming Bernard. Most of the time, people are blaming him that is too hard for those people of UDA. But I think, you know, the problem with the UDA is that they don't say the facts. Sincerely speaking, when you come to defend your person, come with facts. If 1 + 1 is 2, why should you say 1 + 1 is 4? When Bernard intervenes and says, no, 1 + 1 is 2, then you start saying that he's biased, he doesn't want UDA. No, we want facts, especially now from my side, Asimio. If I say Bapa fought for the constitution now, for the freedom we are enjoying, that's the reality. It is true. Now, when we ask UDA people, please, can you tell us if you elect Ruto, what will he do for us? They say, oh, bottom up. Oh, when we ask them, what is bottom up? Oh, it is starting from down. Oh, starting from down, we have counties. We have all that money which goes to counties. We have governors. Is that not bottom up now? They don't have anything to say. So please don't blame Bernard so much. I support Jared at the side of Kalonzo. You see, even if Jared is not the one who called Kalonzo watermelon, this watermelon started long time ago. Jared is just repeating it. The same time I'm repeating. Kalonzo is watermelon, whether you like it or not, because the other day he signed, was it 2 days ago? He signed an agreement. Now he's saying nobody even all those people who signed it, nobody knows what he signed. So is that not watermelon now? But anyway, he's with us, and we are happy that he has started campaigning for Papa. Let him continue. Other things will be said later. If he has any argument, he will come later, and they will solve it inside there. At the same time, we thank God that Papa has reached the UK. And sincerely, I want all the Yuda people to follow up and see when Papa is going to talk, so that they compare with what Ruto was talking. There is a very big difference. Papa will be defending our country. Papa is selling Kenya. And Ruto is doing opposite. When I come to the yesterday, what happened, you know, when you do wrong, expect wrong to follow you. If you plant rice, you don't expect to harvest maize. You see what UDA, especially the vice president, Mr. Ruto, what he was talking, it is ill of Uhuru. And he knows that is Uhuru's home backyard. So what the demonstration was doing is to remind him that we have our king. And you saw there was no problem. It was a peaceful demonstration. Other people like Kabogo, those ones, we know them. We know them. Let them talk. No problem. What we want now, as Neo, let us try to continue persuading people and telling people the truth. Because in fact, all the truth lies in Azimio. All the truth lies in Azimio. And if our Azimio is given the chance, of which I know we are going to be given the chance, and the Papa leads the country, I'm very sure even me, I can move to Kenya now and start doing something else. Because you know, the problem we have in Kenya is corruption. Like myself, I can say that corruption gave me hard time. And corruption is the same problem which we are encountering. But if the corruption is stopped in Kenya, everything will go well. And especially Yuda, if you ask them, what can you do about corruption? They don't have an answer. They don't have an answer. So please, we are not hard. Bernard is not hard. Bernard wants, especially the platform, we want people to come with the facts. If you say Raida did this, come with the facts. That is all my contribution for now. I'll come again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We appreciate your observation, and let's keep it civil. Let's respect one another and ensure that we ensure that the country gets the right information. Hakuna haja ya kudanganya Wakenya. Na Deputy President aliweka wazi kwamba Wakenya wajinga waliisha Kenya. Kwa hivyo mtu yeyote anayejaribu kupumbaza Wakenya, wajaribu kuwafanya wajinga, yeye ndo anakuwa mjinga, kwa sababu wajinga waliisha wapi? Kenya. Kila mtu anajua ukweli, na yeyote anayetaka kutumia uongo, yeye ndo atanaswa. Mr. Kamau, vipi leo?
Hey, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Namna gani?
Niko kwa giza kidogo lakini niko salama.
Ehe.
Nashukuru Maulana kwa siku jema ambayo ametupa.
Yes, sir. And
we are appreciating that now the die is cast. We have like 55 days to elections, and we can't wait. In fact, where we are, we know we just wanted, because when Kalonzo came, now it is obvious that Baba should be announced the president of Kenya. There is no contest here, and that is why you see the the group led by the deputy president is so bitter. The agenda now, it is insult to the president and insult to the family of the president and the former prime minister Raila Odinga. Hii kitu ilichezwa kitambo. Today I was looking at the pictures of Baba, Gideon Moi, and even Uhuru Kenyatta visiting the former president. So sometimes it is true when they say that what a young man cannot see on top of a tree, an old man can see when he's seated. When Moi was seated, he kitu ilimalizwa hiyo siku. And they planned. And that is why I'm saying people should not castigate issues. In fact, they should not abuse Moses Kuria and Kabogo. Kabogo are in Azimio. Kuria is in Azimio. These are our people. Their main agenda, it is to make sure they destroy and diffuse the influence of UDA, the lies they have done for 4 years in Mount Kenya. And they will do it. I can assure you here that Chama cha Kazi will have more members of parliament and MCAs in Mount Kenya than UDA. Jibebe will have more MCAs and of course members of parliament than UDA. Kwa sababu mtu akifikiria ni mwerevu sana, kuna watu ambao ni wajanja kumuliko. And once the Chama cha Kazi has many MPs and Jibebe and Jubilee, then they're going to do what we call post-election agreement. Because hakuna mtu anataka kukaa nje ya serikali Kenya hii. Wakati sasa tumeshinda na tuko na Chama cha Kazi huko kwa after elections, then the fellows will sell their parties to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder will be government. They'll support the government agenda and they will not stay in the opposition. And that tells you that UDA, it is a party on quicksand. When people are doing mobilization of Jubilee and many other big parties like ODM and many other DAP, they are busy campaigning in the market. But once the time comes, they will not be able even to raise 10 members in a constituency, or let me put it this way, in a ward. They have nobody in the wards. As we speak, there is a very big mobilization of Jubilee in Mount Kenya and in the whole country that is happening every day. But what is UDA doing? They are following their member of their leader every market, insulting the president and reminding us where we have been. And it's so unfortunate that some people are saying that, and I like talking to about Mount Kenya because I'm from Mount Kenya, that we are better off. We were better off with Moi than Uhuru Kenyatta. When we were with Moi, there were no roads in Mount Kenya and in Kenya for that matter. Those people who are traveling from Kisumu to Nairobi used 8 hours and above to get to Kisumu. Nowadays, it is 5 hours, and some cars which are they have high speed, they can go for 4 hours. There was no road between Kisumu and Kakamega. There is to Ebuye to Rohaha. Those are roads are made. Those who are in Mombasa, there are bypasses everywhere. Dogo Kundu. You go to Lamu. People have made a load even through the Boni forest. There is a new port in Lamu. There are ports in Kisumu. What is somebody talking about when he says that Moi was better? We cannot allow this country to go back to the days of Moi. And if they want to insult, they look for better insults. Rather than saying that we were better in the days of Moi. Those are dark ages, and we are not going to allow this country to go back to the dark ages. We have not completed everything. It is not that this country is better. It doesn't mean that we have everything now. And that is why we are saying there was a time for liberation of this country to get back the land and this country to the people of Kenya by Kenyatta. There was a time that we then thought that will continue with Moi, which did not happen. Then now there was the reconciliation time with Kibaki, where people now were getting what we call opportunities to grow, even those who are in abroad, and to at least get businesses working. There is a time for infrastructure which has happened under the Uhuru Kenyatta regime, but we still have not achieved what we call an economic revolution, whereby we find that in a family of 10 people, about 8 people are employed. That is the step that we are going to take with the Raila Amolo Odinga. A country of 50 people or 50 million people, it is not a difficult country to lead. I'm sure the foundation has been made by Uhuru Kenyatta. And now the only thing that remains is to have a revolution that is economic. And I'm happy that many people have chosen the path of prosperity. I don't mind Kalonzo when he speaks whatever he speaks. I think Kalonzo in his heart, he knows that above all, the best way is to follow the right way, and that is the right way is people who are not corrupt. And therefore, we should not have any problem with Kalonzo. Kalonzo is in Azimio, and he is the most, let me put it this way, he has done something that has made the other camp so bitter. And that is why they are picking some words, thinking that they are going to soothe them to make them happy. So I'm very happy that even Baba has gone to abroad. He's in the UK, ndio aweze kusafisha ile uongo na misrepresentation and the what we saw unpatriotism, people going to despise their country, to talk ill of their leadership, and they're in leadership. Baba has gone there as an ambassador of peace to sanctify some of these things that were said that were so bad to a country like Kenya. It has never been seen in the world. A whole deputy president going to talk ill of his country, while we know even the food he's going to eat tonight is paid by the government that is castigating and talking ill about. The vehicles he uses, the insurance he uses. This is a man who has an insurance of 10 million shillings per year. His gym is paid. All his vehicles, personal and private and government, are fueled by the government. He has over 250 security personnel. This is a person who has achieved many things through that government, even the house that he lives. The workers that are in his farm and gardening are paid by the government. So it is disrespectful for a person like that to move around the world and castigate the government that is providing all that. But we are going to place him where he belongs come 9th August, because it is disrespectful to speak ill about your government when you are in government. I wish he was in the opposition. I just wish he had actually resigned, because it will make sense. But you cannot use taxpayers' money even as you campaign and still abuse that government. So Baba should do a good, I know he will, speak on those issues that man has actually spoken there. The other thing I want to speak about today is the issue of the gains. And as the projection, as the topic talks about, I'm sure as we speak today, Baba is leading in about 33 counties, even in the bedlock of the deputy president. Baba is at 60% in Narok, 60% in Nakuru, 55% in Turkana, 55% in Pokot, and Trans Nzoia. So we know 5 counties in Rift Valley. Baba is going to lead. And therefore, I want to tell people, rest easy. This game is done, and there's not going to be an opportunity of those. I know there are many good people, even in Bomet and Kipsigis. These people know him, and they're going to be part and parcel of government. They are not going to be in the opposition, because it will be very, very sad. And I love, because I have so many people from Rift Valley, and particularly the Kalenjin. I have so many friends, and sometimes even we spend the whole night together having parties and stuff. And some of them are telling me, we will not go to the opposition with this guy. This guy is going to take us to the opposition. So I'm happy as I finish, Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante Mr. Kamau, thank you so much. Naomba tusikilize hii kabla tumlete Ruben. Ruben, umejaribu sana leo. Tegea hapo hapo tumsikilize huyu alafu turudi kwako. Huyu profesa.
Exceedingly fair. Ulipewa nafasi mpaka ukapewa baraka, ukaombewa, ukapewa mkono hati baada ya mwaka 10 ya uhuru, mwaka 10 ya Ruto. Na kabla mjafika hiyo mwaka 10 ya huyu ya kwanza kumalizika, ukomvi inatokea kwa nyumba. Si hata nyinyi wewe
Ni kama Bernard amepotea. Hello?
Maybe atarudi. Ndio, okay.
Sorry, naonekana the cookies are back to block my functioning, but let's give it a try. Just a moment.
ulipewa nafasi mpaka ukapewa baraka, ukaombewa, ukapewa mkono hati baada ya mwaka 10 ya uhuru, mwaka 10 ya Ruto. Na kabla mjafika hiyo mwaka 10 ya huyu ya kwanza kumalizika, ukomvi inatokea kwa nyumba. Si hata nyinyi wewe alafu mwanzo kugombana na mama kwa nyumba, mtakumbuka ile kimeumana mpaka ile kwamba can you go and revisit and say, you know, kiapo tulisemako hivi na mambo ni mbaya hapa. Divorce inakuja. Yeah. So this political divorce came. So don't bring lamentation ya watu walikombana wakaachana. So msilaumu Kenyatta. Msilaumu kwa sababu kuna siku za kupendana. Kuna siku za hata kukombana. Na kuna siku za kuachana. Na kama mtu sasa mmeachana, especially kisiasa, bora hawajapigana, shida ni wapi? Shida ni wapi? Ati kwa nini Raila amekuja kushikana na huyu? So what tungefanya nini sasa? Kwa sababu sasa mtu akiona huyu amependa, who wants to leave a solid legacy kwa nchi yetu, watu washikane kwa pamoja. Na huyu mwingine amekuja kusema, although I was in opposition, I will support you in this agenda. Wewe mtoto ya boma. Nimalizie. Have you not, nyinyi mnasomanga Biblia? Iko mtoto mpotefu, prodigal son. Alienda tanga huko nje, kamaliza mali yake yote kama Raila. Sasa aliporudi nyumbani, si baba anapokea wote. Kwa nini wewe wenye ulikuwa lala kwa nyumba na kummeza kila kitu, masiwa yote, tamtamu, nyama, unaruka through the window na kulia huko nje? Kwa nini wewe unapenda hii mtu? Kwa nini umelezwa? Surely it's written biblically, it is there, it's an old story. So why are you telling me? Fuateni bwana, vile tunamwambia siasa imeama kwenda hivi. Sasa huyu ndugu, sasa wengine wakiona mwaya waenda watuchungie opposition huko mbele, pia waokoke, wapendwe na Wakenya. Kama hakuna, sisi tunaendelea nao nakaa na mama yao.
Profesa amesema ya kwake. Ruben.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu.
I think my observation is quite different from others tonight.
Yes, Ruben?
Actually, he was right. You see, he has gone to darkness because the observation is not the same.
Ruben, unmute. Jared is on your case.
I like gone over immediately. In my submission.
Just make your submission.
Okay, thank you. My observation is different from others tonight in connection to this week's politics and other things related to UDA, KK, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and Azimio. Well, tukijaribu kuangalia hii story ambayo inaendelea ya Kiambu jana huko Thika, ninaona ni kama these people were just trying to whip emotions za Wakikuyu ndio waweze kutafuta kura kupitia emotions tu na sympathy ile ambayo yenye wameteswa, yenye wamefanywa. But these are the same people just some few months ago walisema even if Oburu Odinga was the IEBC chairperson, they have people and they have God, as if we do not have people and God is not on our side. I don't think whether God applies his favor selectively, but I think he is a just God. Number two, there is one observation that I have different from all of you. To me, I think that is my personal observation, but you must remember that I'm a very serious supporter of Raila Amolo Odinga. Even if he decided to nominate Aenda as the running mate, I don't care, but I must support campaign and vote for Baba. But there is one thing that I am observing from a distance. I think Uhuru Kenyatta, in one way or the other, is supporting William Ruto. That's me. How? We as the people on Baba's side have tried to bury our hands on the sand and forgotten about our ailing economy, the cost of living, and how things have turned upside down against common Kenyans. Things are really, really serious. These things and the issues must be addressed. And we cannot forget that people are really suffering down here. Kwa hivyo, mimi nimeona na nimefikiria wakati hii nchi ilianza kuharibika, iliharibika the first term ya Uhuru government ile between 2013 and 2017, when there was romance between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. That's when there was massive over borrowing, leverage of government money, corruption, kickbacks, and all that, and the loans that could not be accounted for. In fact, the money was borrowed to be stolen. There was Eurobond that couldn't be accounted for, and all these things. So according to me, immediately after these loans and all those massive borrowing, I thought they came to mature. They were to mature some few years later. These people found it that itakuja kuwasumbua kueleza Wakenya kwa nini uchumi imeanza kuharibika wakati wa kulipa madeni ikifika. Now what happened? These people decided to, according to me, hawa watu wakafikiri wacha wakukue na salamu, but Raila yeye alikuwa anasalimiana in good faith for the sake of Kenyans and for the sake of peace and peaceful coexistence, na at the same time watu wa umurengo wa kwake na Wanyanza na watu wote wa zone ya Raila waweze kupata nini? Waweze kupata development kama zile mnasema huko Ndongo Kundu, huko Nyanza and all that. Now look at what is happening. Now that Raila is in the handshake, opponents wa upande ule mwingine blame the government, blame Raila Odinga ati yeye ndiye ameleta hii shida yote ambayo tunapitia. The handshake government, of which up to now I've not known exactly where the handshake office is domiciled. They are saying that the handshake government has caused us all these troubles. The cost of living has risen because of the handshake government, and William Ruto has just sidestepped and then decided to blame the government that he is the second in command. Lakini kitu kile ambacho wameharibu ni kwenda kutusi president kwa backyard. This is where they have messed, but I think vile tunaendelea kwa masiku kwa siasa saa hizi, vile mambo ikiendelea, we have to tell Kenyans the truth. Tuendelee kuwaeleza vile mambo iko, especially saa hii watu wanakuwa carried too fast na emotions na mambo zingine. Watu ya bonda wanadanganywa, inasemekana ni handshake ndio inasukuma watu wa bonda and all that. I think as much as our leader is doing great and is going places, lazima pia tung'ang'ane tuelezane ukweli. We must go down, tutafute forums zingine outside the one that we have, the mainstream one, tuweze kueleza the youth and other Kenyans mambo yale ambayo yanaboil huko juu, kwa sababu kuna watu kabisa hawana information. To me, I think Uhuru Kenyatta in one way or the other is campaigning for William Ruto. That is what I am thinking. Nitakuwa na submission ya pili kueleza hiyo story yote according to me. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, Ruben. Yes, Jared.
I didn't want to wait until the time he comes second, because he has come up with a very good analogy from himself. But I want to ask him, Ruben, did he leave? Maybe he left. Okay, oh, he's there. Ruben, I know you said you are looking at these things from a different angle, which might be true. But with all of these parties signing to support Raila Amolo Odinga candidacy, do you think that in politics personal interest comes first before everything? Do you think all of these are buying that they are being buying all this, that we're gonna do all of this so that we can hand over power to Ruto? I will have a hard time to believe that. I will have a hard time to believe that with all these I too think that the president is a very honest man and is doing his best. And things gonna change when we will start going around the Mount Kenya. Politics is a one day in politics is a long day. And I usually differ with the politicians who come up and say the ground has gone one way, so I need to go that way. Then you are not a leader because you are following those people. What if tomorrow all these people who say, the ground is saying UDA or Ruto? What if in 2 months they go back and the ground is saying Raira? Would it not be too late for them to jump the ship? So as much as uh, I strongly disagree that the fact that they want to. This is not Macetan. I don't think Macetan will come back again. This is a genuine, a very hard reflection, and you will see a man when he speaks, somebody when he speaks. When you see UDA speaking, you can see that there is rise in their mouth and in their eyes. When Ruto and Raila have spoken, they have taken us down the memory lane when they were discussing these things. And truly, they might have seen that this country is not going to the right way. And they looked at where we went wrong. And this is one way to rectify the country by trying to correct what mistakes we happened when we got independence. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Well, what you are saying could be, it's right. Sijakataa hayo yote, lakini nilisema this could be my personal opinion. Nataka ujiulize, put this hypothetical question, ujiulize leo hii Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aseme nimemaliza yangu 10 na nataka kupatia William Ruto yake 10 sasa, nataka kumsupport. How many votes will the deputy president get? In fact, he will lose more. Right now, from where I am in Tharaka-Nithi right now, majority of people here are blaming the government, which they call it handshake government. They are blaming government for their problems. They think that the problems that they are in right now has been caused by Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. That's what they are calling it, a handshake government. Now, I think time is coming when Uhuru Kenyatta should be behind the scene. He should not appear personally to campaign for Baba, because as much as we need them all, Uhuru Kenyatta is a baggage in Azimio. According to me, he is a baggage. He is a baggage, whether we like it or not. He is our president. We love him. We love his support, but he's a baggage. Because we are in problems, only that we are burying our hands under the sand. Thank you.
Vana Ruben, before I bring in DM, okay, DM has been waiting. I see your point and where you're coming from, but that is a wrong premise of judging leadership and also premise of providing leadership. Leadership concentrates on the pillars, on the principles, not on the sentiments of sideshows and day-to-day things. If you're going to provide leadership to your family or to a nation, you concentrate on the basics, okay, the primary basics, which holds everything else together. And then when the primary basics are correct, the other things will fall in place. But if you abandon the primary basics and then begin to chase these other secondary things, that's where you lose your grip. And from where I sit, the president is a very important and a great asset to the Azimio campaign, especially when it comes to the mountain. The rebellion in the mountain can be contained if it can't be contained, it can be slashed in the sense that we still have people who believe in Uhuru leadership, that no one can convince them otherwise. And we need those people on board. So if we go and begin to talk about cost of living, is affecting everybody. It's not affecting the mountain only. The prices are hiking everywhere, and some of it is being contributed by the war that is on right now. It has nothing to do with the handshake. Anybody who thinks that he can capitalize on that to win an election, it is possible, but in my opinion, it is far-fetched.
Well, what do you think of the harassment of the Bonda riders at this time of campaigns?
That is, you know, Ruben, I was here in 1997. Was it 97 or 2000? Yes, 97. When I had gone for, I think, a meeting in, I'll give you a short story and then I bring in Nani. I bring in DM. I had gone for a meeting in a place called where? Past Nanyuki, Timau. And
Yes.
the meeting was for 5 days. Then after 5 days, I came back to Nairobi. And when I alighted at Tea Room, rolling down to Tomboya, the whole street was clean. In fact, I began to suspect myself I alighted in the wrong city, because that was not the Nairobi I had left going to Timau. Everything was clean, no hawkers, no nothing. So I asked somebody what happened, and I was told that Mzee Moi called the commandant and asked him whether it is him he does not respect or what he says. And then they moved into action and swept out all the hawkers, and the city for the first time was clean. Then after a few months, the election came, and Mzee Moi was coming from Jomo Kenyatta airport na akasimama hapo City Stadium, and he said nani alisema hawezi kuuzia vitu mahali unataka, wacha mtu atafute kitu cha kukula. And that was the resurgent. All the hawkers came back to the city, and until today they have never been able to be brought out of the city. Here is my point. The moment you make the law, then relax it, that's the end of it. You can't be able to control it. So there is no harassment of border. Border must be regulated, and that is the law. You can't say that they are being harassed. Nobody's harassing them. We cannot have a sector of transport in this country that is left to be controlled by the people running it. Matatu cannot control itself. There has to be some form of regulation.
Bernard, Mr. Bernard,
yes.
Only that I'm in darkness. I had shown up my two fingers, the quote unquote harassment. I really understand that.
Yeah. Let's do this. Let's move on. We'll come back since you are around.
Yes.
Mama Selina, umeinua mkono ama?
Yes, nimeinua. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia my brother ya kwamba bodaboda already wamekubali hiyo mambo, na already wamefanya registration, na hata kama watu wanaongea amuoni maandamano ya bodaboda, kwa sababu hata hawa wametaka kusaidiwa. So unaona registration, wanapelekwa MPs anawapeleka kwa training, so inaenda vizuri sana, kwa sababu unaona everybody ameshughulika na bodaboda wametulia. So nafikiri hiyo haina shida, wamekubali kurekebishwa.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. DMN, how are you? DMN, are you there? Ama umesahau jina lako? Okay, let's hear from Murunga. Unajua they are who bring their proxy name here and then forget their name. Bwana Murunga, unmute.
I am unmuted, Ben. Bernard,
Karibu, umeme ulikatika.
Umeme ulikatika bwana, abruptly nikashtuka sana. Kujaribu kurudi kwa studio ilikuwa imejaa.
Haya, wewe karibu.
Tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu mambo ya deputy president vile alivyo behave jana na timu yake, na hapo tukasema ya kwamba lazima atafute mbinu ya kuweza kuwasiliana kama mtu ambaye anataka kuongoza nchi wakati mwingine. Lakini one thing we need to tell them, and especially those who are supporting the deputy president, that we want the guy to be in opposition for more than 25 years to learn one or two things, that being in opposition is not just a joke. Sisi tumekula tear gas, sisi tumetandikwa, hakuna kitu hatujafanyiwa. The last one I attended yenye nakumbuka ni ile tulitoka airport kutoa Raila when Baba returns back. Baba returns from abroad. We went to the airport. Vile tulifika airport mpaka leo it's still a puzzle. No one knows, but we were able to get to CBD. Though tulifika huko kama tumekula tear gas, wengine wakiwa wameaga nini. But the good thing is that Ruto cannot stage a demo in Nairobi. Not a single one. And that's the reason why I'm saying hata ni ngumu kwake yeye mwenyewe kujaribu hata kusema ya kwamba anataka kuresign. He cannot resign. The guy knows very well, he's very weak. Vile Raila asema the other day, yeye ni jogoo ya mjini na yule mwingine ni jogoo ya shamba. Hawezi. For him to pass the message across, lazima arudi Eldoret, aambie watu Eldoret ya kwamba sasa huku nje kumeumana. But you need a serious following in a capital city. If you don't have any and you want to be in opposition, then that's why we are saying that we are going to have a very weak opposition that is not even going to marshal numbers to even question anything. So my worry is that we're going to have a stable government, but weak opposition. It's a matter of concern. Tunataka at least mtu mwingine angejitokeza amsaidie mwenye anaweza fanya kitu ionekane. So we were Bernard, by the time before I went off, we were talking about the former vice president Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is an asset. And one thing, the other day I remember you disagreed with me at some point, but I'll tell you this. Kalonzo Musyoka comes in with the numbers that would tilt the vote. I've seen some, I think I'll be able to share with the members here. I've seen, I don't know if anyone has seen what Alai has posted that was actually a survey that was conducted by Radio Africa, that the DP had to call and ask them, actually tell them not to air it, to actually share it. It is actually indicating that we are doing very well. And especially now that a number of parties have subscribed to Azimio la Umoja. I see as actually taking the lead as early as 6 a.m., not p.m. And the thing will be home. Nilisikia ndugu yangu hapa Jared akisema Kalonzo Musyoka anakuja na conditions. Na Kalonzo Musyoka, he said something about Kalonzo Musyoka. I'll just tell my brother Jared, let us be the ones actually to defend the ones that are with us. Tusio watu wa kuweza, manake kuna ile mambo imetokea leo, kuna mambo ya agreement, Kalonzo saying that he signed something he didn't know about. Being a lawyer, of course, that is questionable. But you know, he's a politician. That is expected from a politician point. Because you cannot append your signature without knowing what you're signing. That's a fact. He knows exactly what he signed. The only concern to him is the number 2 position is already gone. Gone and gone. Sasa yeye, tunajua ya kwamba BBI is around the corner. And BBI has a lot for us, a lot for the country. And we're going to have regional representation through BBI. So Kalonzo Musyoka can come in as a deputy PM or a second vice. Who knows? These are positions that are yet to be shared by the next government. I know Raila Odinga is someone who is a Democrat. We are going to have a government that is full of, is actually considerate that each region is equally represented. Now, to the issue of Baba's tour to the UK. One, look at the image of Raila Odinga. Look at the image of Raila Odinga and the people he traveled with. Look at the faces, look at the team, look at the team in terms of the representation. We have the youth represented. We have ladies represented. We have every other person. Actually, I'm also represented. That is to say that Baba takes care of everybody. And in fact, regardless of where you're coming from, because when you look at the team, I've seen the young lady from Kiambu. What is her name? Bernard. Anaitwa Pauline Njoroge. Yes, Pauline Njoroge. Now, that shows you that Raila Odinga is someone that cares for the youth of this country and is someone who is willing to have a linear team that will be able to deliver. We're talking about this because hajabeba watu wa kwenda kwa mshangao kuona piga picha na kutoka kule na kurudi. He has gone with a team that is able to articulate issues and come home with a message, and also be able to deliver the message that they have actually sent to the United Kingdom. And when you compare the two teams, ni kama mbingu na ardhi. So ile kitu mimi nasema ni hii, tuko upande mzuri, and it's good that history is being made in our times, Bernard. I'm sure even our forefathers would want, I wish, in fact, I will say this, our forefathers would have wished to see the same, but it's only unfortunate that they had to go and let us do it. And this time around, we have one Raila Odinga who is going to do it for us. Na kwa hayo machache na mengi ambayo tutazidi kuongea, today I'm in the studio, I'm not going anywhere. Nangoja hii watu wa UDA leo, yani tunasema leo watakuwa na hiyo mkutano yao kule Bomas of Kenya. I know they will be ranting. They will not be talking. They will be ranting, and the attack will be aimed at Raila Odinga and the president of the country. But we must put them, we must tell them the truth. Ni mapema tuwaambie ya kwamba this thing is gone. Sisi tunajua ya kwamba uongozi tayari umeelekea Nyanza, and us from the Mulembe Nation, we know we are well represented. Someone asked me on social media today, kama aliniambia kwa ubaya kwamba sisi tutakuwa tu tutakuwa tunaimba tu kwa kwaya ya Azimio, lakini nilimwambia kwamba sisi tumewakilishwa vizuri sana, and as the Mulembe Nation, I don't think we have anything to lose, especially if we have Baba. Baba himself represents us, and the rest will come home. Thank you. Good evening. But let me also take note that there is a lady in the studio. Good evening, Felina, as I switch off my mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murunga. We appreciate you. Joe, how are you? Unmute. Wewe ndio unakuja na style.
Hello, how are you, all of you, panelists and the people at the background?
Hello to you. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been out of the panel for some time, but I've been following at the background. I don't really have much to say today, apart from maybe the topic Baba arrives in UK, which I think it's good. He has arrived safely with his the delegates. We are now waiting to see how he'll play his game, or the speeches he'll give, the people he'll meet, and maybe compare it to DP Ruto. As somebody has said here that his delegation shows the face of Kenya, which is true. I totally agree with that. And this is what we have always expected from Raila, because even in the past, we have seen how he appointed his people in his office as a prime minister. So that is a well-done job. The other issue is the celebration. I think it started so early among you, the Azimio followers. Let's not celebrate so early, because it might confuse people, and it might even lower the turnout during the elections, because some people will assume that this is already gone case. So that complacency is not good for us. We still got some 100 and something plus days. And as you know, people say in politics, one day is a big day. So let's keep on putting more effort, encouraging others to come out and vote. We have not crossed the line as such. On the gains, so I don't know what we meant by the gains, but as we progress, I can see Ruto had gone to Mount Kenya maybe to downplay what happened in Meru and other parts of Mount Kenya by Raila team, which is a good political strategy. But the speeches that they're giving, they have a plethora of excuses. They're complaining left and right. I can see the Azimio team already are exuding more confidence. And you see, when you have more confidence, you tend to be more organized. And on Kalonzo, I think there's something wrong with Kalonzo. I'm not sure. Yeah, people say him joining Azimio is good, but you see, a day after that, he's giving some contradictory statements, and it sort of brings him down. He's a good guy, but I think decision making is a problem to him, or strategy is a problem to him, or he listens to too much of his followers. He should lead people kama kina Kilonzo Jr. and show that he has the leadership quality. Because if he's now giving an interview akikana zile vitu alisema in publicly, I mean, it brings him down actually, because people will ask, this guy is a lawyer, he's a senior counsel, how can he say that he didn't know what he signed and all these things? So it actually brings him down. But I think with time, as Selina said, he's like a newly married woman who is still missing in their home, original home. But with time, I think he'll settle down. Missteps, I think I've talked about that, and projections, I've talked about that. Let's not look so confident that this thing is over. It's never over until it's over. And I don't think I have much. Maybe I'll give in after some time. Let others people talk, then let me follow up and see what I can say and what I cannot say, and what I can dispute and what I cannot dispute. As for now, thank you, Bernard, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, sawa Joe. Olo, namna gani?
Poa sana, ni aje?
Fiti, namna gani?
I'm good, and it's good to hear from all of you.
Most welcome. Toa maoni yako.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to talk about Raila's trip in the UK. I think He was received very well. He was received like a boss. It's very different from the way Ruto was received, and it was very presidential. Hata ile gari aliingia nayo vile alikuwa amedunga look ile yenyewe ilikuwa sawa, and I'm so happy kwanza juu aliingia hapo na Pauline Njoroge, na I think it was just okay. So we are just looking forward to hear more speeches from him, to see what he will do, whatever he's going to say, like when he visits Chatham House. And yes, that is what we are looking forward to from tomorrow. And then nataka tu kusema something about Kalonzo, like, you know, right now so many things have been coming out since yesterday, like again tunasikia ati Raila kuwa anataka kusign hiyo kitu. In fact ati Raila ndiye alifanya wakadelay. So I don't know why Baba would do that, but it was maybe because of a very good reason. And I can just say that tunaendelea kusikia vitu mingi kuhusu hiyo deal, and to me the way Kalonzo is speaking, it seems like ile post ya DP hana, because just today in the evening again another news is coming that he said that immediately after Raila has been sworn in he will start campaigning just like Ruto did. So I think that shows very well that he was not given nothing has been promised to him. So my fear about him being a DP, it should not be there, because I don't think if he will be a DP. And then again, angeenda kwa hii trip ya UK, but because he's not there, it shows that maybe hii post ya DP atapata. So yeah, that is what I can say. About Tanga, what I can say is that kesho unajua siwaonangi, but tomorrow I want to try and watch them so that I can see whatever Ruto is going to present us, because every time I try to watch him he never say anything. So tomorrow is a very special day for them, so let us wait. If whatever content they will bring is the same, it can be greater than what Baba brought, then at least we will say that they are able competitors, because so far we can't say they are very, very good competitors. I don't have much to say because leo hata sioni mtu atangatanga kwa show, but I'm just hanging around. If there will be a space and some of them pops in, then I will be able to come inside. When you see me, try and connect me, okay? Thank you very much.
Wewe. Sawa. Thank you for your perspectives and givings. Tutaendelea hivyo hivyo, na tunashukuru pia kwa kushika doria huko kwa comments. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba discipline inawekwa ili tusiharibu kazi. Jared.
Yes, thanks for giving me the second chance to the fight. Now, since I had already made the initial contribution, I'm going to talk about few developments which are coming up. Like I'm seeing they're saying Tura Kilonzo will be joining them. That's the next earthquake they are trying to say. And if that is true, I'm asking myself what bewitched us. Very young, promising people killing their careers. You know, Marara was a very upcoming person. Once he started going to UDA, he's going to be at home. He's not going to see a governorship of Kakamega, not in this time. If Mutura Kilonzo, who was a designated incoming governor of Makueni, if he goes to UDA, I can assure you, take this one to the bank, that he will lose the seat. What some of these young people, either they overlaid themselves. 96% of Makueni voted for Raila last time, 2017. Actually, might have been one of the highest count in vote turnout. So I don't know what would misguide this young man when he was assured to win, but that's up to him. There's also another thing, which is this of Mata Karua, which people have been saying is the hot cake and all this. But I was trying to see some of these people, maybe we might be overrating them for no reason. I want to remind the panel that in 2013, Mata Karua got only 3,000 more votes than Ole Kiapi. He got 43,000, the whole country. 43,000. That's the votes he garnered as a woman, as a person who they claim to be. And I would have to check the last time Mangiru stood, how many votes he got. I know it was around 500 or something. So Ole Kiapi is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. So Martha Karua only 43,000. We have Muhammad Dida. He has not come out, who actually got more than Martha Karua, got around 52,000, I think. From his comments, he is not in UDA. He doesn't support at all. Peter Kenneth actually got 72,000. That's 30,000 more than Martha Karua. So I do think that, in fact, sometimes we overrating this lady, that she could even win in Kirinyaga. So sometimes we are overrating these people. So we need to check on that one. So it would not be of any consequence if she keeps standing on her own, which I don't see her even in Kirinyaga taking again if she goes by herself. Somebody said about the PPI, which I'm very sure that many people are looking to promise the things. I've said before, my wish is that the PPI, now we are in a campaign mode. Let the Supreme Court put that aside and tell us the results after the general election. Or, in another way, they defeat the PPI and then set the record straight on what process need to be followed to change the constitution. And this is my argument. Today, that is, the PPI might be the only savior for one William Ruto. Because if the PPI was to go through, he can offer a prime minister to Musalia Mudavadi, which we might not have somebody in Western today to offer a similar post, because this one could have been taken maybe by Kalonzo Musyoka or that. So that might take a little thoughts away by those people who would believe that we're going to have a prime minister in Western, rather than now when they are in a fight, either you get a running mate or not. So to me, I would have preferred that with some process, not faulting the PPI itself, some process to follow, then they give us a guidance so that once we take over, we will restart the PPI following that process, and then we will fill in. And another thing, I will not want to see deputy president given a rivalry to be an opposition leader by PPI. I want him to be in the cold in Sugoi so that he can understand what is being called. That is when he will see the UDA members of parliament not even listening to him. So I would prefer, I hope, that they defer, or they give us a feedback with the process which we will take over when we go after the election. Thank you very much. I will, Bernard, I will be stepping out to give somebody else a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jared. I love your stand. I think the 2010 constitution should be let to work. Huh? like you remember the remarks that Michuki gave. He said we needed the prime minister seat because one of us was not the president. But now that he is the president, we should not bother ourselves about it. Okay, Mama Selina.
Naona watu wanapeana submission. Ningependa kusikiza, lakini kwa sababu umenipatia nafasi ati nitakosa kitu ya kusema. Kuangalia mambo ya leo, unajua saa ile siasa iko baridi. Leo ni kama hakuna kitu inaendelea Kenya. That is why unaona kila mtu ni moto kidogo. Unajua saa ile itawekwa kuni, baba ametoka nyumbani, imetulia. Sasa Bernard, kulingana na mambo ya leo, mjadala ya leo, still mimi nashukuru ama nasikia vile watu wameongea, especially wale watu wameongea kutoka Central. Na Bernard, kama hii mkutano ama hii kulia ya watu, actually to me, kama Central ingekuwa imetulia vile ilikuwa, hatungeona hii matusi. Bernard, ingekuwa nywe. But now, which means there is something seriously happening in Central. Huwezi enda kuropoka, unaita watu unaita mambo ngumu wenye hata na ni watu wasima na ni viongozi. Unajua saa ile nyumba yako imekuwa moto Bernard, ama umechapwa na pipi sana, wanaume wengine wanalianga na wakifika wanasema ni pipi alikuwa na chapa. So hii imetoka nje. Hii ni kumaanisha baba amechapwa mpaka ametoka nje, wameshindwa kuvumilia. Ninajua manyumba na ni mbaya. Pole mimi nikisema hivyo, kwa sababu sisi kina mama tunastahili pia tuache hiyo tabia ya kunyanyasa wasee, na wametupenda, na hata kama wanakosa tunawapenda. Haistahili tuwafinye. So but kwa siasa lazima tuone ya kwamba kama wewe ukiona leo mkutano imefanyika Azimio kubwa, the following day unakimbia Central. Sasa leo unaenda Githurai, kesho uko Kasarani. Ile kitu wangefanya kazi mingi. Sasa hii divorce ya Palala wako na choto hao watu, ndiye sababu wanashindwa kitu kusema. Alice Waome na Central wanasema wanataka running mate. Baba, wacha niseme Azimio, they are very clever. Hawa watu wachui nani ni running mate. Nimeona Kang'ata alikuwa kwa wa Citizen na Murathe anajaribu kumwochi. Kalonzo amechiunga na nyinyi. Kalonzo ni running mate. Sijui Peter Kenneth alitanganywa. Sijui Central. Wacha sasa tuambie Yuda watupatie running mate. Hata kama tutakuwa running mate wawili kwa Central Kenya, hata kama tutakuwa running mate ya kutoka wapi, ile kitu wa Kenya wanataka ni amani. Ya pili, baba amepromise reke inarudi. So hii viti itatutosha. Lakini nyumba ya baba mdogo na nyumba ya mwingine uweze fananisha. 26 parties wameungana na baba. Kesho tutaona ile parties wameungana na Huda. Lakini tayari choto imekuwa huko. Nimeona huyu Mutula Junior ni kama wanasema ataenda Yuda. Wacha aenda apoteze kiti. Unajua Bernard, kuna watu wengine wanachifanya joko. Tuliambiwa joko ya mashambani wa wiki mchini. Huyu kijana sasa anaitwa Mutula. Oh my God. Anataka kuangusha kiti yake bure. Kalonzo hata yeye mwenyewe kurudi si ati ilikuwa rahisi. Ukambani ilikuwa already imekaa chini. Unajua ile sitaki kusema juu ni mama. Walikuwa wamekaa vizuri kwa kiti. Yaani ile hata kusongesha ilikuwa ngumu. So yeye akisema anaenda ni mzuri. Tunataka watu wengi wakuwe baridi huko nje, lakini najua hiyo ni kutisha. But kama vile na sasa rais alienda siku moja tu Sakana 3 na ajarudi, achapeleka baba, na sahii baba ako na 40%. Na Bernard, Nimesikia watu wanasema ati kwa nini Uhuru asiende kufanya campaign. Parliament ichafunjwa. Uhuru bado wako kasi. Yeye ni baba anashikilia nchi. Kwani ukisikia watoto wakipika kelele hata wewe baba unatoka nje kulia. Wacha watoto walie wakati wasee watatoka, mambo sasa itakuwa. So for me, I think mwezi wa 5 months Uhuru has a very nice timing. Unajua saa hii UDA walifanya campaign 4 years. Mpaka sasa hakuna kitu wanasema. Walijaribu bottom up imeisha. Sasa ile kitu inasaidia ni matusi. Pia rais akitokea saa hii kufanya siasa Central, watu watachoka. Penat, msichana mzuri, si ule unamtongoza mara ya kwanza na anakubali mnaenda naye. Sasa wacha rais akae. Tunataka rais atokee kama imepaki 2 months. Saa ile imefunjwa parliament. Wacha sasa siasa ianze. Na hata watu ya Mount Kenya wamenyamaza, walitoa magari. Ile magari 100 ndio inafanya recruitment. Watu wanafanya recruitment. Central unaona inawaka moto. That is what we want. Hatutaki, unajua hii watu kama wale wanakuja, I'm sorry. Tukiwa na watu wawili ya Yuda hapa, wanatuchanganya mpaka tunachanganyika. Sasa wanataka kujua siri yetu, wanataka kujua kwa nini rais amenyamaza, hata kumtusi ndia wanaprovoke. Lakini najua serikali inaitwa ina siri. NSIS wanafanya kazi. Wanajua siku ya kuambia rais toka. Wanajua what to do. Rais hawezi kutoka, hata ndio sababu baba ameenda kupumzika na afanye siasa huko. Kwa sababu miezi 5 ni mingi kwa siasa. NSIS inajua sasa wanafunga, wanajua wapi week, wapi ni wapi. Hata hii kubalia ya kuja aimbe Central na hiyo mkutano ya Central, let me ask you Penat. Umeona wasee kwa hiyo mkutano? Umeona kina mama kwa hiyo mkutano? Ni vijana. How many these young men wako na kura? Ya pili, kuna mtu anaitwa Njenga Maina. Si kwenye wataamuka wakuwe serious wafanye campaign ndio tutajua Kenya. Saa hii wacha watu watembee. Mimi ile kitu nasema ni kwamba tusilalamike. Ona Meru imetulia kwa sababu viongozi hao wameingia. Meru saa hii usikii maneno. Sasa hii ya Central wacha tuachie. Na mimi kama nyinyi watu wanaongea hapa, amjui siasa ya Central. Kura ya Central inaamuliwa the last minute. Na watakuimbia, watakufanyia chochote. Watakuita china yote mzuri, lakini wasee kuna watu wanaamua kura wenye mchi. Tunaambianga chama ina wenyewe. Wakiamua siku hiyo ndio Wakenya mutakosa mahali ya kwenda. Saa hii ni mchezo, bado wacha watu watumie pesa. Tuliambiwa mulikula pesa mingi, so watu wako biashara. Wacha hiyo pesa ikulwe. Unajua wakale wanasema kama ng'ombe iko na maziwa mingi, usibokamua hiyo ng'ombe mara 3. Pena tunakamwanga ng'ombe asubuhi, saa 7 na jioni. Lakini ukiwa na ng'ombe iko na maziwa mingi, ukingojea utaua hiyo ng'ombe. So kitu mzuri wanasema ng'ombe ikamuliwe kabisa mpaka at least jioni tukitaka kukama maziwa yake aichacha. So wacha watu hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa mingi sana. Wacha watu iende kabisa. Kwa sababu mkiwachia hiyo maziwa mingi itatusumbua baada ya kuunda serikali. So yale ningesema saa hii tunataka kukula pesa ya Kaboko. Watu wanataka kutoa pesa, wacha watoe, wachanganye, watoe. Alafu mwisho Wakenya tunaamua. Asante kwa sababu wametuambia hakuna Wakenya wachinga. People are very clever. Na Kenyans are very clever. Na Mount Kenya wacha niwaambie, hawa ndio wenye nchi. Unajua saa zingine tunashindana na Central. Mimi naambianga watu ukweli. Kama ni biashara ni hawa. Kama ni mali ni hawa. Kama ni manyumba ni hawa. Kwani mnafikiri ni wachinga wanataka mkuje mumalize hata nyinyi. Sisi kwanza yenye tunatokanga huko tunakama masiwa jana Nairobi ni akina nani? Penat. Watu wako na akili, wananyamaza. Sidhani kwetu tunasema hivi. Ukiwa na ng'ombe, watoto wakipeleka ng'ombe malishoni na umeandika mtu ya kuchunga ng'ombe, mpaka uweke mtoto yako moja aone kama ng'ombe simeenda malishoni na simelishwa. Kuna kitu Mkalenjin alisema hivi, ukicheka kuna ile meno ya huko. Sasa hii watu wanachekea meno ya wenyewe. Wenye meno watatoka na watachukua meno yao na mtapaki kulia. Asante Penat.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you so much. We continue learning a lot as we continue listening to your wisdom and your givings. Huyu anaitwa nini? Kinyanjui Mbogwa Njonjo anasema Mount Kenya makes decision 24 to 48 hours before election. And I think that's a tradition that has been observed for quite some time. And so it's credible, we can rely on it. Haya basi tumsikilize nani? Maggie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Welcome.
Sasa mi ninasikia tu, nilikuwa nimeingia kitambo na nikatoka na nimerudi, nimepata nyinyi bado. Lakini sina mengi, ninasalamia nyinyi tu, wacha nitege masikio nisikie wengine ndio nitachambua baadaye.
Sawa, asante. Basi tumsikilize Bwana Kama.
Wasichana wetu ambao wanafanya nje.
Mr. Kamau, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Well.
I'm still in darkness.
Nataka uconfirm Mount Kenya makes decision 24 to 48 hours before elections.
That is absolutely right. And once we are about to elect people, what we do is that there's a wave that gets into people, and what will happen is going to be confirmed. I tell you, it will be. You'll see what Mama Selina is saying is true. The moment utaona election imeambiwa ni kesho, by then tutakuwa tumejua nani rais. But you wait and see. And I want to encourage our people here. Let me tell you, right now, the people of Mount Kenya have no presidential candidate, but they are aware of what is before them. They are going to choose between the good and the bad. And that day, when it comes to elections, they're going to make the right decision. And the right decision, as far as I can see it, personally, I have never voted for Baba for the longest time. But I think right now, he has my vote. So you wait and see. Because tumebakisha siku kidogo sana. It is very few months, very few days. And we want to experience something new for the people of Kenya. And Baba is going to open the door for other communities. He's going to open the door for economic revolution. And that is where we are. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Bernard, that is our position, and that is what is happening in Mount Kenya. There might be a lot of noise currently because of the money that has been coming from every corner. But when it comes to the nationalhood and the patriotism, we are going to come to stand and be counted. Kwa hivyo, na kuassure, Baba will have the majority votes in Mount Kenya. Hiyo stories zingine mnasikia kando hizo ni za uongo.
Asante sana
Kwa hivyo Mr. Kamau, nikuulize Mr. Kamau.
Nakusikia brother, endelea.
Yeah. Unajua watu wa UDA upenda kusema ati kama tungekuwa tunaweza shinda, mbona ile Kiambaa walishinda, but unajua in Kiambaa Uhuru never went out to campaign. In fact, Jubilee, they started campaigning when it was too late. And do you think UDA can win any by-election in Central now? Because I think there is very, very little chance for them to win a by-election. If in any case there can be a by-election, if we can imagine, do you think they can win?
Mr. Olo, I can tell you, by-elections are not a good standard to gauge your popularity. And the reason is, they happen during the day when people are at work. And even the most popular candidates across the world, even Kibaki himself, lost a by-election in his ward, in his constituency. So it is not something that you can really gauge and say now that UDA has votes. And in any case, if you were to gauge with by-elections, how many votes did the UDA candidate win with? It's 400. What was the percentage of the turnout? It is about 20 to 30% of the registered voters. You cannot, in fact, let me tell you this. The moment we go for a general election, everybody is at home. Nobody is working. And therefore, when the outcome, or let me say when the people are many and the turnout is over, it's much, it changes the dynamics. So you cannot judge popularity of a party by election. That one you cannot. It is proven.
Okay. Thank you, Olo. I hope you are satisfied. Okay, so Mr. David. David, how are you? Na nyinyi watu mko nyuma ya curtain mmezidi.
Penat.
Yes.
Penat, pole. Niko
Yes, Selina.
nauliza swali. Yes. Nasema naongea mambo ya Central and I'm so sorry. Wakati Uhuru alienda kurudia election, outcome vile ilitokea, kwa sababu mumesema mnataka kufananisha by election. I'm also saying like this. Ile watu watatokea kupiga kura kwa Central, ikifika election, mostly watakuwa watu ya Jubilee. Lakini watu wengine kwa sababu hawana mtoto yao ama hawana chochote, watu watapiga kura huko chini, lakini mtashangaa na turnout inatoka Central. Kwa sababu kumbuka wakati Raila alikuwa anasimama na Uhuru, walikumira. Na wakati sasa ilikuwa ni yeye peke yake, how was the outcome? Tufanyange, mi napendanga kutoa kitu na nifananishe. Hivyo ndiye tunajaribu kufanya facts. So for this time round, ebu imagine hata ile watu wako hospitali vile walikuwa natolewa, do you think watatoka huko wakuja wapike kura? No. So hii watu wengine wacha wapike kelele, hao wenye wanapika kelele siku hiyo watasema si yao na wataenda kwa mashamba yao. Lakini but I know Jubilee kwa sababu Uhuru wako serious na ndio wameingia ground. Hawa ndio tate watapika kura kwa sababu wanajua wanapika kura kwa sababu hiyo serikali wanataka. Nafikiria ni hivyo kwa maoni yangu, but nafikiria hivyo ndio itakuwa.
Okay. Sawa. David anaitwa Mulanya. David Mulanya, unmute and speak.
Let's change.
Habari zenu?
Nzuri, namna gani?
Hello.
Hello, vipi?
Nzuri. Poa sana.
Uko gizani kwa nini?
Niko gizani kidogo lakini nasikiliza tu, bado ni mgeni.
Haya, una mchango?
Nawashukuru. Nashukuru tu, ndasikiliza tu. Tuko pamoja.
Okay, sawa. Haya, asante. Shiko.
Yes, Bernard.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Haya, karibu tupatie habari game.
Mimi kwanza nitaanza na maneno yenye ilifanyika Sunday. Juu sahii nasikia kama naweza tandika mtu. Kenyakwisha walikuja kutusi our president and mocking our president here and I'm in Kiambu. So sahii nasikia naweza tandika mtu kofi vibaya sana. And at least nimeona watu wa Mount Kenya wamejitokeza. Wengine hapa mahali naishi karibu pia nimeona watu walikuwa wamejitokeza kusema watu wamekasirika penye wa Kenya kwisha walikuja kutusi wa president na kuongea venye wanataka. So Mount Kenya imekuwa sasa mtu akitaka and I'm asking myself and I'm saying things addressing those people from Mount Kenya. You may not like hamtaki Uhuru, ni ukweli hamtaki Uhuru, but he needs to be respected. Why is Ruto haendi Kisumu kwenda kutusiana huko? Ruto wakati alienda Ukambani akaenda kusema sijui ati Kalonzo amemsupport mpaka nywele imeisha. Uliona hata hao magavanas wa huko na watu huko wakisema asikuje kuongelelea huyo Kalonzo vibaya. Akienda huko mahali kwingine hawezi enda kutusiana. Akienda Western hata wakati Musari hakuwa kwa pande yake, si alikuwa tu anaongea anasema Musari akitaka ajiunge na yeye. Kwani sisi na ndio sasa tunasemanga sisi ndio wengi? Kwa nini tunakubali yeye akuje Mount Kenya aongee venye anataka? Hajakatazwa kukuja kupiga kura kuuza sera zake hajakatazwa kukuja kuuza wheelbarrow huku Mount Kenya. Lakini pia akikuja aheshimu our kingpin. Uhuru is our kingpin, is our leader. We voted for him. Yeye ako na kura moja. Sisi ndio tulimchagua. We voted for Uhuru Kenyatta mara 3. Kwanza nikakumbuka hata hiyo mara ya 3 yenye tulijitokeza nilinyeshewa nikienda kupotea Uhuru. And he should know. We voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. I did not vote for Ruto. Mimi nilivotia Uhuru Kenyatta. He was just a running mate. Kama angesimama peke yake ujue Wakikuyu wameenda saidi ya Ruto, ajue wameenda saidi yake juu Uhuru alimuunga alikuwa deputy wake. Kama angesimama president akiwa pande yake, bado tungekumbuka zile vitu zilifanyika 2007 2008. Uhuru is the one who made us forgive him, and we forgave him, but we didn't forget. So sisi tusibebwe ati yeye anakuja kufikiria ati yeye ndiye alifanya tuchague Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru ndiye alifanya tumchague, kwa hivyo anafaa muheshimu sana. And I'm saying this here, Bernard. Watu kwa ground saa hizi tumeshaanza kuongea na mtatuona siku ingine wakikuja huku hiyo Kenya kwisha. Ni hivyo. I thought and I also say that tulikuwa nafikiria huyu anaitwa senator wa Matangi. Tulikuwa we had I think we had high expectations. Nafikiria yeye ndiye atakuwa our next governor. Lakini yangu inaenda na Nyoro. Mimi siwezi, kama uwezi heshimu mwenye hata ni mwenye amekufanya upate Bernard, au watu wakifanya campaign huku Mount Kenya, they had like magari zao za campaign zilikuwa zimejaa picha za Uhuru. Walichaguliwa juu ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hatukuwa hata tunawajua. Huyo wa Matangi alikuwa anauza matangi hizo madrums na huko kwao huko Githunguri. Hatukuwa tunawajua. Sasa wamekuja wamemea pembe. Wamekuja Mount Kenya wamemea pembe. So yangu inaenda na Nyoro. Na ni venye nimesema nani Ruto ajue tulimchagua sababu ya Uhuru. Yeye si hatukumchagua. Yeye si yeye alifanya tuchague Uhuru. He should respect us. He should go to Sugoi aende atusiane huko. Si kukuja huku Kiambu anakuja kutuharibia hewa. He should go and pollute the air huko Sugoi. Sisi hatutakubali hiyo. Na mtaniona unajua Bernard utaniona hapo kwa sijui kama ni student wenye nasomesha nitatoa kwa gate sasa ndio tuende tukiwaambia tukipigia Ruto. Acha nisiongee vibaya. By the way nimekasirika sana venye walikuja kuongea huko Mount Kenya. Yes?
Shiro, nyinyi mlifungua mlango wazi Ukifungua mlango yako wasi bila kupunga, si watu wataingia? Sasa nyinyi Central mlitoa Kate, mkawacha nyumba imekuwa wasi. Sasa kila kitu inaingia na inatawala Shiro.
Sasa anatawala nani na yeye anajipiga kifua. Wacha nikwambie Mama Serina ukweli. Watu wengi by the way wanasema mahali Martha Karua ako ndo watapiga kura. Wengine wanasema watapiga kura. Ruto anafikiria kukuja kushinda huku ukiambia wamama mambo ya UDA ati atapigiwa kura. Hiyo ni uongo. Kitu ingine ajue au wenye wanamsupport kuna wako kunaitanga Nyakanga hizo iramu support huyo nani Rigathi, huyo Rigathi Gachagua. Hao watu watambui, hao si kingpin wa Mount Kenya, hawajulikani. Na ajue hata hao watu wengine wako huku hizi kabila zingine. Wasifikiria ati kina Moses Kuria ati wanakuanga na say huku Mount Kenya. Moses Kuria is famous on Facebook and you should know that. He's not famous kwa ground. Nyinyi ndio mnamjua because he has followers na matusi. Ni famous huko Facebook. Kwa hivyo hata asimame gavana wa Kiambu kwa Facebook achaguliwe huko. Hatumtambui. Yeye ndiye alijiita jaba ya Rorere. Tena hii kitu ya kushinda ati mkiambiwa watu wenye walifungulia nani ni hizo pesa yenye analetanga kwa church. Ruto hakuna kitu ametufanyia sisi. And we don't like we are not going to allow him akujange Mount Kenya kukuja kutusi Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is our kingpin. So aende Sugoi, aende atusiane huko ama aende Kisumu. Kwa nini aendangi Kisumu anaenda kutusiana? Mimi nauliza watu wa Mount Kenya. Kwa nini aendangi Kisumu aende atusi Raila huko apigwe na mawe? Kwanza apigwe mawe.
Chiko, mimi ni Megi, lakini wacha nikwambie tu ukweli. Hawezi kanyaga Kisumu.
Si ndio?
Order, Megi, order.
Itana majina mingi kwa baba, tunamsubiri. Ya, na unajua sisi
Ngoja Megi, relax. Megi hapana tafadhali. Thank you.
Sasa ndio hata nauliza. Ndio pia ninauliza kwani who owns God? Wao wenye wanashindanga wakisema wameatia Uhuru Kenyatta Mungu, kwani wao ndio wanaongeanga na Mungu one on one? Ama sisi hatujui Mungu, wao ndio wanajua Mungu? Ama hizo anashindanga akisema wao wanatusiwa? Yes, anatusingi watu akiwaita waganga. Na hizo matusi zingine zote yeye atusianangi, yeye ndiye anatusiwa, wanakuja kutoa makasiriko. Sasa ni mahali imefika nani Bernard ni wanasemanga ni mundu wa mundu. Sasa ni mundu kwa mundu na Kikuyu. Sasa kama ni vita, sasa ikuwe ni vita. Hatutakubali kubebwa ujinga tena. Sisi ndio wengi, lakini hatuwezi kubalingi mtu anakuja kwako na kwenu na anakuja kuongea venye anataka, anakuja kutusi baba yenu. Hata mimi hakuna kitu ati Uhuru ananisaidianga nayo, but we should respect him. That's it. Hatufai kukuja tunaletewa takataka zingine huko. Hata yeye ni takataka venye walisema Uhuru ni takataka. Mwenye wanataka kumeza wembe sahi ameze. So mimi nimekasirika personally na vote yangu ni moja, lakini yangu ni ngoja nimalize Bernard. Vote yangu ni moja. Wacha niongee juu jana nilishindwa kuongea itoke. Silete maneno ingine. So vote yangu ilikuwa iende kwa senator wa Matangi, lakini kama wa Matangi amesema atabebereza wheelbarrow kwa mteremko, wacha yangu nipee Nyoro. Wacha Nyoro arudi. Mimi siwezi votia wheelbarrow hata na madawa. It's a shame to see people like Kafogo who he knows very well. Hizo kwa nomination wenye walifanya asipate tiketi ya nomination ndiye anakura na wao. Mwingine ni Wakahare Waitito mwenye unasikia akiongea hapo ati akuje tena akue gavana wa Kiambu. Ati tena wanataka arudi akue gavana wa Kiambu. Mimi hata watu kama Kafogo singefikiria hata mwenyewe asimame na pati yake. I think hata tungempea tena ama wa Matangi, lakini unaona pia those are people like with that, and Uhuru needs to be very careful in those. I think he's very poor na watu wenye anapea hizo viti, those people who are like wenye wako karibu na wao, wenye unasikia sasa alitoa mood comment akapatia sijui Kang'ata tena amepea wa Matangi. he should be careful na watu wenye anachagua. He doesn't have royal friends hata kama ni siasa. Sasa umeona Wamatangi mtu wenye tulikuwa tunasema hapa na venye nilikuwa nampigia ndebe ati anaingia governor. Sasa hii ana support wheelbarrow. Mimi nipewe wheelbarrow nifanyie nini? To be honest. Sasa ndiye ana support. So we need to sasa Mount Kenya sisi tunafaa sasa tuseme, unajua kuna mama aliniambia leo nikitoka kazi, kama our leaders, it's not their personal interest. Kama si ni ya personal interest. Saa hii we are in the mud, sisi watu wa Mount Kenya. One thing, because we don't have our own mwenye anasimama kukua president, na ni ukweli, but we are in the mud. Kama wangekuwa wanajali watu wa Mount Kenya, sio tumbo zao, wangeungana. Tuseme juu hii uchaguzi si kama ya 2013 na si kama ya 2017. Tuungane, tusupport huyu mmoja. Wewe Kiprotich unaniambia niko peke yangu, wewe enda uongee maneno ya Sugoi. Mimi niko Mount Kenya. Hata kushinda ukiniandikia hapo kwa comments. So waseme sisi tuko kwa matope Bernard. Ukweli. Waungane waseme juu ya watu wa Mount Kenya, wacha tuungane. Wacha tupee baba hata kama ni hii 5. Ama tupee baba hii 5. Tuondoe hii kitu yenye iko saa hizi kwa Mount Kenya juu sisi tuko kwa mad. Na nataka kwanza hao wana support UDA wakuwe kwa opposition kwa baba, in the baba's government, na baba asiwapatie docket, wakuwe jobless for 5 years. Na tena Wakikuyu wakuwe kwa opposition ndio wakumbuke wamesahau ile nini ya 24 years. Sasa wakuwe kwa opposition ndio wajue. And let me be very honest with you Bernard, those like from over 45 na kuenda juu, wengi hawako kwa UDA. Juu wao wanajua mahali walitoka wakati wa Moi. Sasa saa hizi wakati juu hii generation haijakuwa kwa opposition, wamepata sijui Kibaki, wamepata nani. Sasa ndio unasikia wakiwa kwa UDA. Na ulisikia wakati Uhuru alikuwa Sagana alisema wakati walikuwa vijana walikuwa naitwa Charles Rubia ndio walikuwa kwa siasa sana. So hii generation iko hawajui maana ya kukua kwa opposition, na hawajui venye hao watu wengine waliteseka hiyo regime ya Moi. So nataka kwanza wakuwe kwa wasupport tu wheelbarrow. Juu itakuwa juu kama August inaanguka kwa mteremko sasa itaanguka kutoka kwa mountain iende chini ianguke, ndio wakuwe kwa opposition for 5 years ndio wapate akili. Na hao hata nataka baba asiwahurumia, asiwapatie docket juu sasa wamemea pembe. Wakuwe kwa opposition na wasipewe docket. It's a shame that in Mount Kenya we don't have leaders wenye wanajisimamia. I respect even women like nani anaitwa Ngereshe. At least hata anasimama na independent. Hata Wamatangi, to be very honest with you, angekuja auze sera zake na asimame na independent, angechaguliwa Kiambu. Lakini huwezi niambia mtu kama Moses Kuria anaweza kuwa gavana wangu. Those people, they are just there because of their stomachs. They don't like, they don't have any interest about Mount Kenya people. Na Uhuru, hata Uhuru yeye hasemi hivyo, hatuambii tuende Azimio juu yeye ati anataka kukua kwa serikali. Nani aliwasomea BBI ati kuambia ati Uhuru anataka? Ni wapi Uhuru amesema ati anataka kurudi? Alisema ati Uhuru anataka ati akue kwa serikali. Mnasomewa mpaka BBI, kila kitu mnasomewa. Nyinyi mnaenda biashara zenu mkisema ati Uhuru aliangusha biashara zenu. Kwani Wakikuyu tu ndio wanafanyanga biashara hii Kenya? Hakuna kabila zingine zinafanya biashara? We've been having COVID for over almost 2.5 years. So what did you expect? Uhuru ndiye alileta COVID? Ndio alileta COVID Kenya, ndio sasa zilikuwa biashara za Wakikuyu zote zilisha. And I have said this na nitarudia hapa tena. Watu kama Kimani Ichung'wah na kina Ndede Nyoro, watu walikuwa na maduka huko Kamukuji. Na wakati Uhuru alisema hizo counterfeit goods zichomwe, si ati anasema hivyo juu Uhuru alikuwa anaenda kununua chaja Kamukuji. Wewe mwenyewe unajiita hasora, wewe mwenyewe unajiita wheelbarrow, ndio unaenda kununua chaja, unauzua chaja 200. Ukikaa wiki moja imechomeka. So those are the things we don't want, because hata kama nina afford 200 niende ninunue charger, in less than a month hiyo charger imefanya nini? Imechomeka. So wao wanaangalia, nyinyi mnafikiria ati wanawalilia wakisema maduka sijui Kamukunji nini zilifungwa, sijui counterfeit, sijui amefunga maduka zetu, sijui nini. It's not true. It's because pia walikuwa na maduka na wao ndio walikuwa naleta hizo counterfeit good. And I'm not a witch, but I'm very happy Moses Kuria alichomeka na hiyo kitu yenye ilimchoma miguu. I'm very happy. Hata Eli angechomeka kabisa akae Dubai. I'm not a witch, and I si ati naombeanga watu mabaya, but I'm happy because hizo ndio watu wamekuwa wakipiga siasa na Uhuru. Wacha achomeke hata hiyo miguu yake. We cannot be having leaders who are betrayers, and Mount Kenya people should know. Watu wanaangalia pesa zao, tubo zao. Si ati wako na haja na nyinyi. They are not interested in you. They are just there because they are being given money. Wewe unapatiwa nini ushinde ukisema hapa UDA? In the next 5 years you're going to cry. And let me tell you, Mount Kenya people, mtalia, mtakuwa, mimi at least ni kwa Azimio, lakini mimi si ng'ombe. Juu Ruto akiongea na nyinyi sasa anaona nyinyi wote ni ng'ombe. Sisi ndio wengi, na sisi we have the capacity kusema Mount Kenya yote tuseme huyu ndiye atakuwa president. Wacha na tujitokeze tuseme huyu ndiye tuna support, lakini tumekuwa sisi ndio tunakuja kuambiwa, na mtu anakuja kujipiga kifua huko Mount Kenya akisema yeye ndiye wa Mount Kenya kingpin. Since when? Who ordained him? Ama ni yuso tu nini? Na mnajua hata wenye mnasikia pia Rigathi huyo Githuri Nyakanga keu mwenye akienda kusema ati hapa kanisa zinapigwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, ni juu bibi yake ni pasta, na nyinyi hamjui hivyo. Juu anajua labda bibi yake alikuwa anaitanga nani, Ruto anaenda kutoa pesa ya sadaka kwa kanisa zake. So muangalia hao watu ni tumbo zao wanaangalia na mabiashara zao. Tuache kudanganywa. We should not tolerate that. Na sisi tunataka sasa, mtakuwa mnaniona najitokeza. Mimi kama Mutembei mungenipea leo niende live, ningekuwa sasa nikitrade zile matusi ziko kwa kichwa yangu, ningetusi watu vibaya sana. Bernard, sina kitu kingine ya kusema, but ninarudi tu hapa, si radi leo kama kuna mtihani, but I want to tell my brothers from Mount Kenya, we should be careful. Tusidanganywe. Sisi ndo tulichagua Uhuru na tulimchagua mara 3. Ruto si mwenye alikuwa president. Uhuru ndiye alikuwa president wetu. And we should also ask ourselves, Ruto, kwani hao mapresident wote wamekuwa Kenya, yeye ndiye anakuanga, kwani yeye ndiye nani anatengana na kila mtu? Okay, unafaa, okay, tunasemanga uwezi pendwa na kila mtu, na uwezi kuwa pia, na uwezi pia kuwa unachukiwa na kila mtu, but kwa nini Ruto yeye ndiye anakosana na kila mtu? There's something Uhuru Kenyatta knows, and we might not, maybe he will never tell us, but there is something. There is Nyakanga nĩ Rigathi Gachagua, nĩ Githuri Nyakanga, Githuri Mang'ethia. Tunafaa tujiulize ni nini hiyo wanakosania, ni nini hiyo walikosania na Uhuru. We should be very careful. Uhuru cannot sell us to the dogs, but Ruto will sell us to the dogs. And let me tell you, you Mount Kenya people, those leaders wenye mnaona hapa mkisema ati sijui UDA, if God forbid huyo Ruto akaingia kwa hiyo kiti, he will go for those leaders. Mtawapata, mtawatafuta, mtawakosa, because hataki watu kwa government yake wanaweza mchallenge. Anataka kama yule mlimchagulia kwa Wanjiku huyo wa Kiambaa, Ukagege ga Kiambaa, anataka watu kama hao, people who cannot think for themselves. Wenye watu wanaambiwa kitu, endeni shika hii pesa, enda ukaoshe sahani Sugoi. Watu kama hao wenye he can control. Yeye hataki watu wanaweza mchallenge. Let me tell you, for those even who voted for naitwa nani, for Kawanjiko in Kiambaa, they thought they are doing that to punish Uhuru Kenyatta, but they ended up punishing themselves. And if you think you are going to vote for Ruto to punish Uhuru Kenyatta, you are going to punish yourself. You are punishing yourself. You are going to punish your generation. Right now, generation yenye itakuwa, wewe ndio unapunish generation yako, na utajipunish wewe mwenyewe ukifikiria ati unavotia Ruto akikupunish Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta anaenda retire, yeye atakuwa anapewa his retirement benefits. Wewe utakuwa wapi? Utakuwa wapi na generation yako in the next 10 years to come? watu mnasema mkisema ati Uhuru sijui COVID billionaire sijui nini, aliiba ngapi? Kama huyo Kimwarel na huyo Ruto mnashinda mkisema hapa ati economy sijui nini. Si yeye aliiba hiyo pesa yote? Na hiyo machungu yote inatokea juu wakati baba aliungana na Uhuru Kenyatta. Kule kwenye Ruto alikuwa anaweza kwenda kuiba. Saa hii si kulifungwa na haezi, there is no way, and that's why he hates Matiang'i. Hakuna mahali angeweza kuendelea kuiba pesa kuendelea kuiba pesa sana. Sasa ndio unaona anashinda akitusi baba, anashinda akitusi watu because hizo mwanya zenye alikuwa anaenda kujaribu kuibia pesa zilisha haezi iba pesa tena. Na nyinyi mnakuja kushinda mkidanganywa pesa na pesa 8 hapa, mvotie mtu tu. Yani it's like now you people, you've lowered yourself, like you want to be controlled from someone from another county, from another community, akuje aseme yeye ndiye kingpin wa Mount Kenya na nyinyi mfuate tu kama ng'ombe. You are going to cry for, let me tell you, you're going to be in the opposition for the next 5 years. Kwanza nataka Bernard, as I finish, I'll be so happy nikitokea kazi. Ngoja nikitokea kazi napatana na Wakikuyu wakiandamana. Unajua wanasemanga wanalipwa waandamane, wakuwe kwa opposition. Mimi naenda napatana na Mama Boga, anaanza kuniambia mambo ya opposition, and namwambia mimi niko kwa serikali, wewe ndio uko opposition. I'm telling you, interesting times are coming and I will be so happy to see them wakiwa kwa opposition. For me niko Azimio, and I'm hoping those youths wenye wako Mount Kenya, and also for those who are listening to me maybe from Mount Kenya, you have maybe your children wenye wako youth. Wacha nikwambie watu wengi wanavotia UDA because they just want to, like, wanasikia Ruto ndiye ati he is still young sijui nini. Huyo atawaibia mpaka suruali za ndani. So if you are there and you have maybe your children, or you can reach out to some people, waambieni ukweli. Wengine wanavotia, unasikia mtu ukimuuliza wewe unavotia Ruto kwa nini, ati juu mimi ni hustler. What's the meaning of hustler? Hustler means poverty. Wewe fanya kazi yako. Vote for someone who you know, huyo mtu mwenye natagua atanini economy ya Kenya. Si unavotia mtu tu juu umeretewa na Kimani Ichung'wah, umeretewa na kina Ringathi. Think twice about yourself and your generation. Wajue saizi wenye wanasema handshake ilikuwa mbaya, ni waulize tu vizuri nyinyi wa Mount Kenya, juu mnajifanya hapa ndio nyinyi tu Wakikuyu mnajua kufanya biashara. Kama kungekuwa na handshake, hata huyo Ruto mwenye anakuja Mount Kenya ama wengine wanaenda kufanya siasa mahali kwingine, Ruto angeenda sababu alienda Kisumu, angeza kuenda kama si handshake. Handshake ilileta nini? So they are not seeing that. So and also as I end up Bernard, kuna hii wanaumwa juu Raila alisalimia ati walisalimiana na Uhuru Kenyatta, na hiyo kitu inawauma sana. Sasa mimi nauliza, so wangetaka tu Mount Kenya ndio ikue tu ati kuna kuwa so much developed na kukue watu wanaishi tu na ukabila, lakini pale Nyanza hakuna kitu yenye ina nini, hakuna pale Nyanza hakuna kitu yenye inaendelea, hakuna project yenye inazafanywa na serikali. So wangetaka serikali yote yenye itakuwa Kenya ama ya Uhuru ikue sasa bias, na hawezi fanya any project in Nyanza juu sasa kukue tu na ukabila, kukae venye huko. Nani uliona Uhuru akisema juzi, akisema alikuwa anaambiwa ati akae ngumu, yeye ndiye ako na serikali. Kwani hao wengine from Nyanza ama Western, hao wetu wengine they are not from Kenya, ama wao si wa Kenya? Uhuru ni wetu sote, but he's our kingpin and they should respect him. And I'm telling you now, in the coming days, mutatuona kwa barabara. Mimi natoka shule naanza kuenda kwa barabara. Nakwambia Bernard, leo na jana mngenipea hiyo kienu kama ningeweza na mkiwa na Mutembei, sasa hii ningekuwa nikitrend huko vibaya sana. Anyway, nimemaliza. Taongea baadaye.
Okay, thank you Shiro. Hiyo ni kali. Lakini mambo ni kama hayo. Thank you so much. Sasa tuende kwa Rose. Rose, namna gani?
Safi, habari zenyu?
Salama kabisa.
Aha, leo ni siku yangu ya kwanza kuingia, lakini huwa na watch. Mimi nitashangia Shiko venye amesema, mimi ni Mkikuyu. Na to be sincere, nyinyi mnadanganywa. Wakikuyu walichange. Saa ile Uhuru aliongea, tuligeuka na tukafuata baba. Sisi ni watu wa baba. Mimi sahi mahali niko, siko Kenya, yes, lakini napiga simu kila saa. Nauliza huko kuko namna gani siasa. Wananiambia Uhuru aliongea. Tuligeuka. Na vile Shiko amesema, Wakikuyu tuache kudanganywa. Huyu mtu hatutakii mazuri. Panya iliingia kwa boma yetu Central. Na hii panya mnajua ni nini? Sasa wale wamekuja wametuharibia kila kitu, lakini sisi tutajiunga sasa wakati wa mwisho kama ule mtu alisema hapo. Sisi tunageuka within 1 day or 2 days. Tutakuwa sisi sote ni Azimio. Kwa hivyo Ruto asidhania ati amefika ati Central tudanganye sisi. Never ever ever. Sisi ni watu wa baba. Tunafuata Uhuru. Uhuru ndio kingpin wetu na hatuwezi tukamwacha. Mimi hata mahali niko hapa tuna preach tu ni Azimio na ni Azimio na ni baba na ni baba. Kwa hivyo mtu hata akipata chance akienda nyumbani anavutia baba. Hakuna kitu kingine, baba peke yake. Hakuna kitu kama Sigoi nini. Sigoi arudi kwao nyumbani na nimemaliza. Na muendelee vizuri.
Asante Rose. Asante Rose.
Aende Rose, sasa aende akauze kuku kwao. Hizo
Aende akauze kuku, anatudanganya huyo mkora mwizi. Aende kwao.
Imagine anakuja kwetu kusema yeye ndiye kitu. Nani alimuotea?
Wametukana Uhuru. Vile ametukana Uhuru, tutajitolea na mali na haki. Lazima huyo mtu atarudi kwao.
Hatui Wakikuyu ni watu wanabadilikanga Imagine, hata nimeona by the way kuna wengine walikuwa mpaka Kiambu town hata wamama wazee. Wamesema wao ndio wamezaa Uhuru Kenyatta na respect. Kama hawezi respect president wetu, unafikiria Tareke Gwere? Nakwambia Rose, wacha nikwambie, huyo mtu tubekeirwo keiho.
Tubekeirwo keiho tukireherwo Central. Ino ni nyoka ya mundu. Na tureheirwo ni matumbo kubwa maya agacagua na giki kiretwo ria. Ndindi nyoro na.
Githuri mang'ethia. Nyakanga ng'eo na gĩtingĩcagũrwo nginya nĩ mũka. Hata ulisikia wakati John Mchuki alikwambia before akufe. John Mchuki, Bernard Goda Bernard, sisi tunaongelesha watu ya Mount Kenya.
Bernard kidogo tu Bernard.
Kidogo Bernard.
Tunapelekwa wapi? Tunaingizwa wapi? Tunapelekwa wapi jameni? In whose hands are we safe? In whose hands are we safe? Kwa baba. Tunapelekwa wapi na tunagashagwa?
Tamaka. Taru ore wetagwa John
If I had a gun, I could shoot them. I'm telling you. Mtu anakuja kutukana president kwa kwetu.
Imagine nani kwa jade Kiambu. Taru John Meshokere.
Mimi niko Ulaya, ningekuwa Kenya, walai.
John Mishuki alisema mtu mwenye anataka kukuja Mount Kenya anapitia kwa Uhuru. Na akikuja kwa Uhuru, akikuja Mount Kenya anapitia through Uhuru.
Yes. Na tujui mwingine.
Anapitia through. Uwezi kuja kwa boma ya mtu na wewe unajipakuria chakula unakula na wewe ni mgeni, unafaa ukuje na heshima. Hata na
watoto kina Dedenya wametoka wapi hawa?
Umewaisikia Raila anakuja Mount Kenya, anakuja kama hakuna anini leaders wa huku. Sasa Githuri Kimang'ethie kiu gigwitwo Rigathi kiu nani gya gwito igi citingiconoka giguka kurehe magego macio makio magacu gwitwo ha tikiroka kwariria kianga president
yakari kotoro na gigicongi ucio ti wakwa nyine munandi ni mucongi taki.
Nani ugikuyu twetikirite kuhenio ni tumundu wanatudanganya.
Tunashukuru sana for the good time umetupatia.
I wish
lakini msidanganywe guys.
Bernard imetosha hiyo sasa.
I think what we should do.
Tunashukuru sana.
Bernard.
Wamama ndio wanajua uchungu ya mwana. Wamama ndio
Rose, sasa nataka hii ya Mount Kenya, hii ya Kiambu, wacha tupatie Nyoro. Huyo ndiye sasa ameonyeshana ni mwanaume na watu kama Kanini Kega. At least hata mtu Kanini Kega saizi aseme yeye ndiye jaba ya rorere. Si kina kama watu wa Moses Kuria. Hao wanatuuza. They are selling us to the dog. We can't allow this. And let me tell you, these are the
tutengeneze WhatsApp group ya kuchafua huko. Tutengeneze watu waanze kudanganywa. Tutengeneze WhatsApp group.
Mimi nakwambia
tutengeneze hata kama tutadonate pesa zetu to make sure watu wamechanuka watoke kwa hiyo ujinga.
Yeah, we should have that campaign for the youth in Mount Kenya. We should not allow to be like sisi, we should not allow Ruto anakuja Mount Kenya anatusu Kenyatta. Hiyo yenyewe hatutakubali. And those who are listening to this, they should know we respect, we need to be respected.
Lazima mafunzo ya
damu. Mimi napenda Uhuru kama mimi napenda Uhuru na damu yangu yote, na akiniambia ni baba ni baba. Na
of course, he's our king, and we know he cannot sell us to the dogs. He is taking us. Na alisema vizuri. Uhuru mwenyewe alisema na akaongea akasema, mimi siwezi amka siku moja niseme ati nina support, I'm not supporting my deputy. Mimi si mwenda wazimu. Siwezi amka tu asubuhi niseme ati
anajua kile anamfanya. Mtu ametiba pesa yote hapo. Watu anaiba pesa anapelekea watu, anapatia watu 500 na maelfu ameweka kwa boma yake. Hata mimi nataka Raila akiingia ashike mali ya huyo mtu yote paka aseme hiyo pesa alitoa wapi.
Siko na rules. Alize na nyotole gozora akalete, but let us give other people an opportunity to hamwe.
Uko pande gani wewe?
Wewe wabotiga kama wewe tabotiga taronie ndeto ile yale uko Mount Kenya ila ndo no kodha moto henati wega. Lazima tuongee juu hata wao wanaongeanga. Kwa nini wao wanakuja kuongea? We should also talk.
Sababu hakuna wakikuu wanalichi kwa hii ni
and they think we are always busy. Maybe they are abusing our president when we are keeping quiet. We should not keep quiet. We should show them we are behind our president. We should not keep quiet. We are not cowards.
Siko, order. It's not a matter of being cowards. Hold on now. We need to have a constructive conversation, so that the people following can understand what is happening. Tukibadilisha ikuwe soko, sasa itakuwa ngumu kwa sababu wale watch wanashindwa ni nini kinaendelea. So mtu mmoja at a time, alafu mna reply. Lakini kama wote tunaongea tunatengeneza kelele.
Sasa tunasema hivi Bernard, sasa sawa, tunasema hivi. Unajua hii show mimi naangaliaga inakuwaga wa Mkikuyu moja tu hivi, hakunaga Wakikuyu wengi, lakini Wakikuyu wakipata chance ama tutengeneze group WhatsApp zetu za kuchanua wale watu hawaoni mbele, wanakuja wanapatiwa 100 ama 1000 ya kusema alafu wanabebo kama watoto wanapelekwa na akina Degathe huko ati juu umepewa 1000 ushinde ukitukana president. Wale watu wakichanuliwe waambiwe ile ni pesa zao, waambiwe hiyo ni haki yao, wamenyimwa hizo pesa, wanapatiwa ni haki yao, si ati ni kulipwa wanalipo, ni haki yao, ni pesa zao zimeibiwa. Wanafu waelemishwe, waambiwe huo ni rais wao na wastahili kumtukana, sababu wale watu wanatumia ni vijana wadogo, na maybe hata hawa vijana hawana vote. I'm telling you, maybe hata hawa vijana hawana vote, lakini ule mtu ako na vote, na mtu mzazi kama mimi na niko na watoto wangu, unawaelekeza watu watengeneze group, waongee, waambie watu huyu si mtu wa kuchagua, huyu si mtu wa kuchagua, huyu si mtu anastahili kuwa karibu na serikali. Ukiona Uhuru alimkataa, kwa nini Uhuru anasikia huyo mtu ananuka? Hawezi kumkataa na vile alikuwa anampenda. Kuna ile kitu alifanya mbaya, na sisi mkubwa hawezi kumkataa alafu sisi tumpende, never. Na cha muhimu, afadhali hata angemkataa na asimtukane, lakini anamtukana kwa nini? Anamtukana kwa nini? Ni kama mtoto yake na yeye ndio mkubwa wake. Akienda kwa kanisa anamuita my brother, akitoka nje anaanza kumtukana. Yeye anafikiri nini? Anafikiri sisi ni wajinga sana, anakuja kututukania president kwa nchi yetu. Hao watu wanataka kutuletea third world gao Kenya, na tutalete, wasione sisi ni wajinga hivyo. Ati sababu wale watu wako huko kwao wamenunua mashamba, watarudi kwetu. Warudi kwetu tuwapatie mtu shamba kidogo, lakini watu tutukana hivyo. Tumechoka. Punde imechoka. Niseme vile baba amesoma, anasemaga punde imechoka. Shikuendelea.
I also Rose, kuna mtu niliuliza nikasema Mwangi from Rift Valley akiulizwa avotie Ruto anasema hawezi votia Ruto, but Mwangi from Mount Kenya anasema atavote Ruto. If you go to Rift Valley au watu wengine hawata vote, they won't vote for this guy because they know them, they know him.
Hawata vote, wanaoga.
Hawezi enda kwao Uasin huko. He cannot go to Uasin Gishu atusiane huko. Why? Yeye ana respect kwao na ana respect hao magavanas wenye wako kwao, but yeye akikuja kwetu nedoreka anaongea venye tu anataka, because huku yeye ashakuwa kingpin munene Gitoga. kingpin anataka sasa sisi atukalie, sisi ndio wengi, we should try and talk to
lazima
the other youth.
tuorganize. Yeah.
We
Wewe
should
ukipata wawili
like
watatu wenye
what is
wanaelewa,
Mount
try to
Kenya.
talk to
I'm
them.
telling you, Mount Kenya people wamesahau wakati wenye walikuanga kwa opposition. So what is kwanza hao Wakikuyu wao ndio wa kwanza watakuwa wanaangamizwa na hiyo tu serikali yake, and God forbid Ruto will never be the
Kwani kwa serikali
president.
shiko? Kwani
But we
unaota
should
wewe?
be
Hana
very
serikali.
careful.
Serikali ni ya baba.
Unaona hao watu wenye Rose, unaona hao watu wenye utu tu MP wenye tuna support nani? Tuna support UDA. Hawafai kukua wakirudi kwa government, and that's why I'm saying even when Baba becomes the president of Kenya, he should not give any of them any docket. Wanafaa wakae bila kazi, wasipewe docket yoyote.
Sisi tujaribu, tukishindwa tuitishe mofaya kutoka kina Mary Odhiambo huko na nini, tutaitisha nguvu. Tukishindwa na kutoa.
By the way, unaona mwenye alikuwa anaitwa Charles Jojo. Charles Jojo ni wa kutoka Kafete. Unasikianga wamama wa Kafete wakiambiwa ni wakari, kumbe huko hakunanga wanaume. Charles Jojo alituuzanga kwa he sold the Kikuyus to the dog. You know who was the dog at his time? Wakati alikuanga mwanasheria. Si unajua huyo Charles Jojo. Saa hii huyo Kimani Ichung'wah, he's from Kafete. Si unaona yeye ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza kutupelekea Ruto. So mnaona wanaume wa Kafete wako na shida. Ukisikia wakitandikwa makofi na mabibi zao, hiyo ndio sasa they are those kind of men. Yeah, we should not even like.
Lakini na tena niseme, kwa nini watu wanapendelea ati Martha Karua?
Aende.
Anapendelewa nini wanae? Akwende hapa
I've said something. If she doesn't want to join Azimio, aende.
Anataka kujoin. Kwani yako
aende hata kama ataenda UDA, she's not bring like hatuwezi kuanga into tushinde tumewekwa baridi na mtu ati Juni Martha Karua ati sasa tuseme ati Martha Karua join Azimio. Kama anataka kwenda kwa UDA si aende. Kama anataka kwenda kusimama governor si aende kabisa. Yeah, we are not begging her. We are not beggars. She has one vote. Yeah, na Martha Karua ameishi criticize Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, wakati Uhuru alikuwa anasimama alikataa kumsupport, akaenda kusimama kiti ya president. Sasa anataka abeberezo afanye nini? Tumpe maziwa ama tumununulie bottle nini za watoto wanyonye? If she can't join Azimio, let her stay. Aende join kwenye anataka kujoin. You know, you cannot be like we cannot beg someone ati kuje ujoin Azimio. Kama anataka kuenda kujoin Azimio akuje without conditions. Asituweke into panic mode. Kama anataka kwenda kwa UDA aende. Hapana bebereza punda kwa mteremko. So for us
watu wa Kiambu pia, watu wa Kiambu mjipange.
Hapo tutaenda sasa modo kwa modo unao wasema ya modoka. Ukinyahe. Tutaanza kurusha mawe sasa. Sisi kwanza ndio wale wabaya tunanyamazia. Na ukisikia Mkikuyu anaacha kazi yake ama afunge biashara ati aanze kubishana aende kwa barabara kufanya politics, hiyo itakuwa mbaya sana. Ruto kama anataka kuonyesha mambo ya hiyo wheelbarrow, hizo wheelbarrow tu ndio tutamchapa nazo. We are not going to need to entertain such nonsense again. And anyone who is supporting right now, and I'm telling ladies, let me be honest, if you are listening to me and you are ready and you are having a man who is supporting UDA, please dump him today. Ili ukae bila mtu mwenye anafikiria kama wheelbarrow. He should not be your man. That is not a man enough. That is a coward. If you are dating someone who is thinking inaitwa nini, mwenye saizi mwenye ana date, kama uko hapo una date mtu wako UDA, mwanaume kwanza, mdamp, he's a butrika. Ladies, better you be single rather than dating someone who is mwenye ako kwa nini ya UDA saizi. Look for someone else. Ama come for my brother single, but don't support anyone.
Thank you. The point is made.
Tumekasirika.
Thank you.
Asante sana. So tutafanya special show ya Mount Kenya.
Mfanye.
Sasa hivi naomba ngoja kwanza.
Tena tunataka show ya wamama. Unajua wamama wanakuanga wachache, alafu wakiongea wanaume 10 wanaongea wanarudia
exactly Selina.
Sasa tunataka
tutakuwa na show ya wamama. Yes. Peke yenu, asante. tumechukua mapendekezo yenu, boss yako hapa amesikia, so mambo itanyoka.
Na akuje na Mutembei akuje siku hiyo.
Yes. Sawa sawa. Thank you very much everyone, and I want us to progress.
Kuna kitu
We
moja
still have got time,
Bernard,
so we are going,
kuna
we are
kitu
going to
moja
share more.
Bernard, nataka
Yes.
kutuma Shiko na madada sangu. Muende mumwambie wa mama ya Central Kaboko kukuja kuongea maneno ya kutusi Mama Ngina na kusema hata yeye ako na mama, na siku ile kampeni yake aliambia wamama matiti imelala atawanunulia bra. Shiko, mulisahau hiyo maneno, muende mkumbushie wamama ya Central.
We, alisema
Bernard.
na Kikuyu Rose Kapogo alisema na Kikuyu alikuwa mari kunaitwa Nikiandutu.
Wetaithie,
Aliambia
wetaithie.
wamama ati mpange laini, mmepanga laini kama matiti za umbwa.
Naelewa, na hiyo ndio
Akiwaambia,
ikamupoteza
alafu tena
kabisa,
mwenyewe
amesahau.
akasema akiwa kwa chopa venye imekuja nguo za wamama ziliinuka, akawaambia ati amewapea kila mtu sijui 200 ndio waende wanunue suruali. Na hao ndio watu mnataka kuvote wakuwe ati maridasi wetu.
Never.
Kwanza hiyo
No.
sasa propaganda irudi saa hizi. Alisema alianguka na propaganda, hiyo ndio tunarudisha. Sasa
Na hiyo ndio
tunaanza kuchimbua
ilimwangusha hiyo
hata
na hiyo pesa zake.
tunawaanika na maex wao sasa. Sasa kama ni kuanikana tuende hivyo. Uhuru akikuja hata sisi sasa atupe ruhusa sasa tunaenda tukiwatusi. But let me tell you guys, as I finish nani Bernard, we are not happy. Bernard, I'm not talking about myself, but I'll be very honest with you, Bernard. Watu wamekasirika juu hiyo kitu ilifanyika. Na si ati wamelipwa, by the way. Watu wamekasirika venye nani hao watu walikuja kutusi Uhuru Kenyatta. They should respect our president and he is our kingpin. We should not allow to be cheated that unakuja unaambiwa shika hii ndio ukuje utusi nani leader wenu. And I've said it here and I will say again, if you are dating a man who is a UDA member mwenye anasema wheelbarrow, you should dump that man tonight. He's not a man enough. He's a butrika.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are on a reasoning leave. Ukiingia UDA, you know you are on a reasoning leave. Wewe ufikiri wewe. Ukishaambiwa ni wheelbarrow twende hivi, and you should not be a butrika, be a man. Talk like wewe, ongeresha watu wako. Wewe kuwa na msimamo. Na nishajua watu wenye wako Azimio ni watu wako their principles, ni watu wenye wakiongea kitu at least unasikia wanashinda wakisema Uhuru alisema yake 10 yake, si hata Ruto akona yake 10, si he has been amekuwa kwa serikali. Na kama Uhuru alishindwa kufanya kazi na Uhuru Kenyatta angeresign yake siku 10 inaisha, hakuresign, is still in the government, but akienda mahali anaenda kuanika Uhuru Kenyatta akisema wenye serikali imefanya. Juzi alikuwa UK anaanza kusema ati now Kenya we have a mongrel of a government. What kind of a deputy president is that? So we should not like yeah, angeresign, tulimpea yake
mkutano yake Europe.
Uhuru Kenyatta 10
aka kamutu aka ni kale kalichoma kwa kanisa haka ni ule tu ni ule amevaa ngozi ya kondoo zake.
Thank you.
Kethuri kia modo Kenyakanga muthimukire ni Nyakanga yagire
matusi, anadharau nyinyi sana, by the way.
Moses Kuria is only famous on Facebook, so he should look for votes huko Facebook.
Tena yeye bado
anawaambianga ni jaba ya Rorere huko Facebook ati ni famous. Yeye ako famous huko Facebook. Ako famous kwa ground.
Mimi kwanza simtambui mimi huyo.
Asante. Naomba hivi. Let those ladies talk. Boss. Naomba sasa ushikilie hapo. Mimi sasa niko karibu kusarenda.
No, Bernard. Let the lady
Julia has come. She needs to make her submission. But there is what? Hold on. Naomba hivi. We give priority to the ladies. Hiyo bana, hebu rekebisha kwanza.
Ako Kagere kanasema Uhuru hana kura Mount Kenya. Sisi kwani si kura? Sisi ndio tuko na kura zake. Yeye ako Sugoi aongerere maneno ya Rift Valley. Aende ahesabiwe meno.
Ruto
Aongee
iko
kwenu
kule
hapa.
Sugoi, sio hapa. Yeye hana kura
Wakale
hata
wanajua
Thank
kabisa
you, thank you.
William
Order,
Ruto
order,
huyo
please.
hawezi
Ladies,
kuwa
order.
rais. Hey.
kura
Ladies,
Sugoi.
order. Thank you. Everybody mute your mic. We need to move on. There is this Kipruno, is it Kipro what? Now, if Uhuru without Ruto, if Uhuru is nothing without Ruto, why would Ruto be crying because Uhuru is no longer supporting him? Just balance your equation by yourself, answer yourself before you even bring it forth. Because if he was nothing, now he has walked away. Why are you crying after him and begging? It is illogical. Now, wapi John Amenda? Okay, sasa naomba wale ambao mmefanya submission mfanye nini? Wale mnataka kung'atuka mng'atuke, kwa sababu kuna watu kwa queue wamengoja. And then I think
Si
tumsikize Julia.
Bernard, si watu walikuwa naongea, so hatukuwa tunaweza ongea tena.
Yes, lakini David, tu umesikia ujumbe?
Nimesikia.
Basi kama no,
Acha niambie Ng'eno hivi. Acha niambie huo Ng'eno hivi. Acha nimwambie Ng'eno kama najua vizuri hakuna mwenye ashakuwa president bila support ya dynasty. Ili ukuwe president lazima ukuwe na dynasty mmoja kwa timu yako. Kwa hivyo kama una dynasty, we jua tu huwezi kuwa president. Na hiyo tu ndio nataka kuenda, na asante sana. Niko area, bado nitarudi. I hope huo Ng'eno amesikia hiyo maneno. So wache kudharau Uhuru Kenyatta.
Enda mkutanane huko kwa comments. Thank you. Julia, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Leo umeficha uso.
Niko.
Haya, nimeona mwaka moto umekuja huku kujoin Shiko, karibu.
Nimefurahi, nilikuwa najaribu kulala lakini Shiko akaniamsha. Nikasema hawa mama they are good. In fact, karibu niseme Shiko for running mate. I was very happy, pleased with their courage and all that. And something came to my mind that that one, I want to tell the likes of Kiprotich, Ng'eno, and Gakure, and all the others who are supporting DP Ruto. Those feelings umesikia from Shiko and Madam Rose. There are many Kikuyus who are feeling like that. And when you are, they may not come here to express, like they are hurting. They are very mad. Wako na hasira sana. I mean, Ruto on Sunday pushed them to the wall. Aliwafikisha mwisho. Walifika mwisho ya mwisho. And you hear them saying they can go on the streets, they can do anything now. That was a very bad thing that Ruto alifanya. The nonsense alisema juu ya president na kaenda Kiambu kumtusi. He was daring him. I think Ruto is kind of ignorant because I think he lacks intelligence. Even someone like Gachagua lacks intelligence. Now you cannot go to Kiambu and say those nasty things about Uhuru in his home ground. Just like hatupendi watu kama Kalonzo sana, lakini hatuwezi kuwa so stupid twende Ukambani kusema matope juu ya Kalonzo. Unakumbuka Ruto mwenyewe alienda Ukambani akasema Kalonzo mpaka amekuwa na nywele nyeupe juu ya kufuata baba. Those kind of matusis na madharau. But what he did in Kiambu was too much. And I want to agree with Shiko na Rose, kama kuna Mkikuyu ako hapa na hiyo kitu Ruto alifanya ilimfurahisha, something is very wrong with their thinking. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but something is very wrong with that person's thinking. Kama the nonsense that Gachagua was saying ilifurahisha Mkikuyu yote, something is very wrong with that person. Something is very, very, very wrong. You see, hata kama hampendi, even the days of Moi, Moi did a lot of things that Kenyans didn't like. Lakini kuna kitu ninajua, wakale hawange tolerate mtu kwenda kutusi Moi kwao. At least people could say things forever, but when the Nandi wants to say matope Nandi about more, you could not do that. But I saw people cheering Ruto as he was insulting the president. And when Gachagua began talking the nonsense he was talking, people were cheering him. But I want to tell you, because of those things, now kuna watu wenye hata walikuwa on the hawakuwa wameamua where they are, but they are very bitter with what Ruto said. They are very bitter. In fact, given a chance, they can do anything. They are very bitter. They are hurting. They can just vote for anybody now to make sure Ruto. In fact, kuna watu watapigia Raila kura kwa sababu they can vote for anybody to make sure Ruto doesn't win because of his behavior. So the likes of Kiprotich and whoever, I just wish some of you are able to reach UDA. You can tell them that now those things they are saying, they're not giving them votes in Mount Kenya. They are taking more votes from them. That is what is happening in Mount Kenya right now. So if you see, umeona the way Madam Rose and Shiko wameongea, and at one point we are thinking they are wanaongea uncontrollably, it's because they are hurting. Now, and the way they were hurting, they were trying to express themselves. Now, how many Kikuyus are hurting like that? Mimi nikiwa kama when I was away from this panel, kama nimekaa hapa in my sofa, I was feeling so bad. Hata jana nilisikia vibaya sana na nikatamani kama Citizen TV can give me a chance to just sit with Ruto and tell him my peace of my mind, because I might never have a chance to give him my peace of my mind. But if one day can dawn and one day I sit with William Ruto in the same panel and I give him my peace of my mind, because I thought I needed to do so, to tell him all I think about him, because of the things he said on Sunday together with Gachagua. So I think what Shiko na Madam Rose, pengine hamukusikia yote, lakini if you could sense you could sense what they were feeling, it should be a lesson to UDA people that those kind of politics are not going to work in Central Kenya again, and they never work in Central Kenya again. I don't see anything Uhuru has done that is so bad. Even things of kumi yangu kumi yako, Shiko has asked you here, bona Uhuru na Ruto walifanya kazi vizuri pamoja, wanakawamua let us vie for presidency.
Juria, sorry Juria. Huyo Sospita mwenye anaandika ti Ruto alisema aliatia nani, ameamwatia Uhuru Mungu. Kwani Mungu ni wa Ruto?
Yes, I was going to explain. Wacha nitaelezea hapo. Sasa if Uhuru thought that we could see they were working together, walikuwa navaa shati moja, the same shirt, the same tie. It is like a couple that is married, and when they are getting married, wakienda honeymoon, mnaona kweli hao watu wamependana. I seriously think, and I seriously believe that they had a genuine friendship when they started their journey. I seriously believe that. So we should ask ourselves, when did the rain start beating them? And why? Now, look at this picture. Now, Uhuru knows that Raila has been his opponent. And nata Wajaluo na Wakikuyu wamekuwa wakipingana kisiasa all our lifetime, since wengine wetu tuzaliwe na tukomae. At what point did Uhuru realize that Raila was a better person, a better partner? What drove him to the wall? Ruto pushed him to the wall. He pushed, alimskuma mpaka ni kama ile kamba unavuta ama elastic, alimskuma to the wall. The same way Ruto did on Sunday. He pushed us to the wall. He pushed us. There is no turning back. He pushed us. Wengine wetu tunatamani that I'm on the same stage with Ruto, I give him a piece of my mind. He pushed us to the wall. So the same way he's pushing us to the wall is what he did to Uhuru. And that's why jana ama juzi, when Uhuru declared that he's officially declared that Raila is his candidate, I think hiyo kitu iliuma Ruto sana, but he pushed him to the wall. So this should be a lesson to every other candidate. Every other running mate should be a big lesson. Usikose mwenzako heshima. Hiyo kukoseana heshima. Now, somebody is talking about God, and I think now I want to calm down because sipendi kukaa na hasira. And these people of UDA kila saa wanaongea maneno ya Mungu, vile wanampenda Mungu, vile I don't know what they are doing. I don't want to talk about God because sometimes I find it blasphemous. I think really people blaspheme in the name of the Lord all the time, wakijifanya vile wanajua Mungu. But I want to tell you, kama mnajua Mungu, I read this verse yesterday and I will repeat again that there are 7 things that God hates: a lying tongue, a man who devises wicked plans, a man who sows discord among brethren, a man who sheds innocent blood. I don't know who that man is. Ufikirie sana. That God hates a lying tongue, a man who sheds innocent blood, a man who devises wicked plans, one who sows discord among brethren. The other thing, nataka kuambia, kuna baraka. Kuna ile baraka we get from those who are ahead of us. And if you don't, whether you believe, you don't have to believe me. Wakenya wanaona hii. Sitaki kuongelelea juu ya Christianity or kuongelelea juu ya Hinduism or Islamic or but even in our traditional society, we know there are blessings we get from the people who are ahead of us. And I totally believe that people like Moi had the blessings of Jomo Kenyatta. No wonder Moi reigned for 24 years, even when we didn't want him to be in power. Wacha niwaambie watu wa Ruto, kama hamuna baraka of the anointed. Somebody was asking me, who is the anointed one? The anointed one is the king. The president of the day, whether good or bad, is anointed by the Lord. And whether we want him or not, it is God who puts him there, and it is only God who can remove him there. So kama huna baraka of the anointed, you'll never ascend to power. That is a fact. In fact, if those who believe in the Bible, cursed is the man who touches the anointed. Hao watu wako na laana kubwa sana. And those who are watching me or paying attention to what I'm saying, you do not have to believe what I'm saying, because this is going to pass. What I'm saying is going to pass. Only those who have the blessings of the anointed will ascend to power in Kenya and even in the other countries. Just watch that. It's going to happen. Sasa hiyo madharau mko nayo akina Sospita, akina Kiprotich, you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You do not have to believe what I'm saying. But it is these things are going to pass. Kwa hivyo hayo madharau yalifanyika Sunday has pushed more Kikuyus to the wall. So if you see Shiko, Rose, and others being so aggravated here, kuna wenye wako huko nje na hawakuji kwa Mutembei, and they are feeling worse than Shiko and Rose. I don't know what they are planning. Let us watch this space, because I really highly doubt hata hiyo DA itapata MP Central. I highly doubt that. I'm seeing Ruto getting a miserable defeat, a very miserable defeat. And I put a text yesterday here and I said, I don't believe Ruto will get more than 7 million votes this time. I don't believe that. He will get what we call a miserable defeat because of his arrogance, especially in Mount Kenya region. Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard, I kindly request you play that video again.
Okay, the video of the demos today.
The one in Githurai. I want people to understand why there's anger today. I want people to see the body language. No Jubilee clothes, no nothing. I want people to understand why there's anger today.
Sorry,
Okay.
Bernard. Julia.
Okay. Just a moment.
Okay.
Nakwama.
Inakuwa manga akicheza.
Bernard ametupwa nje.
No, inakuwa manga akicheza video. Sometimes.
Sorry about that. It hanged. Let's give it a try again.
Mimi niko hapa kwa ajili ya maneno ambayo rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameambiwa jana. Ndio. Kwa maana sitafikiria vile mtu anaweza toka mahali ametoka akuja kuleta siasa mbaya hapa Thika. Ndio. Kwa maana hii ni kaunti ambayo president wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ametoka. Ndio. Tunasikizana wananchi. Ndio. Tuko pamoja. Ndio. Kitu ambacho nataka niwaambie wanayuthi, msitumike vibaya kwa siasa. Ndio. Nataka kuuliza serikali ya unda hivi, kwani haina manifesto? Ikienda mahali ni kutusi tu president. Hey. Na president ni alijitizia kura zake ama kuna mtu alimsaidia? Hakuna. Sisi alituambia tuamke, tukaenda tukamchagua. Ndio. Ruto angekuja tuambie 2018 hatusikizani na president wenu. Tungerudi kwa debe tumchagulie vice president. Kwa hivyo Ruto asikuja kutusi president wetu wa Kiambu na sisi ni ndugu yetu. Siasa siku hizi hataki matusi. Siasa siku hizi nataka amani. Huwezi kuja kuomba kura kwa nguvu ama kwa matusi.
Those are the real voters. Those are the real voters now. Look at the top voters in Jawa. Yeah. These people who are wearing funny colors every day. Watu wenye wanakuanga kwa market. The people you've been seeing in Githurai there. Those are the voters. The guys who come when there's a reason to speak. And those are the guys when watapanga laini come August. Watu wengine mnaonanga kwa field ati wanavaa ma yellow. Those are bought people. Now you've seen real Kikuyus. You've seen the people who are going to vote on August. And this is just the beginning. It's 5 months. And Uhuru has not spoken yet. Sagana was just a taste. I'm a Kalenjin man. And I don't expect a foreigner to come and tell me, to come and abuse my Ruto there. He's been chosen by my people, but I'll not have somebody come and abuse him the way Ruto has come to somebody's doorstep to do that. It's very disrespectful what we saw in Kiambu. We don't do that, and that's not how Kenyans behave. Yeah, we are.
Serikali ya unda hivi, kwani haina manifesto? Ikienda mahali ni kutusi tu president. Na president ni alijitizia kura zake ama kuna mtu alimsaidia? Hakuna. Sisi alituambia tuamke, tukaenda tukamchagua. Ndio. Ruto angekuja tuambie 2018 hatusikizani na president wenu. Tungerudi kwa debe tumchagulie vice president. Kwa hivyo Ruto asikuja kutusi president wetu wa Kiambu na sisi ni ndugu yetu. Siasa siku hizi hataki matusi. Siasa siku hizi nataka amani. Huwezi kuja kuomba kura kwa nguvu ama kwa matusi. Huwezi kuja kuomba kura kwa matusi. Sisi kama watu wa Kiambu na watu wa Thika hataki kufuata mambo ya matusi tena. Sisi tunataka kuambia support kwa nyuma yake na mambo yote tunaenda pamoja. Hatuwezi kufanya kitu na mtu mwingine.
Majina yangu naitwa Peter Wenina. Mimi ndiye chairman wa Isoko ya Githurai. Jana ile mambo ilikuwa inaendelea hapa Githurai ilitukejeli sana sisi kama wafanyabiashara hapa jana. Tuliona watu wakitusi rais wetu na tukawa na ghadhabu kubwa sana kwa sababu tumekasirika sana. Kile tungetaka kuomba ni kwamba hapa Githurai pawe mahali pa kuomba kura, lakini sio mahali pa kuja kutukana rais wetu. Bado ile kura tuliweka kwa rais wetu bado siko ndani na ndio tunafanya kazi mpaka tarehe 20 mpaka tarehe 8 mwezi wa 9, hiyo ndio itakuja mwisho. Kwa hivyo tunamuomba tafadhali, sisi tumekasirishwa sana na ile mambo iliendelea hapa jana, na tumesema ya kwamba mtu yote akikuja Githurai lazima aheshimu wakaji wa Githurai na aheshimu uongozi ambao uko ndani ya Githurai. Sisi tunamheshimu Uhuru wetu Kenyatta na bado tutaendelea kumheshimu sababu yeye ndiye kiongozi ambaye ako kwa kiti. Wale wanakuja kuomba viti waheshimu our president. Sisi tunafuata rais wetu sababu yeye ndiye kiongozi wetu ambaye anatuongoza saa hizi. Tuko chini yake na tutafuata venye atatuambia.
Okay, viongozi wale wanatusi watu wengine wakiomba kura, waachane na hiyo maneno kabisa. Asiyetaki matusi, si tunataka peaceful election, mwenye ataingia roho safi, hatuna maneno. Lakini matusi na nini hatutaki.
Mimi naitwa Moses Mwangi Wanjio. Hapa mtaani watu wanijua kama Zangi. Nasimama kama MP Ruiru constituency.
Viongozi.
Na jana hapa hivi kuna viongozi walikuja, lakini naona kuna watu wanatufanya tumadhara kidogo sana. Watu wanakuja hapa, even the local leaders ambao wanasimama viti za MP hawapatiwi chance ya kuongea na wananchi. Githurai sisi ni watu tunaheshimika, lakini nini tumadhara kidogo sana. Ya kwanza I want to tell them. Kwanza Mr. Kuria, uliongea vibaya sana, unatukana our presidential aspirant ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na mimi kama Zangi na hawa vijana tumegrow hapa Githurai. We want to tell you categorically, usidhubutu tena kutukana rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na hawa wanatukana kina mama. Unasikia ati mtu anacheza na mama wa taifa Mama Ngina. We are giving you a warning. Yes. We are reclaiming back hii mtaa yetu ya Ruiru constituency, na hapa hatutaki upuzi. Na tutawaambia for the record, next time kama mnataka vurugu ikuwe kwa vurugu, tunajua kuuruga. Yesterday we were peaceful. Vijana wetu tukawakaribisha vizuri. Alafu mnalipa watu wawili hapa. Ati vijana mwalipa jana. Mimi nikikuja kampeni yangu ya Jubilee as the only aspirant in Ruiru constituency ambaye ana support Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta, ati wanaweza tumatusi kidogo. Want to give you a warning, tuambie round hii sio mchezo. Hapa tunasimama na Uhuru mpaka mwisho.
Naitwa Gitau wa Githurai. Nimekuwa kwa soko au kwa hii Githurai karibu ya miaka 10. Mimi ni mfanyaji wa biashara. Lakini wakati huo kama jana nilisikia viongozi wengine wakitusi rais. Na mtu akiwa rais tena akuwe kiongozi ni apewe heshima ile inalingana na pahali yako. Juu hata huyo mwingine unamtetea awe president, si atakuwa president. Si nataka wanae apewe heshima. Kwa nini wewe utaki huyo wako sahihi apewe heshima na wako unataka apewe heshima? Tena tujiulize, wewe huyo mwingine unataka ufanye, wako unataka afanye hivyo. Sisi tunaomba Githurai ni nchi ya heshima. Tunakumbukaga wakati wa election 2007 Kenya mzima Githurai tu ndio ilikuwa the peace. Watu wote walitoka Moro wakatoka pa sehemu zingine, kulikuwa na vita. Githurai ni pahali peaceful. Sasa tunaomba Githurai watu wakuje na amani, na hiyo viongozi wanatusi rais wakuje na heshima.
Ore president witu araugire atiriri tuha mundu uyu giti tondu ni aruireire muno, na thutha wa miaka ingi 5 ri wau ndagoka nake ahoe giake ni akaneo. Kindu kingi we haria akinyite gukinya guku Thika gutiri haro araumirire, no riri kani eurie handshake itangiokire ri ni angirakinyire. Handshake ni teithitie tondu ni turahota guikarania, ndungimenya Mujaruo na Mugikuyu, ona haha turi tutukanite kabira ciothe, na handshake iria araregana nayo iyo niyo eteithitie. Ngumwira atiriri reke turuirire wiathi witu, mau ni maruireire magitutigira, tutigucoka haria twari mwaka wa 2007. Ciana citu cithage thurungu rwa ite nigetha uthurano wikike. Turauga atiriri reke mutongoria witu kiongozi wetu aheshimiwe na aheshimiwe kabisa. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta
Ana tunatamenya makoto mena yako na serikali yao. Oguo ngeto atiriri. Oguo no maundu maria mothe eketwo ri. Au kaga gitwa maundu maria moru nake ekete president. President ni mwana witu. Na kuria president gutura tuthie. Gukwa Raila. Nikuo tuguthie. Tondu wa riri nathikiriria tondu wa riri gutiriri kungihoteka gutuike ati president na ndio goko gwitu ati no ende gutwendia aukie ruriri no hote aukie ruriri uguo president uyu witu ri no ngiye tumurumirire tondu ona gwitu gugithuka ri ona gwake ni guguthuka. Niwaambie wana yuthi musitumike vibaya kwa siasa, mutigathikire kuthika urukire wakati thirikari ino kuratuika ni njoru ri uria uramihura ri thirikari-ini ino hamwe aria thirikari-ini ino nowe deputy president andu aitu mutige kuhenio mwena uria president akuga niguo tuguthie niguo wani ambao president anasema tutaingia ndipo tutaingia. Tuko pamoja, neturaiguithania mutongori umaga na iguru akamona gaitĩrĩrio maguta. Uhuru gaitĩrĩrio ma ng'ombe gaitĩrĩrio ma ngũrwe amũrĩtwo kuma na iguru. Koguo nĩngũkomithia gĩko kĩu nĩngũgĩkomithia na njoke njugie ũndũ wa mũico na wa mũthia makĩria. Andũ a Kĩrĩma mũtigetĩkĩre kũhenio rĩngĩ.
Twajĩtagwo Mĩrĩ wa Njiko na ndĩna ũru mũingĩ mũno nĩ ũndũ wa president witũ kũrumwo, na nĩkĩo twandamanire Gĩthũrai tukiuga president witũ aheo gĩtĩo, na tũroiga atĩrĩrĩ tũkuma president thutha kũrĩa gũtũra tũthiĩ nĩkuo tũgũthiĩ sisi wana Gĩthũrai.
Bernard, nataka kuinterpret, unajua wengi wa kuelewa Kikuyu.
Ni refu sana, nimesema hata nikate tungecheza hata the whole day.
Vile wamesema na Kikuyu kwe ya kwamba kwe hĩndĩ ya itherũ na kahĩndĩ meruka. I hope now you understand, kwe hĩndĩ ya itherũ na kahĩndĩ meruka. Yaani sahi wamekanyanga live wire. It's gonna be very bad for UDA in Mount Kenya. That's what I mean.
Juria, Bernard, ebu amini, Juria ebu unmute. Heka kuna kawimbo tunaimbanga mũtongoria umaga na igũrũ. Hiyo, unaijua? Na amesema Uhuru hakumwagiliwa mafuta ya nguruwe ama ya kondoo ndiye akuwe kiongozi. Mũtongoria umaga na igũrũ kwa Ngai ndaimaga tũnua-inĩ twa andũ. Ũcio mũthure na mwamũre nĩ Ngai nĩarũgamire mbere ya andũ mamenye nĩ mũrathimĩre ũtongoria na nĩwe mũtongoria wa Gĩkũyũ, matũtigithie koko ũkũmonia na ka.
Sasa okay, may I say something Bernard? Sasa hiyo Bernard, unaona hao watu wamefika mwisho. And just like Mama Selina has been trying to say something, Kikuyus don't have time for politicking. Utaona wakipika kelele, lakini ukiwafika mwisho, umewafika mwisho, and they act. And when they act, it becomes too bad. That is what they are doing. You may not see them kwa mikutano wakishangilia watu, lakini ukiwakanyanga penye umewakanyanga, you know, Ruto alimanuva akaingia akapatia watu pesa akawadanganya kwamba yeye he's bottom up and all that. But now the evidence angalia, these are youngsters, these people are young, and I think most of them are in their 20s and early 30s. Sasa hao watu wako na hasira. Na je, watu ya rika yangu sisi tumezaa na we have children, we have young adults for children. Sasa sisi we are coming all the way, we know Moi era, tumeguza Kibaki era, we understand. Let me tell you something. When people are talking like this, I have never wanted to say this here. Lakini mimi 2007 kuna mwalimu, my colleague, he was teaching in Kisumu, lakini alikuwa Mkikuyu ameoa Mkale. So sisi zote tulienda nyumbani. Kama nikiwa Nyeri, akanipigia simu from Molo, akaniambia Julia, kwetu kumechomwa. Akaniambia tena kwa bibi yangu kumechoma. You know, I wanted to cry. Me, I have evidence of people who went so much in Rift Valley. Ninawajua. Sasa watu hapa, so hiyo yote tumeamua kuforgive because we want to move on in this country. We have forgiven so much and we want to move on. Now, when Ruto has been yapping and yelling in Central, amekuwa akijifikiria kwamba akona watu wa Central kwa mfuko yake. He's been lying to himself. But now, he's adding what we call salt to injury. Yani umekata mtu umeweka kidoda alafu unamwagilia chumvi. That is what he's doing. So hayo amekanyanga waya vile Mr. Kamau amesema. So I highly doubt whether UDA will get any MPs in Central. Hii time imebaki mpaka kwa election. Mambo itakuwa mbaya sana. And it is my prayer that God humbles this man. God humbles him. That kind of arrogance ni mbaya sana for a president. God humbles him. So that if ever atarudi kwa Wakenya, tena ever atarudi kama amenyenyekea. Hiyo ndio maombi yangu. So, and to finish on that, Bernard, you are in Azimio Diaspora TV, and I learned that watu Azimio Diaspora TV, they may be communicating with those who are handling Raila's campaign. Now, people should go to Central kama sai. Watu wamekasirika sana. Waambie you can no longer allow somebody to come and insult your leader, your son. Waambie tu na Kikuyu, waambie hamwezi tusiwa hivyo. You cannot be taken this far for a ride. People should go and tell, because right now people are so mad they can do anything. But we don't want them to be incited to violence, hatutaki violence. Like we want some sense to be brought into their heads that if you open your mouth right now in Central kutetea Ruto, something is very wrong with your thinking ability. Kuna shida mahali kwa akili yako, kwa sababu you should see with your eyes and you should listen with your ears and see the arrogance of this man. Huyu mtu, he has been amekosea taifa mzima with all the scandals of corruption and all that. But to add insult to injury, anakuja kutusi rais wetu kwa mlima Kenya. He comes to his backyard na hiyo matusi na analeta kina Gachagua. No, this one cannot go on. This one has to stop. Hii lazima ikome kabisa. It has to stop. And we have to stop him. So if you are on the comment section and you are still talking about Ruto, na wewe umetoka mlima, nitakusamehe kama umetoka Rift Valley. Lakini kama wewe umetoka mlima Kenya, something is very wrong with your thinking ability. That's my take.
George Gakure on the comment section, shame on you. You are insulting us here. Yes, we voted for Ruto. He was not an angel 2013 and 2017. We forgave him, but we have not forgotten what he did to our people. We are not stupid. We've seen what he has been doing to our leaders, and also kama anakuja kusema Ruto anakuja Central kusema vile Uhuru alimfanyia yeye, akisema mabaya na yeye Uhuru akisema chenye Ruto alimfanyia. Who is being hypocrite between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto? Shame on you with that Kiprotich sijui ngeno. Peleka meno Rift Valley, usini address kuniita hapo sijui shiko nini. Mimi naongelelea mambo ya Mount Kenya, ongea ya Rift Valley. Na mimi hujasikia nikimention courage ni mahali. I'm addressing one man with Ruto. Mwenye anakuja huku kujifanya yeye ndiye kingpin wetu. He's not our kingpin. Wao wenye unafikiria hao amechukua, wachukueni, hata tumewapea hao bure. Tumewapea na change. We've given you those readers na change. Bado hatuwataki, but they are not hawatakuja huku Mount Kenya huyo Ruto kutusi. I'm telling you Julia, mimi nitakuwa, I'm also a teacher, but nakwambia nitakuwa natokelezea shule. Ushaiona Wakikuyu wakiandamana? Kuna wakati tuliandamana, unakumbuka Babu Owino, kuna wakati alisema Uhuru ni mtoto wa umbwa, na tukaenda kwa barabara. I was one of them, Kiambu town. Tulienda mpaka bypass. Sasa kama wanataka kuona watu kama sisi tukiandamana, tutaenda kwa barabara. Na sisi hatutaki kulipwa. We are going to use our own money. Na tutaenda kwa barabara kama wanataka tufanye demonstration. We are not going to allow nonsense. We are learned. We are not stupid. Excuse me.
There's fire today.
Sisi sio togege wenye walienda kuchaguana Kiamba. Muende mchague Ruto kama mnataka, na ndio tunataka mkue kwa opposition, and I'm going to repeat this again. You people should remain in the opposition. Na baba akiingia asipe hata one of those readers when any docket. Mkae tu kwa opposition. You go for Ruto. If you want to vote for Ruto, go for Ruto. Unaniambia niende Kameme TV nikafanya in Motembei TV. You are the one who is in the wrong place. If you don't feel welcomed here, then you should leave, because I'm going to remain here. Wacha kutuambia tuende Kameme. We are going to talk to those people who have been like wamekuwa akiambua uongo, and we are not going to keep quiet when our leader is being insulted na tunyanyamaza. We have mouth and we don't keep quiet because we are stupid. Ama sisi ni wajinga sana. Sometimes we don't find it good to answer stupid people, but when mkikuja sana tunawajibu. We are not cowards. Shame on you.
Okay, sawa Shiko, thank you very much. Naomba sasa to cool down, everybody calm down. We must continue the conversation.
Bernard, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sasa kumeharibika, utakuwa unakataa kuniaje?
Hold on. Calm down. We have a country to take care of, and we have an election ahead of us. We must leave until we reach 9th August to vote. If we explode right now, we will not even exercise that democratic right. So relax, everybody. This is a conversation that is building up, and we're going to end up peacefully together, and we'll have a new leadership come August. So twende polepole, tuheshimiane. Lazima tusonge mbele. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani? Kabla nani? Princess huko? Princess Yana?
Niko Bernard, niko nasikiza maoni ya madada wenzangu. Nasikia inaniingia kwa roho kweli. Ndio sababu. Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Ninaweza zungumza?
Endelea dakika zako 2-3.
Haya. Mimi nashukuru sana. Nashukuru akina Shiko enyewe inauma. Nyinyi ndio unajua chochote kinauma mama kuliko niseme vijana ama wababa. Inauma sana. Maanake wamama ndio wanaisikia, na wamama ndio nyakati wa uchaguzi wanasikia ile uchungu ya kupoteza watoto wao, kupoteza jamii. Amepoteza mume wake, yeye ni mama, amepoteza mume, amepoteza vijana wake. Kwa hivyo wamama wana uchungu sana. Ukiwasikia wakizungumza, wanazungumza kwa sababu ya uchungu ile ambao wanasikia nyakati ya uchaguzi. Sasa hata ukienda hiyo Kiambaa, wamama walisikia uchungu kuliko hata wanaume, kwa sababu wao walikuwa na uwezo wa kutoroka, lakini wamama wako wanaweza kutoroka. Huwezi toroka na uko na mtoto, unaangalia mtoto wako. Shiko, muzidi kueneza Injili, izidi kupatikana kwa wale watu ambao watasikiza. Mimi ninaomba tu Ruto angelisikia, angelienda kwa watu kuwatusi, kwa sababu hata hakuna mtu ambaye angependa kutusiwa kwa nyumba yake, kwa sababu pale ni kwa nyumba ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Huwezi kubali mtu mwanaume mwenzako kuja kukutusi kwako, lakini kwa vile Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ni mtu ambaye ana roho safi, hawezi kwenda kumtukana. Lakini watoto wake, mandugu zake wanasikia uchungu, kwa sababu hata mtu wowote akienda kutusi, hata Kipi yuko hapa, mtu akienda katusi Ruto pale kwao, Kipi hata muacha, atamfuatilia. Kwa hivyo naomba Wakenya wote tuwe na umoja na kushirikiana. Hii maneno ya siasa isije ikatutenganisha, ila hali sisi wote, kama kuna mtu ambaye amesema mabaya, lazima tuikashifu sisi wote, kwa sababu hata sasa hivi si ati watu wa Central peke yake wanafaa kumkashifu Ruto, ni wote. Na hata iwe ni nani, hata vile Shiko amesema kwa sababu Babu Owino siku moja alimtusi Mama Ngina, siku hiyo sidhani kama kuna mtu alikuwa anapenda. Kwa hivyo ni hivyo hivyo, Ruto akitukana mtu tunakashifu. Naomba Wakenya, mimi naomba tu, kwa sababu Julia naye anajua mahali anapoishi. Wakenya wote, Julia, Selina, wao wanajua ya kwamba mahali wanapoishi, kama ni Mkenya ni Mkenya, hakuna kabila. Na hivyo ndio naomba wote Wakenya waishi, tuishi kwa undugu. Ndio sababu tukimalizia hapa kila wakati tunasema our national anthem, tuishi na undugu. Ni hiyo tu kwa sasa, Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Princess Diana kwa maoni yako na wasia wako. Naomba tusonge mbele basi. Kip, maoni yako moja kwa moja.
Yes, very, very emotional day for Central. Mama Selina na John ansaidianga kwa hizi vitu because you're my elder. I wanted you to help me here. In the Mid Rift Valley tunakuanga na somebody who was ordained. Na nafikiri ilikuanga Gideon. Alafu akanyang'anywa na Ruto. I don't know if that is true. Can you confirm that for me? If Ruto was ordained as a Kalenjin elder.
No, Kiprotich, Kip.
Yeah.
Walijaribu kuoteniwa wasee ya Kapsisiywa.
Walikataa.
Kabasi, lakini walikataa. It was not.
Yeah. So he's wearing a mask that is not allowed. So it's the same as the Kikuyu politics. We work with traditions. That is not one of us. But even with that, I wouldn't allow a stranger to come and make fun of him in the region. Like for example, you could even see Oscar Sudi, the most atrocious leader in Rift Valley. When Raila came, he told our people, watch apite. You know, Raila, there's protocol. Unakuja unaomba, you ask, and then you come in. Na alipita Eldoret vizuri. Raila does that the same. Any region he goes, he asks the pin. It's our tradition, whether you're Bantu, a Nilot, or whatever. With what Ruto has done is like, Baba Amenda for a long trip, the dad of the community. Sorry. Yeah.
Kip ukiongea wakati Sudi, kwa sababu yeye anatoka Marakwet, akiingilia mtu kama Gavana Mandago, unaona vile watu wanamwambia uwezi kuja hapa Nandi kututusia mtoto yetu, something like that. He cannot. Sudi ni Mkalenjin lakini anatoka Marakwet na amechakuliwa Eldoret, lakini wakati anatuputu kukusa Munandi, now we are all Kalenjin, lakini sasa Munandi anastopishwa mpaka ananyamaza, kitu kama hiyo.
But Eldoret Wasingishu politics is quite it's quite complex because it's a mixture of Nandi and Kayos, and Kayo has Marakwet people there, so it's a bit complex. That's why he feels like he can play around. But like I was trying to say about what Ruto is doing is like when the father has gone for a long business holiday, and then the kid invites the other kids invite this rich kid to come in, and he thinks he's the father of the house. Anakuja kwa nyumba, anavaa gauni ya baba, anavaa slippers ya baba, alafu he thinks he's the dad. And because the dad is a Christian man and is polite, anakuja anaambia kijana, relax, I can't, my wife knows my wife knows your kids, so I can't really hit you right now. So when the real kids come in, they're like, what are you doing here? And that's what Ruto is doing. He thinks he's the dad of that place. Lakini Central has its kingpin. And what I've noticed about the Kikuyu population when it comes to voting, they don't talk out loud. They don't talk out loud. These people you see in rallies and things like that, they come and surprise the nation when it comes to elections. We thought that there was going to be, I don't know which year we thought there was going to be voter apathy. And then Kikuyus came out of nowhere and voted. So it's when I saw that video, I said, these are the real voters. These are the people who go vote because they have businesses. I know Julia says they were young people. Yeah, but you've got to understand, this is a nation of traders. Yeah, they have to protect their businesses. And if someone is coming to cause fracas here, they're not going to accept. And one of them said so. Githurai was one of the most peaceful places during 2007. And they do not want to see that. That is their home. Yeah. Kiambu is the most metropolitan city after Narok. Yeah. When I move back to Kenya, that is going to be my home because it's close to Nairobi. And I would like to buy property there. And if Ruto is going to spoil the name of Kalenjins and ruin my plans, it's really embarrassing what this person is doing, because we as Kalenjins we're not like that man. Yeah. I'm really praying that all the wealth he has stolen comes back to the Wananchi, allegedly. I have to say allegedly, but that man needs to be stripped. There's somebody here who said earlier on, BBI should be locked down until after elections, because I don't want him to touch anything. I don't want him to have any advantages come this election. So hata wakisema BBI ikufe this time, it's fine, because I don't want this guy to have any loopholes, kwa sababu imekwisha, he's done. And these are desperate moves, because he was doing the right thing coming into Central, anaomba votes, and he does not abuse the president. Anasema vitu kama my brother, whatever. Just come to somebody's home and be respectful. Even though you're competing with him, be respectful. But then now you're doing gloves off in somebody's home backyard. And then you don't. And then have you ever seen Raila go to Rift Valley? Hata hapo karibu hapo Narok, and abuse them, because those are our cousins, and abuse Ruto or Gideon or anybody. This is dirty politics, and it's backwards, and it's beside African culture. We don't do that as Africans. We respect the elders of those places, even if we're at war. I'm not a political war. This time it's political war. Let me just clarify that. I don't want people to misconstrue that. So this is political war. No guns, no nothing. You have to respect the elders. Mnaenda mnasalamiana alafu ndio mnaleta your troops there. So I'm very embarrassed as a Kalenjin today. And as for the Kikuyus, I think the other people have really embarrassed them. The so-called leaders, the guys who were given a chance by Uhuru. Some of these are very fresher MPs, and they're going to lose those seats out of greed. The ones in Rift Valley have been in parliament for many years, but the ones in Centrals are freshers. What is a DO coming to tell us here? He's just an administrator. He's not a politician. And he thinks he can place the same politics with Uhuru and talk some rubbish. And those are actually the worst kind of people. That's why I like the fact that wamejitoa sahi, because those are not representations of Kikuyus. Moses Kuria, Baba Yao. They're putting a very bad face in Central. And I'm glad wamejitokeza sahi. Jubilee comes with clean leaders now, fresh, clean leaders. The guy I saw today in Githurai, yeah, mpigie mtu kura. Those are the guys we want. He goes and stands alone with his people. Yeah, our party t-shirts that you have, t-shirts at Jubilee at Injo, they look like they're voters. You could see those are genuine his voters. That guy lives there, and they knew his nickname. They knew what his name was. Then you know that guy is from that area, and he's looking out for the people of his area. And that's why I always say, politics is local. It's the person who grew up there. He knows what are the needs of Githurai, And you could see he came out in the streets today. Not these people wanatembea tembea huko na a DO. Very embarrassing on Sunday. I really, I mean, what they did in Kiambu. That's not how you do politics. You don't do politics that way. Pole pole. Even if it's a few rough names here and there, just cheeky jokes about each other, it's fine. But going to talk about people's mothers, talking about the women in that area, very embarrassing. That's not Kenya. And he ilikuwa imeanza from the time I don't know the trip to the US, sijui nilimfanya alikunywa madawa clever. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him after he came from the UK. He's just become totally useless. That's not a leader. Afadhali tupatiwe Gideon. We work with Gideon. Mfufue KANU sasa. Yeah. I'm really tired of that man. That's not how Kalenjins are. We're not like that. Thank you very much. I'm just upset. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Kip. Thank you. We appreciate your givings. Let's keep the conversation going. It's our responsibility to see to it that Kenya ends up in right hands for the right purpose. We must save this country for the future generations, and we that are alive and sober, we are the ones to take that responsibility. We must not allow anybody to mislead and misguide us. And there is the excuse of politics. Okay, I don't think politics does away with the basic tenets of human nature. Okay, the respect for the traditions of different communities cannot be taken away by politics. And anybody wants to do politics, he must put in consideration that we are a diverse country that has different cultural beliefs and cultural, way of making sure that our leaders are respected. You can't break all that and expect to still be honored. So when I have said there before that it is clear that William Ruto doesn't want to be president. He has never proven himself as a man who wants to be president. He does not lay the path to become president. He doesn't carry himself as president, doesn't speak like a president. So it appears to me he's just playing a game, in my understanding, because if he was serious about presidency, I have said here before, the people who ran this country for 24 years are still alive. Okay, Sally Kosgei, Henry Kosgei, there is the control of State House. All these people should be the ones arranging him. They know how the government is arranged. If he doesn't have any of these people in his campaign team and in his protocol, then he doesn't want to be president. Tusimaliziane muda. Huyu ni mtoto anacheza, na akimaliza kucheza atarudi nyumbani apikiwa alale anyamaze. As far as Kenyan leadership is concerned, he's far from getting closer to the same. Wana Nikki, Lazarus, karibu.
Asante, Bernard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nick. Come, karibu.
Good morning, good evening to my different brothers and sisters from different time zones. It is my first time to be here physically, but I would like to take you back to what you said yesterday. I've been following you on the background, but there's a clip I wish you can get for the entire crew on the video when DP was talking to a crowd either in Eldoret or in the same Kiambu, when he told them, if you want to be a president, you must behave, walk pole pole, ama utafika pale. Bernard, I don't know if you're getting me. akicheza kimbelembele nyuma ya Uhuru atafika wapi? You remember sometimes back?
Oh yeah, it's an old one. It was in Western. It was in Western when he said that kwanga mtu wa mkono wa Jirongo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was actually was addressing Jirongo, if I'm not wrong. And I've come to learn something. I'm not Azimio, neither UDA, but Shiko has managed to convince me to cross the bridge. Because in this world, you only need to get the word. And if you find the word is convincing, you can now cross the bridge. But I think there's my own undoing with the DP and his entire crew. I'll put a disclaimer on Kalenjins. Many of my friends
Karibu
are
Nick, karibu Azimio.
Asante. I'll put a disclaimer on Kalenjin. Kalenjin guys are very good people. They respect protocols and they know what to do. Ruto is a specific spoiled brat. At times, and this is what Ruto is now trying to hoodwink the youth with. Ruto is the only person in Kenya who God talks to. He's the person who knows Waganga. He's the people who knows those people who their hairs are getting lost. And I'm not perfect in the eye of the Lord. You are a pastor from the analysis I've been seeing from the background. I wonder why we wake up on Sunday, go to the church in the morning session. After 2 hours, you go on the street, start abusing people. 2 hours earlier, you are praising the Lord and trying to make the entire congregation sees you as a role model and as holy than thou. Then you come and tell people you leave it to God. Does it mean Ruto is the only person who knows God in this entire nation? Then there's a character. I've seen the Mitembei TV on the back. There are guys who are only using rude words, tribalic words. Please let them come openly. Show their faces. Tell people what they want us to hear. If you are convinced, you cross to UDA. If you're not convinced, you go to Azimio or you remain watermelon. Rather than trying to abuse people like Shiko, Julia, and others. But I'm telling you guys, Kenya is for us all. But the rate at which the temper is going, if it is not regulated, I'm a product of post-election. I was working in Naivasha. I can tell you it starts like that. There are people whose intentions are precisely to get to the power, like Shiko, Julia, Mama Selina, and my other panelists said. Their interest, the main objective, let us now go back to business. Their main objective is to get to that house. Because, as I don't know if Shiko Huru said, these guys have worked for the first 4 years. At what point was the departure time? At what point did they... You see, nobody knows. So there's somewhere there was a departure. And what makes me happy about this entire brotherhood of Uhuru Ruto thing, when things are good, somebody's on this side. When things are bad, someone is on this side. But what I request and I tell my colleague from Central, especially those, Ndindinyoro is young, is more or less like my age mate. They should not allow to take young youths to that terrain. It is something they may overlook now. And Shika said something. If God made Raila the president, then they sit out for 5 years. They'll see the difference. But for me, there's a trend. There's a trend which is coming up, and we need to really watch it out, because there are people who are already brainwashed, like Julia said, yes, I think yesterday or the day before. So as we talk here, let us also try and regulate tempers. I'm happy the way ladies opted today. You know, the good thing about ladies, when they explode, they explode. Even in the house, if you have them, the day when they choose to explode you, whether the neighbor try to knock the door, Bernard, you can understand these things. It is you and you. So they are right, because at times, you see, the sad thing is they've been like what happened yesterday. I was not much on the screen, but if you see the trending, you suspect there's something unusual. But someone like Abogo, who knows his fall came as a result of wrong statement attacking ladies. You know, men you can attack and you get away with it. Men will always, you can abuse a man and it will, ladies will, they have a file, permanent file. And let us mark this word. Kamau, I think, is online. I always follow Kamau, Mama Selina. I'm very keen on how they present. The wordings Kaboko used yesterday. Today is, sorry, Tuesday. On Sunday, wait, it is going to be opened up. And as you see, Kiambu is a fireplace. So me want to ask my brothers, Keep and everybody, let us just pray for peace. But the bottom truth is, let us be honest to ourselves. Ruto is not the right person to lead us because he knows how to sweet talk. Is more or less like what Raila say. They say, kut. They throw you maize, then when you come, they put you in the bag. And that is exactly what he's doing. Keep, don't laugh. That is exactly what he's doing. Because right now, he's trying to hoodwink vijana boda. It will not work. Bottoms up, they no longer talk about bottoms up. Mama Selena, my line, that is your young brother. Do they talk about bottoms up anymore?
No. One imeisha.
The question is, if Ouru wakes up tomorrow and says he no longer supports Raila, he supports Ruto, how will they retract the words? That's a simple question I keep asking my friends. How will they retract all the words? Because yesterday here, Sunday, Gachagua said, I think Sunday, then presuming the previous week, all the bad things they were doing with Uhuru. So if this is the trend, it means they wanted the system to continue. Shiko did ask, does it mean it's only Kikuyus who do business in Kenya? Kip does business wherever he is. Bernard does business because he's doing business as we speak. So this perception that Kikuyus are the people who have been suffering since Uhuru Ruto government came into place, it is hogwash, like Kamoto used to say. And Kamau did say something, I think a month ago. Why should we be sold substandard goods? Ask a simple question. Me, I'm in Nairobi. My mother needs a gas. If I have to refill a gas, which is 3,500, why should you sell me a gas, which is 13 kg, at 1,200 if it is a genuine business? So this whole abalu that Kikuyus are suffering, wherever we stay with Kikuyus. We suffer the same. If we eat Githeri, we eat the same. There's never been issue. Issue now comes when we want to ascend to power. And you see, it is an issue where we now try to make Kikuyus look bad. They're the only people who want power. It is in individuals. Like now, Ruto is now making Kalenjins being accused in block. They're not. Kalenjins are very good people. That is one place, if you stay there, you'll really enjoy. I always go there. It's a very nice place to go. They are never discriminatory at all. So let us just pray peace and let us make this young generation, you guys say from which year? 20 what? The guys who were born 10, 20 years ago, they don't want to hear history. Let them go to Kiamba and see what happened. If Ruto was a genuine Mama Selena, this is to you and keep. And I'll say this on behalf of Shiko and Julia. If Ruto was a very honest and holy person, one thing Ruto should have done from the onset of Uhuru Ruto, he should have gone to Kiamba Church and reconstruct that church and call people who were part of the trouble. Then that chapter could be cleansed. But when it goes to this issue of Kiamba, he never talks about it. Yet he knows those people who are Waganga, people who don't go to church. And now you see, yesterday started, on Sunday started again. Uhuru doesn't go to church, is not Christian. Suddenly,
He told Uhuru Kangumu. He told Uhuru Kangumu in 2017. He says it's okay. People are fighting. Kangumu. So he's not a leader.
So let us try and for me, what I know, this thing is, if it is not controlled, Bernard, the way the temper is going up and the wordings are not controlled, because as we speak today, no church, Bernard, on your line of operation, there's no church which has come out since yesterday, Sunday, to date to condemn what was said. Then you will see them within the week, they'll condemn someone else speak contrary.
Nick, sorry, let me interject on that. Kuna wao wametokea leo. I don't know whether Bernard does that clip. Wathika, Wagema, wamekodem venye Ruto waliongea on Sunday. Na wamesema bado wanakumbuka. In fact, Bernard, I don't know whether you have that clip. Wamesema pia wali forgive but they've not, hawajasahau kitu wenye walifanyiwa Kiambaa yenye unasema ni. Okay.
Yes, good for bringing back to that. You see, like now, like that is what is happening. Bernard, you come from my area because I use that road as you go to Western, I go to Migori. You see, when Ruto had a very small hiccup in Kondele, people thought it was unfair. But at times there are things we call trouble for ourselves. Tell me, Bernard, if Ruto could have gone to Kondele yesterday and abused Rahila like that, do you think that function could have ended well?
Angepigwa na kiti.
I watch at a kitty. It could have not have ended
well. I'm looking for the clip. I'm looking for the clip where Isaac Ruto say mkutano itaisha.
Yes, and you see that mkutano, they were both Isaac Ruto and William Ruto. Am I right? Yes. So, he should actually, as we speak now, Ruto should now be very fair on how he's attacking people, because as much as the old man, Baba, is also at times he speaks loose, but at times I think he has wisdom of his age. At times he can use a lot of proverbs, which is fine. You better use those words like Jesus used in the Bible. But direct approach, like you go to Ukambani, you say you can see Nywele Kalonzo is gone. Huh? Today you wake up, you go to Western, you say Wetangula wives threw him out, and it is okay. And when people go to Eldoret, people don't say anything. There will be a point of no return. And it has started. So guys, I'll end by reminding Gachagua that he has 200 million in his account. He cannot account for that money. So he cannot account for what Kenyans need. He has 200 million in his account and he cannot explain where the money came from. My sisters in Muranga Central can even need a shilling they can't get, but he has this 200 million and he wants to protect this 200 million via Ruto. That is not going to happen. Let him also remind him what Nani said. You are the chairman for KUPS, Onyangapu. Ndawa ikiisha, you part ways. With that, I'll contribute later. That is the end of my submission for today. But let us not think others are not Christian. That is what makes me sick. Because I remember on Sunday, sorry to continue again. On Sunday, before all this issue of abusing Kenyatta, Mama Ngina, I saw them in church in the morning. And if someone has that clip, you can present the clip, how the deputy president was preaching. Then, if you want to forgive your boss, and you're in church in the morning, you said how you've been mishandled, and you prayed, then why do you go again and incite others? It means between the two, who is now a sinner than the other? Ben, as a pastor, who is worse than the other? Come out.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We are moving. Thank you. I've said here before Kamau comes in, I've said here before that the greatest problem with Kenya Kwanza or UDA is the item of aggression. They want to start a revolution, but the item of aggression has refused to crystallize. Okay, they have tried the project thing, it has refused. They have tried the hustler dynasty, it has refused to pick up. They have tried the hate for Raila, is also not selling. Now they want to divert it into the hate of Uhuru Kenyatta and then stir up the emotions. So these are people who are not strategic. They don't have foresight into what they want in politics. They are short-sighted when it comes to long-term politics. They are reacting. Politics is, from my study, it's something you arrange like Baba. It begins to work on 2022 when he's in 20s, before he goes for 2017 elections. So that he knows I will enter here, then I will exit this way and go that way. So right now, whatever UDA does, they are too late. There is nothing that can save them as far as losing this election is concerned. And it's not that they are not capable. It's only because they slept on the job. They thought they can use the 2013-2017 script to win 2022. It doesn't work. You need a new slide every time you get into new war. You can't carry your previous records as a premise for which to win an election. Now, right now, the dynamics have changed. The things that were sold in 2017 are no longer selling now. And so they are using everything in their power. One thing that they have tried so much to do right now is to try to set the church against the government. And that is something that William Ruto is doing deliberately. He wants the church to get angry against the government. You remember the statement that Mama Aida said, okay, about churches, and the church is supposed to bring people together. The church is supposed to unite people together. Why are we having multiplicity of churches within a small geographical place? How was it spinned by the UDA guys plus the UDA church people who support UDA? They turned it around and say, tuliwaambia huyu ni mganga, tunaona mke wake amekuja, atatufungia makanisa, pastors, job zenu ziko under threat, don't vote for Raila, he's closing churches. Now, all that is all an attempt of trying to make something out of nothing. And to the best of my knowledge, hakuna kitu wanaweza kufanya sahi kitawasaidia, na probably now they want to cause mayhem so that probably through mayhem the elections can be postponed, or they can create a crisis, and then through that crisis they can survive. But Kenya being what it is too late. They can't do anything that will mess up the program. Yes, Nick
Ben,
yes.
If I'm not wrong, Selena will correct me or keep those who are in the US. You see, the same notion Ruto is speaking is what when Trump and Biden were contesting, the Trump side started talking of Biden being not a Christian, Catholic is what, to try and now to make voters. And I think he's trying to borrow the bottoms up aspect from Biden. He's trying to borrow that fight of church and bring it here, which is so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's everything that the bottom up is actually a Biden, plan, but he's not delivered it properly. And then the bashing of the Democrats, who are more liberal in terms of secular thinking. So, abortion, all that stuff. Because as Africans, we're all conservatives, right? In our own way, we believe in the church. We believe in traditions. So we're kind of Republicans. So Ruto borrowed the bottom-ups from Biden, and then when it comes to church, he's using the church to say that we as Africans, we are conservatives. The other guys are liberal. They don't believe in God. They don't do all these things. So he's trying to pin Raila as somebody who doesn't fear God or who is not religious. They're even pinning him that alienda kwa kanisa with a heart. So yeah, he's borrowing. He's not studying the whole political script. You know, when Raila studies political principles or manifestos, he borrows from different people and picks the good things. For Raila, for Ruto, if he could even pick Hitler's playbook, he will pick it if it's going to make him win. So his strategies are just nonsense. Yeah, you've got it spot on, but it's from both leaders. Mama Selina, if you can add on top of that.
I think umesema vizuri, and then Donald Trump siasa zake zilikuwa za chuki. Alikuwa anajaribu kulete hii mambo ya kuna wasungu, unajua kuna wasungu wale wabaya sana, na walikuwa wametamani kupata mtu ya kueneza hii mambo ya racist, na pia alitaka kutumia makanisa, lakini kwa sababu tuko na Pastor Pen, tumekusamea, alafu anasema tumekuachia Mungu. Kuachia mtu Mungu ni kusema nini, Penat? Because forgiveness ati kurushia mtu na kusema nimekuachia Mungu ni kama Mungu you know, I want to understand that, kwa sababu ukisema tumesamea wewe ama tumekusamea na useme tumekuachia Mungu, I want to understand what is the meaning of that kwa kanisa, because kuachia mtu Mungu ni kitu umesukuma, ni kitu unataka Mungu sitaki itoke mdomo yangu. Anyway, utatuambia Pastor.
Mama Selina, thank you. Now, that is you cannot be forgiving, alafu unaachia Mungu mtu. That means you're asking God to pay for you. Okay, forgiveness you let go. You even beg God not to punish the person for the ills that are done against you. That is what forgiveness is. But wakati unasema umemwachia Mungu, it means God judged this case because I want you to punish him for the ills he has done against me. So they can't go together. Kuachia Mungu na kusamehe. Kusamehe is one entity, and that does away na kuachia Mungu, na kuachia Mungu does away with forgiveness. I don't know if that makes sense. So what William Ruto is playing games, like I've said. Anacheza
Kwa
na akili za
sababu
Wakenya.
nilitaka kusema hiyo, tuwaliambia watu Thika, Uhuru tumekusamea, lakini kwa uchungu tumekuachia Mungu. That was not like, unajua ukiambia mtu uachie Mungu ni maneno mbili, uko na maneno yenye unataka Mungu afanyie mtu.
Backhanded. It's a backhanded apology. I wanted to say something very quickly with what Mama Selina said. Ruto was rejected as a kingpin for Kalenjins, and then he's trying to be a kingpin for Kikuyus. Does that make sense? It's an upside down world for me.
No, he's indeed confirming that he's an imposter, and that's why Moi rejected him, and every other person has been careful with him. You give him, remember the analogy that Raila used to use to describe him when he wanted to break up in ODM. He say, ngamia ilikuja ikaitisha kichwa, kaingiza, alafu ikasema ingize mgongo, alafu nundu, alafu sasa inataka kubomoa nyumba. Now, he's an imposter. He gets in the space, then takes over. There's a clip we played here yesterday ya yule jamaa anamdescribe. Vile alikuwa anashukuru the first elections, anashukuru Kenyatta for making Uhuru Kenyatta for making him deputy president. He is what he is by reason of Uhuru Kenyatta having made him. Then suddenly he said, I am the one that made Uhuru Kenyatta president. Si mimi ndio nilisaidia nikafanya. So he gets into the space, then takes over. That is the kind of personality we are dealing with, and we must take care. Mr. Kamau, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Bernard, I wanted to ask you a question so that
na mambo ya ICC alisema
ngoja
one
mami,
minute.
ngoja mami.
Alisema
Mami,
upelekwa egg.
ngoja mama
Moja tu,
Selina.
sisemi ingine.
Hapana. Wewe
Nataka
unataka
muongee
kuingiza
hiyo.
ICC. ICC is different case. Ngoja kwanza. Wacha kama ongee takuja kwako.
Alisema yeye alisaidia
I beg. Thank you.
Ngoja mami aongee tu kidogo.
Wacha tu Selina ongee.
Wacha mama
Mama
ongee.
Selina.
Wacha mama ongee.
Mama
Okay,
Selina.
Mama Selina,
thank you. Nimesema alisema kwa Central. Yeye Uhuru alipelekwa egg. Yeye alisaidia Uhuru atoke Hague wakienda kwa kuomba, na mimi nikataka kuuliza nani alisaidia mwingine kutoka Hague? Na hata ule church ile can something mwenye ako nini sahi prosecutor alikuwa ni lawyer ya rais ya kwa Mama Ngina, na wakati Uhuru alitoka alitumia huyo church kumtoa yeye, lakini kwa Central anakumbushia watu ya Central ya kwamba yeye alisaidia Uhuru kumtoa Hague. Nani alikuwa amepelekwa Hague na nani alikuwa yani ndiye watu wengine wafikirie, sijui. Ninataka tu kwa sababu alisema na mtomo yake. Kama ndiye nataka utuambie hiyo maneno.
Kwani Hague ni Sugoi? Kwani Hague ni Sugoi ndio alitoa alienda kutoa Uhuru? Kwani Hague ni Sugoi? Ama yeye ndiye alikuwa amepeleka Uhuru huko? Ama ICC ni yake? Hague ni Sugoi ndio amtoe ama ni boma yake? Nonsense.
Alisahau. Alikuwa anasemanga Raila alimpeleka, yeye ndiye alipeleka Uhuru Hague, lakini kila siku alikuwa anasemanga ni Raila, but court alitumia yeye kuongea bila kujua.
Kwa hivyo yeye ndiye alikuwa anaandika hao watu wa Campo 6. Kwa hivyo yeye ndiye alipeleka Uhuru Hague ni kwake. Hague si Sugoi. Aongelee mambo ya nini ya kuku, asiongelee mambo ya Uhuru.
Sawa Shiko, tumesikia. And I feel Shiko, I feel Julia, I also feel Rose. I think that is something that is happening in Mount Kenya now. People are very, very bitter. I tell you. Watu wanasikia kama wanaweza shika mtu wamgongeshe kwa ukuta. And but anyway, hatutafika hapo. Bernard, I wanted to ask you so that I explain this issue of the church, as Lazarus was asking. If swimming is a sin, where is this, Bernard?
Unajua ukiingia mambo ya kanisa,
no, I'm trying to elaborate something very important. And I'll ask all of you.
You'll come back in a second.
Let's take for example, swimming is a sin. Kwenda kwa swimo ni sin. When God has forgiven you to swim from that sin of swimming, what should you do?
If God has forgiven you from swimming, sin of sin.
I said if swimming is a sin,
yeah,
and then you ask for God's forgiveness that I don't want to swim again, I will never go back to swimming. What is expected of you by God?
Not to swim. Not to swim again. So that is a rhetorical question. You've asked for forgiveness not to swim, so you don't swim. But if you swim again, God allows you to ask for forgiveness. But this guy is preempting the swim. He knows he's going to swim, so he asks for forgiveness before he swims. That's what I see he does.
Okay, let me tell you. I am a Bible student. I have done theology, and I'll tell you what God means by I've forgiven your sins. If he has forgiven you from sinning, you should burn your swimming costumes and never go near a swimming pool. And that is how God expects us to behave.
A better metaphor, if your left hand causes you to sin, cut it off.
That's what I'm saying. We are in the same thing. The thing is, you cannot be purporting your own God every now and then, telling us unaachia watu Mungu. Yes, juzi ulichoma kanisa. The other day ukaiba Kimwelel. The other day Weston. The other day uliiba hata barabara inaitwa Processional Road. Umeiba mishamba mingi zikifuatana, alafu bado umetuachia Mungu. Ni nani anatakiwa kuachiwa Mungu? If you are a habitual sinner, you sin by habit, then tutakuachia Mungu sana kukuliko sisi ambao unatuambia tuachie Uhuru Mungu. Because mimi ukiniuliza dhambi ya Uhuru, pengine unionyeshe dhambi ya baba yake, lakini wewe niambia baba Uhuru ati alienda akaiba shamba pale, akatoka pale akachukua Kimorel, akafanya hivi akachukua nini. My point is, and I want people to understand, let us not mock God. Each and every time you are stealing on this hand and the other hand is holding the Bible. And therefore, as Christians, we need to know that when God has forgiven you from something, you need to change. The next time you go for forgiveness to God, you need to go with something else. Wacha akikusamea dhambi hii kesho, at least you improve, ufanye kitu ingine. And that is why you see that a country like Kenya has over 1 million churches. And Google to map ya Kenya, Google map. In each and every kilometer kuna kanisa. In fact, we have a place called God's Corner in Nairobi, where there are 5 churches in one corner. And if indeed we were Christians the way our churches are, where would we be today? But do you know why we are like this? It is because the people we look ahead to, the people who we see as our leaders, are abusing, beating their wives, doing whatever they are doing, and yet praising the name of the Lord. We are hypocrites. I say we because I want to also include myself there. You cannot say that unaachia mtu Mungu ni kama wewe uliokoka, wewe ni Enoch. You know Enoch? You know Enoch walked with God until he was no more. Enoch is the only person who went to heaven with this body that we have. If you believe in the word.
Could you ask Bernard the same question? I want to see if he's going to answer it.
Bernard, I was asking if swimming, unajua kuswim, is a sin, what is expected of you by God if he has forgiven you?
If swimming is what?
Is a sin.
Yes.
What is it? And then you ask for God's forgiveness. What is expected of you by God?
It's to you repent your sin, you are forgiven, and to repent means to change your ways. It's not just to say I'm sorry.
Yes, I think you got it right. Yes. When you repent your sins and change your ways, that means you have removed now everything that pertains to swimming is no longer part and parcel of you. And that is why I'm explaining. If you are a politician using the name of God, the first time you steal from Moteshi, we forgive you. We say, maybe you didn't know that land belonged to that man. Then the other day we hear that you have stolen again Weston Hotel, and we forgive you. Then the other day we hear a whole road called Processional Road you have stolen. Then which God are you playing? Which God are you worshiping? Which God are you worshiping? So we need to disabuse this thing ya watu kutumia jina la Mungu kujipendekeza kwa watu. We know that religion is the opium of the poor, and when you see people with the Bible, you might believe them. But that is not true. This country must come to a point where we call out the people using the name of the Lord in vain. Ukiokoka kama Zacchaeus, I told you I'm a Bible student. Very good. I was having a distinction. I did systematic theology. That is the systematic theology is a study of contract. You know, you find the truth about the word of God. Zacchaeus alisamehewa, alifanya nini? Alirudisha vitu ambazo alikuwa ameibia watu. Kwa hivyo kama wewe unataka kutumia Mungu na kutukasi, kwa sababu wewe ni mwokovu sana kutushinda, rudisha vitu ambazo umeiba za mali ya umma, na ukirudisha hizo vitu, hata mimi mwenyewe nitakupigia kura kwa sababu umeokoka na umechange. That is what I wanted to say, because nimekuja kurealize hapa watu wanaachiana Mungu, wanaachiana kama nani? Do you own God? God is for everybody. God belongs to the rich, the poor, and everyone. And I'm happy that today Shiko brought it out. There is no way anybody can come. And I'll tell you this as I finish. You know, when you do not stand with your boss, there is a probability of 90% you'll never succeed in life. Because everybody should have a mentor. And if this man has no mentor, he has not, because Moi was not his mentor, he refused. Then who are you following? Who are you emulating? So my question is, there is no way. I don't know how this guy found himself in that position. I'm so actually worried that we almost got a person who is not having a character to lead this country. Kwa hivyo Bernard, mimi namalizia hapo na kusema mambo ya Mungu watu wasitumie in vain. Mambo ya makanisa watu waachane nayo, wafanye mambo zao. You're not hot, you're not cold. What are you telling us? You're neither hot nor cold. Wacha na mambo ya Mungu, tuambie agenda ya hii ambayo utafanyia kazi. If a whole deputy president can stand in an auditorium and call another Kenyan like a totally stupid, very foolish, and insist that guy is very foolish. Me, I've never seen Moi abusing people. I've never seen Kibaki abusing people. I've never seen, these are people who have grown and matured politically. Sasa mtu kama huyu anakuja kuabuse Mkenya mwingine akiwa president, ule atampeleka kotini, si anasema Koome is very stupid. Yeah? Kinoti is so foolish. What kind of a leader is that? So we need to avoid these things, and again, we make the right choice when it comes to 9th of August. Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard, sasa ni time yangu.
Okay,
Mr.
basi
Kololo,
Maggie.
I want to add on what you've said. Ukiona kama yule anaitwa Kimani Ichung'wah alienda Nyeri. Wakati alikuwa Nyeri, unajua vile aliambia hao watu wenye walikuwa huko, aliwaambia baba ni ati tumeletewa umbwa na Uhuru, ati anataka sasa anasema na Kikuyu atedege kogire. Unasikia atetoge kogire maita matatu. Then the same Kimani Ichung'wah alikuwa bunge, unakumbuka akiambia akiambia Kemunya ati I'm not your son, stupid. So those are the kind of leaders wenye sasa Ruto anataka kukua na wao. So you can imagine the Kenya we would be having if those people watakuwa kwa serikali. Those are the type of leaders wenye tunaletewa. Kimani Ichung'wah, Rigathi Gachagua, the same WhatsApp group. Hao ni watu wenye they are not supposed to be anywhere kwa leadership. They are very arrogant na ni watu wako na kiburi sana na kujipiga kifua.
Okay, thank you, Shiko. Let's allow Maggie. Ngoja Nikki, tafadhali. You have taken your time. Let Maggie submit. Maggie, it's your
yes.
time.
Okay, it's my time. Thank you very much, Bernard. Anyway, nimesikia kuna machungu sana ndani ya sisi wa mama, hata vijana. It's not good. But Shiko and the rest, Julia, we are women. Na sisi ni wa mama. Siwezi kusema ati tumsamee huyu because sasa huwa anapita mpaka. But smart ladies do not go protest. Munawachia vijana ndio wana protest. tukiangalia kabisa, it is good that maovu ya huyu kijana wetu sasa ndio inafanya I'm going back to what Uhuru said. Tutakupatia hiyo unataka ukichange. Before you change, we bado enda ujibadilike ndio ukuje utafute, because you are still not mature. He is not matured. Ruto has not matured enough. Hata kuwa tu MP, I don't know how he's been managing, by the way. He is not matured because kusimama tu kwa podium alone, alafu unaanza kuongea as if you don't even know what is coming out of your mouth. That is absurd. And again, mimi huwa ninauliza yeye alisomea wapi, because masomo pia huwa inatupatia maelekeo. Ukisoma, you know where to say what, how to speak to who, because yuko ages tatu. Yuko age ya mzee ambaye ni rika ya baba yako, iko age ya rika yako, na tena iko age ya mtoto. Na huyu mtu wetu ajui age gani. Huwa anaongea tu, ajui kama saizi naongea na mababa zangu. Mtu kama Tuoli unaenda in a foreign country, unamuita stupid mpaka repeat. I will say he is a very foolish man. Ajue huu ni rika ya babake, ajue hata vijana wenzake, kwa sababu vijana wenzako you know how to address them mpaka uwalete karibu. So wale vijana ambayo anaweza kuita kama watoto wake, anawaspoil because ashachukua, ameweka mimi niko na pesa na naweza kupatia nyinyi 500 mkikuja, alafu you sing what I'm singing, even if it is wrong. I am singing this tune and you have to sing it whether you like it or not. So mtu kama huyo is a disgrace actually to the country. It's only that people didn't know and there is nothing we could do. I don't know whether vijana wanajichukua as there is nothing they can do. The time is now. I think kila mtu lazima tuchukue hiyo mambo ya Uhuru. Wacha huyu mtu aende na akuje baadaye because Uhuru hakusema atampatia atapewa, lakini lazima abadilike. Lazima ajifunze how to talk with the elders, how to talk with our middle people like him, how to talk with watoto, because hata mtoto wako unajua vile unaongea na yeye is when you can get something from them. Uwezi tu kuja ati wewe ni baba na siji mtoto hata kupenda. Lazima ujue watoto unaongea nao namna gani, na hao marika zako ndio hiyo friendship unaongea nao namna gani. Lakini ukiona groupings za Ruto ni wale wenye I don't know walizaliwa na mama aina gani. Okay, I blame that one in bring up, because sioni, I don't think mtoto yangu kijana anaweza tu kuenda na anaongea maneno matusi mabaya whereby vijana wenzake wanasema kama ni kilugha yangu atasema wodnganeni. You see Ruto amefika where wodnganeni, it's something very wrong and very sad for the country. Yesterday it was, even me, I listened to it and I said, wow, and this is the person you want to put in power? What is gonna happen to us after that? Because hiyo machungu ako naye mupatie hiyo power hivi. I'm telling you, things will just change from where they are to what, because yeye ni yule mtu I think akisema hiyo ni kiti ya nani, okay, mi nataka, because now that is in power, he will be taking everything anapenda. The way he's been grabbing, hata kama akiwa tu na cheo kidogo, he's grabbing. Do you think when he's given this country, hata hawa vijana wanawa praise, do you think hata hizo wheelbarrows watachukua? Hata hiyo bottom up he's talking about hawatapeana, because he will be in power. It is just something very, very sad for our country, and at least tuwe macho na tuangalie what can we do for the country. Na hata sometimes I pity ourselves as women, as wives. Inafika where you ask, like myself, I always ask, na Rachel hawezi kuadvise bwanake akitoka nje. Leo unaenda lakini usiongee vibaya. You have been talking like this, hata akirudi, as because I know they listen ama wanaangalia hata kwa teli where they were talking. Mbona ulikuwa unaongea hivi? Please don't do that. You are shaming us and you are shaming your people. You are shaming even your children. Mama hawezi kuparticipate so that huyu mtu grow up. He's not mature. He's really still backward. Na mtu kama huyo tukimpatia ushukani ya leadership, I think Kenya will be under the sea. Na tena tuko karibu na Indian Ocean. Kenya is going to go deep inside the ocean, Indian Ocean, because sioni anything. Uhuru has tried. Ile kitu ilifanya, I hear Shiko aliuliza walikosania wapi. Uhuru was so clever because unaona hawa wanajiita my tycoons. Uhuru anajua all their dubious ways, na ndio ukaona wamewachukua tu all of them akawaweka kwa kona. Sasa ndio wanabweka kama umbwa wakienda. Sasa walikuwa nafikiria wameweza, hawajaweza. What happened in Kiambu, Thika and everywhere in that area they were yesterday, imeonyesha hao wazi kwamba they are nothing and they are nowhere in this country, because amefanya tu hivyo na the following day umeona what happened. Then I don't have anything much to say, only that, lakini niko na machungo. I really pity what Ruto is. Aende, in fact, aanze standard 1 akisoma, because masomo pia inatusaidia kwa njia ya kuongea, kwa njia ya kupresent ourselves, kwa njia ya thinking, everything. Masomo inatusaidia. Kwenda shule helps us, lakini Ruto ni kama hata hiyo shule hakukanyaga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. You appreciate your perspective. Yes, Nick.
Bernard, there's something we youths, let me use the word we youths, must observe keenly, globally and locally. We may be looking for leadership, but I think at times what makes us fail is the surrounding. There's some noise. I don't know it's from who. There's some mic on it. Okay, sorry. In terms of, just to add on what Maggie said, we youths, there's something we need to be very careful about when we're looking for leadership. I'll be very brief in terms of just check the clique of the guys surrounding our DP vis-a-vis the group surrounding, you call him Baba. And I think at times there's a group which lack wisdom. The elderly group are really of help when you have some elder people advising you and guiding you. Ruto is not a bad person, but I think the kind of clique he has is really also costing him, because At times they lead him. It's like those who do Waswahili wanasema he's so close, wale wanachimba kaburi alafu wanawacha wazi, then he comes and sleep. To be precise, you allow someone like Rigathi Gachagua to use his silly common sense and abuse someone in a podium. You tell me, someone told me Rigathi Gachagua's wife is a pastor. He talks about Kehe, someone's uncircumcised in a podium, thinking when you tell people someone is uncircumcised, you are so wise, you are even more fool than that person who is uncircumcised. So I think we youth, we need to check in terms of who surrounds us. And what the Bible says, and I think there's something which came up on Sunday, quickly before I end, everything you do, you shall come to confess. There's something what Moses Kuria said about Jacaranda penye walimwaga mafi. This thing was mentioned by Sonko at some point, if I'm not wrong, but you can remember. Again, we heard it yesterday on Sunday, when it was said now with Moses Kuria, what they did at Jacaranda. It is time they'll confess them one by one. And that is what our holy book talks of. So back to DP. Uhuru Kenyatta is a president and he has intelligence and he has a lot of wisdom. I would like to ask you guys, ask ourselves, why did Uhuru Kenyatta remove powers from William Ruto and gave to Matiang'i to be head? And compare the two. See the way when Matiang'i carries out himself vis-a-vis the deputy. So that is the point of departure. I say, as we look for leadership youths, let us also look for good, wise, elderly counsel. That's my case.
Nick.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Shiko, unasemaje?
Nick, I would want to answer what you've asked. According to me, na Uhuru, kuna mtu hajamute. Uhuru na Ruto, they had one thing in common, which was the ICC case. They didn't have a chemistry. And after hiyo kesi ya ICC ikaisha, Uhuru realized the kind of a person who deputized him. And let me tell you, and I'm being very honest with you, hata kama handshake haingekuja, Uhuru hangetomboa kufanya kazi na Ruto. That's true. It's not Raila Amolo Odinga mwenye amefanya ati wakosane na ati walikosana, but they've been like wanaambia watu hiyo uongo ati ni Raila alifanya sijui Ruto wafukuzwe kwa serikali. Ni uongo. Ni kama unasikia hata huyu Kimani Ichung'wah akisema mambo ya budget sijui mambo ya economy sijui nini, yeye alikuwa kwa budget, kwa kamiti ya budget hawa watu wote. It's corruption, na tena Uhuru, they didn't have a chemistry with Ruto. Either way, hata ingekuwa sio handshake, hawangefanya kazi pamoja, because what had joined them together to work together ilikuwa ni ICC, ndio watoe hiyo kesi ya ICC watoke, si ati ni kitu ingine. And also hizo interest za kuwa na political interest, but usiseme watu wakusikuje kudanganywa na Ruto ati Raila ndiye alifanya wakosana. Ni uongo. Na sasa Uhuru pia akajua mwenye Ruto si hiyo kiti alimpea, na ndio umesikia mtu mwingine Mount Kenya akisema wakati 2017 tukirudisha Uhuru kwa kiti, angesema hawezi kufanya kazi na Ruto na Uhuru, tungetafuta deputy president mwingine. Juu sisi tulichagua Uhuru, hatukuchagua Ruto. Ruto was his deputy. Sisi tulichagua Uhuru. Na kama Ruto angekuja campaign afanye Mount Kenya, akuje afanye campaign peke yake, angechaguliwa. Juu watu walikuwa nakumbuka ile historia 2007 2008, angechaguliwa. So huyo mwenye anatusi sahi ndiye alimfungulia njia aweze kukuja kufanya politics Mount Kenya. Juu huku angekanyanga Mount Kenya. Alimeanza kukuja Mount Kenya wakati walishikana na Uhuru Kenyatta. Huku angekanyanga. So sio na Raila, ujue Raila amekuja kufanya campaign mara mingi sana, even without the support of those leaders. Amekuja kufanya Mount Kenya na hajaipigwa na mawe ama usikia people wanamheko. but Ruto angekuja kufanya siasa Mount Kenya. So Uhuru ndiye alimleta Mount Kenya. Sometimes I feel like I wanna blame Uhuru Kenyatta, but tunasemanga hakuna mtu hawezi fanya makosa because yeye ndiye alituletea that time, ndiye alituletea hiyo dasta huku. Sasa ndio inatuchafua, inaosha nyumba, inatuchafuria nyumba. Sometimes we feel like we wanna blame him, but tena tunasema wacha tu, hakuna mtu afanyangi makosa, but they only had one thing in common, which was the ICC. Na wakati kesi iliisha, those people they didn't have any chemistry, wakakosana. So sio Raila alifanya, na tena Matiang'i alipewa hizo kazi ya Ruto. Juma Matiang'i is a leader and he is also ni mtu anaweza kufanya kazi, and those guys they've been stealing. Nimesema hapa na nitarudia, I come from Nyeri na Rigathi Gachagua bibi yake ni bishop, na ndio unasikia hawataki mambo ya kanisa ikijuu. Unajua tu Kenya venye kumekuwa na uto tuma kanisa, sitaki kuingilia kwa kanisa, lakini kwani wao ndio tu wanajua Mungu? Saa hii ndio wamejua Uhuru wajui Mungu, wakati walikuwa wanaenda naye kwa church. Nani anajua, nani anajuanga mtu akijifungia kwake kwa nyumba? People don't, watu siku hizi hata waendi kanisa, but maybe you have a pastor and you know kuna church unaendanga, maybe either you go to church ama unaombeanga chini ya mti. People should not like that, is none of that is not none of their business. Kama Uhuru anaenda kanisa ama aendi, wacha wao waende kanisa juu kanisa huko ndio biashara zao. And I'm happy today at least jana niliona those church leaders from Gema wamecondemn hizo vitu zenye walienda kuongea Mount Kenya. And because I want to finish better, I want to sleep because inaenda kazi, wacha ni mimi nimalize nikisema, unaona pia hivyo nimesema Kafogo alijoin Ruto ndiye alifanya Kafogo asipate hiyo nomination ya Jubilee, na tena ndiye amejiunga na yeye. After that they formed a what, they had this group, they were calling it Friends of Uhuru Kenyatta, and they were Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth and Peter Munya, na walikuwa pia na Peter Kenneth. After nani akaanza kufanya, Munya si ndiye alifanywa akuwe CS na Uhuru Kenyatta at least. Aya, na yeye Peter Kenneth akaanza kusaidia huyo MP wa Gatanga anaitwa Dueti wafanye kazi na yeye, but Martha Karua and Kafogo walianza kucriticize Uhuru Kenyatta. So how do you pay such people? Yes, mnasema Uhuru aliachilia watu, sijui hataki kusupport watu wa Mount Kenya. Mnataka wa support nini na nini mnaenda kwa media kumcriticize mkiongea mambo yake mbaya. By the way kuna TV inaitwa Inoro TV. I saw nani Kafogo akienda huko akisema sijui kama Uhuru anaenda nyumbani pia Ruto aende, kweni kadi yao tutajaza lini. Sasa juzi ninaona yeye ndiye ako hapo, ndiye ako hapo atijui anasema Ruto sijui he's the fifth president, just because they know. It's not because they are not there. That's what I'm telling the Mount Kenya guys. Wako hapo juu ati watu wa Mount Kenya, they are not there because of us. Wako hapo juu ya tumbo zao, si ati ni sisi. Kama Kafogo mwenye ameshinda akisema mambo ya Ruto ndiye ameingia UDA, they are not there because of us. And let me tell you Bernard, these people should wake up. We should wake up. We should not vote based on ati sasa if you feel you want to vote for Ruto to punish Uhuru Kenyatta, you are going to punish yourself. Look at a person like what wanasema ati Uhuru aliachilia watu wako. So angalia mtu kama Mwangi Kiojori. Mwangi Kiojori ndiye alikuwa CS alikuwa amefanywa CS, kiti mzuri sana, alikuwa amepewa docket mzuri sana na Uhuru Kenyatta. What did he do? Alianza corruption. Ikaanza corruption, akashikana na Ruto. Akamuonyesha. Sasa baadaye Ruto anamwachilia, wewe ameenda chini. Na Ruto ali make sure watu kama Kafogo ataingia governor Kiambu. Juu anataka watu kama Wakahare, that is aka Waitito. Hataki watu wenye wanaweza mchallenge, hataki watu kama hao. Aya, akaenda sasa Mwangi Kiojori wakati amepewa docket mzuri sana na Uhuru Kenyatta, si alienda kufanya wizi. Mnataka Uhuru afanye nini? Awabembeleze ama anakupea kazi na anakwambia vile utafanya? Use your brain. You are man. After kutoka kwa docket si alienda after kufuta kazi si alienda Laikipia. He's from Laikipia. Ameenda Laikipia akatengeneza chama yake. Baadaye sasa wanaanza kutusi Uhuru Kenyatta. And you want to tell me right now Uhuru sasa anafaa achukue mtu kama huyu amlete kwa baba, amwambie you are the one to become you are the one who is going to deputize Raila Amolo Odinga? It can't happen. They should stop dreaming. They are the one who wao ndio wenyewe ndio wamejimaliza kisiasa. It's not Uhuru Kenyatta. At least hata venye aliresign, kuna venye mtu anajiitanga kando, anajiambia let me reform, wacha nikuwe kitu ingine. Maybe angeenda huko Laikipia aanze venye alifungua nini chama yake, aanze kufanya vitu kwa ground, lakini anatusi Uhuru. Baadaye tena mnaanza kusema Wakikuyu ati mkiambiwa sijui ati Uhuru akiona mtu anajiamkia anataka kuishi akiwa ati anataka kuishi kukua akiwa nini wa Mount Kenya, kingpin wa Mount Kenya. Nani aliwaambia hivyo? Wao wenyewe ndio wamejimaliza kisiasa. It's not Uhuru Kenyatta. They should stop the nonsense. So as Mount Kenya, we should be like, lazima tufungue macho. Sisi ndio tutateseka. Ruto ako na watu yake wa Rift Valley. Na Ruto haezi enda Uasin Gishu kutukana hao leaders wa huko. Haezi enda kutukana Madago. Haezi. Tena mjue wakati mnatusi Uhuru Kenyatta sisi ndiye akiwa hapo ametusimamia. Nyinyi mko na nani? Mmeona Kalonzo amejiunga na Azimio. Na maybe hata na ulisikia yeye akisema hajajiunga hapo juu ya yeye mwenyewe, amejiunga hapo juu ya Kenya. And also for his people. Nyinyi mtakuwa wapi in the coming 5 years? Mtakuwa wapi nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya? Mnajigamba hapa ati we are going to vote for Ruto. Tuone Uhuru atafanya nini? Mlivotia Kiambaa, mliona watu wa Kiambaa. Bernard, right now go to Gashie. Ama huko kunaitwa Kihara. Watu hawataki kusikia hako Kawanjiko saa hizi. Na ndio walikuwa wanasema tunataka. And I also blame readers with like what I said here. Moses Kuria is only famous on Facebook. If he's a reader, unawezaje kupatiana boma yako ukuje useme chukua huyu bibi yangu enda na yeye? Ati wacha hapana, chukua huyu bibi yangu. What Moses Kuria did, he betrayed the Mount Kenya people and he betrayed the people of Kiambaa. He dropped his candidate kwa wa Kiambaa ndio wa support UDA, na hapo UDA ndio walimea pembe juu waliona ni kama wako na say ya Mount Kenya. Hapo ndio UDA ilimea pembe. Moses Kuria angesimamisha angesimamisha tu mtu wake hapo tu. Kwa nini? Kwa sisi hiyo na chama yake akue yeye ndiye atasimama na Kiambaa. Lakini wakati alikubali kupatiana, ni kama you are giving out your birthright kwa mtu mwenye si mwenyeji, umwambie wewe kuja usimame wewe. Hapo ndio aliuza watu. Sasa hao ndio mnasema Uhuru ndio anawauza, na nyinyi ndio mnajiuza nyinyi wenyewe. Si angesimamisha mtu wake, lakini alikubali amsimamishe ati tupanish Uhuru Kenyatta. How are you punishing Uhuru Kenyatta? Uhuru Kenyatta is not a constituency in Kiambaa. They ended up punishing themselves. Saizi hawataki kusikia tena Kawanjiko. So we should not just vote ati juu kumekuja wave ya UDA. Wengi wenye mnaona hapo wakijoin Ruto, they are just there because they want to be they want to maintain their seats. Hawako hapo juu ya watu wa Mount Kenya, na wanapewa pesa pale. After 5 years you people mtakuja huku mkilia. And I'm very like, nimeona tena ati wakisema ati Ruto akiingia pale, akirudi ati akiingia president watarudisha ile curriculum yenye ilikuwa baadaye ati CBC itolewe. You wonder what kind of people we are dealing with. Is it like ni watu wako na jigas kwa akili ama ni nini mbaya na hawa watu wa UDA? Even their leader, we should think. Unasikia mtu akisema mahali tumetoka ndio anataka kuturudisha tena. So we should be very careful. Na venye tumeongea, at least leo hata sijadhara. We should open our mind, open our eyes. Lazima tukue watu wenye
tufungue account ya kudestroy hii nini yote inatengenezwa huko Shikumu. We open an account, tufungue watu macho.
Order. Thank you.
Wewe Bernard, ngoja nimalize. Namaliza.
Thank you.
Okay. Mute. Nikaja mute. Sasa ndio nasema sisi ndio tunakubali kudanganywa. Wakati kulikuwa na watu kama Makina Mishuki na hao wengine, wao ndio walikuwa wanaambia, na ndio uliona Uhuru amechukua hizo nini za uongozi kutoka kwa watu kama kina Mishuki. Si watu wenye wanakuja kutuambia yeye ndiye Jabaya Rorere, na ndiye alienda kutuuza kwa watu wa Kiambaa, akapatiana birthright yake
ndio. Hiyo kirumia ameshikwa na laana.
Imagine. So we should open our eyes. We are not fools. Sasa angalia, let me tell you, Rose, Wakikuyu tulikuwa so much respected before, but saizi Unasikia mtu akisema yenyewe Wakikuyu nilikuwa nimewaheshimu, lakini siku hizi nimeona kama mnakubali kupewa wheelbarrow, nyinyi ndio mna support Ruto wakati he's even rejected by his own people. Nyinyi ndio mnakubali. Tunaonyeshana sisi, tunasemanga sisi ndio wengi, lakini sahii watu wanatuona sisi ni wajinga sana. By the way, ni
Lakini
kama
wacha
watu
nikwambie
hawajasoma.
Shiko, unajua
Yeah.
sisi tunajua maadui yetu. Maadui yetu ni akina Gachagua, Kimani, sijui Kimani Ngojiri na akina Dede Nyoro na akina Alice Wahome, wote tunawajua. Lakini sasa ile tutaamuka tuanze kufanya action, wasianze kulia because wale hakuna mahali watatupeleka. Now we
Lakini
are
wacha
awake.
nikwambie, nimesikia watu wakisema wataanza kufanya maandamano, na unajua Mkikuyu akifunga biashara yake aanza kufanya maandamano, kutanuka Kenya, kutanuka, tutaenda mahali si pazuri. So wenye wanasikia, wenye wasifikirie watu wamenyamaza tu hivyo. Watu wa saizi, by the way, Bernard kutoka Sunday, watu wamekasirika na hiyo maneno ya UDA. So we are not fools and we should tell them we are not going to keep quiet. I think Uhuru amekuwa so patient with these guys, wamemea pembe sasa, wanaona ni kama sasa wanatukanyanga, wanafanya venye wanataka because they feel like we cannot do anything. We should show them we are there and we are behind Uhuru Kenyatta and we are in Azimio. So we are not concerned. Sisi tusiangalie sasa utapewa pesa leo. What about your generation? What about in 5 years to come? Where will you be? Those leaders who are in UDA, wao wanataka kukua hapo juu, they just want kukua kwa siasa, wapewe pesa. What about the 5 years to come? Na nimesema hapo Rose, sio Wakikuyu tu wako na biashara hii Kenya. Wanasema ati Uhuru alimaliza biashara zao. Amemaliza biashara zao, amefanya nini? Uhuru doesn't own a kiosk in my hood. Hana kiosk. Mimi sinunuliangi Uhuru.
Bernard, ningekuongelesha dakika moja. Bernard, please.
Ngoja Rose. Shiko amalize alafu
utakuja. I'm concluding Bernard.
Wewe ilikuwa connection yetu na Shiko. I was about to tell you something.
Thank you.
Okay. Ndio nasema Uhuru hana kiosk kwa hudi yangu. Uhuru si mwenye ananiuzianga uga. Na sio Wakikuyu tu wako na biashara. So hii ati ya kushinda mkisema ati Wakikuyu biashara zetu sijui nini. Nyinyi hata juu mnasema mambo ya biashara ndio mnafaa mkue kwa serikali. Juu najua wakati mko kwa serikali ama wakati hakuna amani, nyinyi biashara zenu ndio zitaathirika. Saa hizi hata kama unapatanga hiyo 50 bob na baadaye ulikuwa unapata 100 profit. So if there was no hardship, na wale Wakikuyu wengine wako na places zenye kulikuwa na vita, si saa hizi wangekuwa wanafanya biashara, si zingekuwa zishaanguka. Kama mnasema kama sio hardship na mnasema Uhuru ati amemaliza biashara zenu, amemaliza biashara zenu, anakujanga kukopa huko, anakujanga kukopa kwa hizo maduka zenu jioni. So mnakuja kudanganywa na hiyo. Hata hizo kabila zingine bado ziko na watu wanafanya biashara.
Unajua Shiko, kama sio handshake hakungekuwa na serikali saa hii. Serikali ingepinduliwa kitambo. Kenya ingekuwa kama Uganda, lakini watu hawajui.
Na tena hawa Wakikuyu unasikia wakisema hivyo, ndio nasema Rose, kama mnasema hakuna venye mngeweza kukuja kufanya hata biashara hizo zenyu, mnasema hamungeweza kufanya biashara kama Uhuru hawangefanya handshake na Raila. Wakati wamefanya handshake ndio mmerudisha mabiashara zenu mahali kama Mudhurwa huko kwingine, hata wenye wako Kisumu. So nyinyi mnaangalia matumbo zenu. Uhuru, kumekuwa na COVID, Uhuru ndiye alileta corona. Mnashinda mkidanganywa. Leo mnadanganywa hii, mara mnakuja kudanganywa hii ingine. Na nimefurahia watu kama wameongea wa Githurai. People should open their eyes. We are not fools. Kikuyus are not fools. Sisi si ng'ombe. Ati unakuja tu naambiwa fuata hii ufuate. We have to think. We are the majority. Lazima tufikirie.
Na wewe Bernard, tupatie chance wa mama waongee hapa, because the women voice can reach so many people in this world and we're gonna change people. I'm telling you, I promise you. Tupatie chance. Give us a day, utuambie siku fulani.
Watu kama Ndede Nyoro wameingia parliament the other day. Saa hizi ndiye anataka kurudia hiyo kiti yake ya Kiharu. Na yeye sasa ndiye anaanza kutusi ati Uhuru Kenyatta. Wacha nimalize Bernard, mimi nimalize niende. Ndiye anataka sasa kubishana na Uhuru Kenyatta akijionyesha yeye ndiye ako na maso. Let's see. and I'm waiting like hizi viti zote za MP za huku Mount Kenya nani Rose zikuwe na Jubilee. Wao watu wote waende nyumbani, and baba should not have mercy on them. Like waende nyumbani, mtu wakae miaka 5 jobless, hana kazi na watu wamsahau. Wakikuja after miaka 5 utaona venye watakuwa wamenyenyekea, watapata akili. Na venye tu nimesema, I'm looking for those days wenye nitakuwa nikitokea kazi napatana na mama boga mwenye ako opposition na ni Mkikuyu. Wasikie opposition venye inakuanga, waonje hiyo, ndio next time mtu
hawa
akiletewa
vijana kina
wheelbarrow
Dede Nyoro hawaendi
anafikiria.
bali, they are not going nowhere.
Yeah, of
Hawa
course.
vijana
And
kina
also
Dede
someone
Nyoro
with like
hawaendi bali.
Kimani Ichung'wah. Can you imagine a man like Kimani Ichung'wah akienda Nyeri ati anasema ati Raila ni umbwa na anasema ati anataka kubweka mara 3 juu Raila huwa anabweka. You can imagine. Anyway, hata kama ni politics, are those the kind of leaders we want them to represent us? They don't represent the Kikuyus. Wanajirepresent wao wenyewe. That's who they are, and that's why wamechukua wamekuwa saidi ya Ruto, because Ruto wanasikia they are safe. Wao ndio wanaendana na yeye. Sisi yeye hatusupport mahali. Wakiwa na watu kama Aris Wahome, they don't represent the Kikuyus. Wakiita watu kihe, sijui nani, sijui mara kanisa, sijui who owns God. We also don't own God as Kikuyus. Mtu na imani yake na kanisa yenye anaenda, lakini wasikuje kupiga politics na mambo ya kanisa na mambo ya maombi.
Sawa. Thank you. Please let's get the order back. Thank you. Shiko, thank you for your submission. I know that is very passionate, and we'll be doing a show specifically for that, because there is a lot that needs to be done as far as Mount Kenya is concerned. We may slot you a show maybe on a Saturday, especially for that.
Wacha nimalize Bernard niseme. Wacha nimalize na hii niseme na nitarudia, if you are ready and you are listening to me. Na mute natoka sahi Bernard.
Please, I don't want to send you to quarantine. Like when I'm giving a directive, you listen first, then you can come in. If it is now everybody taking over, we will not have the show. Sawa. So I am saying we'll do a special show to address issues of the mountain and the reaction of different. So we will inform you. That's why we need you to drop your contacts. I think niko na number ya Shiko, ya Rose Sina, maybe Mama Selina. We'll have ladies addressing matters mountain. I will slot you a show either on Saturday. I will inform you. But as at now, I want us to let everybody also have their say, because if the conversation is just between two, we are abusing the platform by keeping people on hold. Penny has been here for as long as an hour plus. He's yet to get a chance to say something. He has gone, he has come back. He has gone, he has come back. We need also to be fair to him. Alex has come. Let us be considerate. So Shiko, wrap up. Then we move on. Thank you.
Bernard, mi nimemaliza. At least nimeongea yenye ilikuwa kwa roho. Nimesema kama kuna mtu wako hapo mwanaume na kwa UDA na support UDA, you should dump him. Better ukue single, lakini usisupport mtu ana support wheelbarrow. Remain single sister. Ukikosa waazimio, remain single. Wait for baba apishwe after August akiapishwa, maybe watachange mind. Lakini kama ana support wheelbarrow saa hii, hiyo wacha nayo. Wacha aende. Penda tuonane siku ingine, wacha nilale juu ya kazi. Rose, you can unaweza chat Bernard hapo kwa private chat.
Hata mimi nimelala.
Akupatie umtumie namba akuingize kwa grupu yetu, ndio kesho, ndio at least
wakati kama ameona.
Yeah.
Bernard, umeona namba yangu?
Private chat.
Bernard, Rose, I've seen your number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sawa. Rose, tutapatana huku tu.
Shiko.
Yeah.
Ni box. Okay. Mbona hata mimi utaniale kesho niko job. Okay, bye.
Okay. Oh God. All right. Thank you very much. Now let's do this. Rosa Amanda. Okay. Penny.
Yes, sir. Habari yako? Asante sana. Habari yako?
Salama.
Habari yako kijana yangu?
Niko salama. Namna gani?
iko sawa sana. Na huyo Alex akiingia sasa, hiyo sasa mjadala umeanza. Bernard, asante sana kwa kunipatia wakati, na hii show yenu ni mzuri sana na inanisaidia sana. Inaendaga gym naisikiza, nilikuwa kwa park nikaisikiza, na hiyo it makes time go real fast, and it's very interesting you young guys how you are talking. Na mimi na nitasaidia huyu mama ambaye huyu msichana anawania kitu hapo Nakuru, Nairobi, na vile uliniagiza nitatumia kitu, lakini atakwambia. Na hiyo mimi ni uda damu, mnajua, lakini kusaidiana sisi zote. In other words, what I tell you all the time, guys, politics is not everything about life. Life is more larger than that. And Mama Selina, pole sana kwa wale ambao wanasema maneno mbaya na unasikia mbaya. Yeah, hiyo ndio mzuri.
Nisikii mbaya kwa
No. Ulikasirika na kuheshimu sana Mama Selina. Mimi nakuheshimu. Yeah, mimi nakuheshimu.
Wanasema usiposemwa wewe si mtu. So wakati unasikia watu wanakushambulia, unajua kumbe uko kwa hesabu.
Asante. Mimi nakuheshimu sana. Mimi vile niwaambia bana, nina wasichana wengi, nina madada wengi, na mama yangu iko 96 na namlinda hapa Amerika. So naheshimu wanawake sana na lazima waheshimike. Ngawaje mimi vile nawaambianga, mimi niko uda na sio iko reasons why, lakini hiyo that's a story for another day. Lakini Saturday bana, mulinishangaza sana. Hakuna mtu on Saturday ambaye aliwelcome Kalonzo. Na hiyo ndio tabia yenu. Mimi naonaga kila mwizi mnamkaribisha, kila mtu mnakaribisha, lakini Saturday ilikuwa ni shocked me. Na hiyo ni mzuri sana, ni kuona mtu vile ako the best lifestyle of this guy, na nyinyi nyote mkakata. Nikashangaa sana kwa sababu nilifikiri mtamuwelcome sana, lakini hamkumwelcome na hamtaki kumpatia kitu. Sasa lazima tumtaki, moja tuendelee tu, tuonane mbele. Na hiyo that's the story, you know. Raila akikuja London lazima tumwelcome sana. Wengine hata tunaita hiyo Chatham House tuambie welcome that gentleman, he's a Kenyan. So that's what we do. In other words, it's very important to see politics for what it is. It is a means of cutting the cake on the table where everybody can get a piece. That's what, you know, politics is all about. So asante sana vijana, endeleani kasi na tuonane mbele. Hiyo kama sikuwa na problem na my parents, ningeenda huko Kisii nienda kuwa UDA governor. Lakini I have a different trajectory, so I'm doing what I have to do. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Penny. Let's go straight to Alex.
Bernard.
Sorry?
Bernard, kabla hujapeana nafasi.
Yes.
Kabla
yes,
Penny hajaenda. Kabla Penny hajaenda, Penny siku moja alisema hapa, kwa hivyo kabla hajatuma hiyo hela kwa huyo msichana usitarajie, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe na mdomo yake alisema Mkisii ni ngumu sana kutoa hela yake. Alisema mwenyewe na mdomo yake. Kwa hivyo kabla hajapeana hela na ukasikiza, tafadhali usitarajie.
Bernard, nilikutumia hela. Bernard, ukuambia hela nilikutumia hela. Hello? Sasa Mama Selina, Mama Nani Princess anataka kwa nini? Na nilikutumia hela.
Tuache hayo Penny.
Hii hela ya msichana hii, hebu tuelewane tafadhali.
Ile ingine ya tafadhali.
Operation Jaza Lori, hiyo nilipokea.
Na hiyo msichana nitamtumia. No, nina namba yake nitamtumia na I'll make sure anakuambia. Sasa ambia Princess ananipiga.
Sasa hiyo ni katikati yenu. Unajua nyinyi kipindi chenu ya wazee mnafanyaga wakati nimeenda. So
sasa anaonekana Princess yangu.
Asante. Alex.
Bernard, I've been here for hours. Come on, Bernard, you can't do that to me.
I just want to.
What's wrong? Are you competing with me?
Alex, habari yako?
Mzuri, wacha Fidel aongee. It's okay. Yeye ni mzee. Yeye ni mzee.
Nilikuwa tunataka kusalimia wewe kuhakikisha huko.
Asante sana.
Karibu. Haya, basi Fidel, wakati ni wako. Wewe unakuja ukiondoka. That's why hesabu inakata.
Sikuwa tunakuja naondoka kwa sababu people were talking and it was a girls' time, you know. Women dominated the show and it's okay to see that. I want to agree with you, Bernard, when with your application of the point of hate. You know, I believe that the fulcrum substance of hate that Ruto has been trying to brew is missing the right elements. You know, he's tried everything inside to throw inside that particular substance to ferment hate, but nothing seems to be sticking. It doesn't seem to be coming proper, the flavor that it had in 2013, 2017. So he ends up getting confused. He does not know what to do. You know, what substance to throw into the substance. I mean, what element to throw into the substance to make it ferment properly. Which is should be a problem for the UDA, because UDA has lost, they don't seem to have anything to offer except react every day. You know, they're looking for something to cling on. And that has been the issue. Because if it was really a party that was seeking representation, they'll be propagating a particular, they will be standing on a platform and then expressing their view, but they don't have anything. So, but you know what really worries me is the youth of Mount Kenya. It's a big concern. That is the only region in the entire country where Ruto finds a way to simply confuse people, and it's like they become blindfolded. I mean, you have never seen Ruto go to the Luya land and try to mesmerizing them with lies to a point where people are worshiping him. It's only in Mount Kenya. So you're wondering what happened to those people that people thought there was substance in them. Is it something has happened? Is it the love of money has completely destroyed them to a point where Uhuru Kenyatta, the very person who took Ruto to the Mount Kenya people, is now telling them that this is not the right person. But are they listening? I mean, they did not want to vote for. Ruto was the most hated person at one particular time. Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who took this particular guy and sold him to the mountain. But it's the same Uhuru Kenyatta now who is telling them this guy is not good. He's not a good leader. But they have refused to listen. So you're wondering, what is it that is missing? What is missing? Is there something wrong with this equation? I mean, that's a big concern. Something has happened to these youth in Mount Kenya who have completely been zombified to a point where reasoning has become a problem. You know, when you start seeing younger people like the ones that are now protesting and demonstrating, they've had it up to here, you know. But the funny thing here is this insult, this maneno of insults that they keep on hurling towards the president derives from their own representatives, the Kikuyu leaders, who have brought this man without a substance to them. Yes, people like Dini Nyoro, Alex Waome. You look at these people and you start wondering, is this really leadership where you don't have anything to offer? You know, William Ruto goes to the States. He goes the very places where he visited, John Hopkins, University. That is a center of hate. Right wingers, it's an institution. It's supposed to be a Christian institution, but it's being run by right wingers. Those are the people that he goes and associate himself with. Those are the only people who can give him audience when he goes to the States, you know. the governor of Nebraska, who is known. So you're wondering, why is he associating himself with individuals who hate so much? I mean, if Trump was in office, I'm sure Trump would have actually invited Ruto to the White House, because that's the kind of people that Ruto derive his substance from, his formation, his political inclination. It comes from there. So I will go back to what I usually preach. I say this particular election is about character. It's character. Since this particular individual has got a character flaw, his character is flawed completely. How do we even elect somebody like that? A man who will go there and punch an elderly man in the State House in front of Moi. Moi is a white State House, and get away with it. I mean, do you think he cares about anybody? He doesn't. Everything he has done, he has always grabbed, by chest thumping. So this is the kind of person that Kenya is faced with. So when you go and see him going to Githurai or Thika Stadium and haul those insults, and then you're finding people like what is his name? That weasel, the weasel from Kiambu, the Senator Kimani Wamatangi. Wamatangi, who has been pretending all along to be, the man with a sound intellect, capacity to reason, eventually ends up following his master. All this time with that intellect of Wamatangi, how Wamatangi has been pretending to be an intellect. Look at the people that he ended up siding with. The very, very person who has destroyed the Kenyan economy. Why should people look at somebody like Wamatangi as really a governor material? Look at Kabogo. Kabogo, the same guy who complained that he had been rigged off, now he's busy singing Ruto's praises. That is leadership. And you just shake your head, the kind of people that surround this individual. Character flaw after character flaw. Those are the ones that he has got. Mudavadi. Does Mudavadi really have a backbone? Wetangula, does he have a backbone? So I think Ruto should really be worried. You point to me any person within Ruto's circle who of a sound mind and has got a backbone. Tell me, show me who among Ruto's accolades around who surround him, who has got a backbone. This is about character flaw. But yet this particular individual wants to become a president, and he wants to become president by force. They keep on. The funny thing about it, they keep telling us that Uhuru Kenyatta is trying to impose a leader onto the Kenya Kwanza. How does Uhuru Kenyatta try to impose a leader to Kenya Kwanza? They have already taken aside. How can Uhuru Kenyatta be imposing leader on Kenya Kwanza? Kenya Kwanza is the one who wants to impose a leader on other people. So how is Ruto leadership not an imposition on Kenyans? Yet Israel Odinga is the one who's being imposed on them. It's a question of take your ballot, go to the ballot paper, put your vote, and elect the person that you want to vote. You're not being imposed on anybody. Use your ballot to make a decision. Nobody's imposing anybody. So this tiring narrative they keep on talking to Kenyans about, huyo mtu wa kitendawili, they want to impose mtu wa kitendawili mganga on us. Nobody wants to impose anybody. Just like Ruto should not be imposing himself onto Kenyans. So I give up. But what makes me give up here is I wonder what has really happened to these Kikuyus. I'm sorry to mention them by name, because that's what Ruto has already found out who they are. Ruto has found a minefield. He just goes there. He has zombified them. They become like drunk with nobody knows what they're drinking. That makes them behave like that. And it keeps going on and insulting their leader in their own backyard, and they're clapping. Bernard, I give it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fidel, and we appreciate everybody. Let us keep the conversation going the right direction. Ruto being an imposter is a reality that is historical. And I think, like somebody said here, whenever Ruto talks about something, accusing somebody, he's really confessing what the guilt behind his conscience. Because this issue of imposter is the one that moves into somebody's space, takes over, and then there is the new brigade of younger politicians who want to impose themselves, wherever they want to bulldoze their way into the place of leadership without regarding the elderly leaders. In the history of Kenyan politics, we had people, everybody, the young Turks, Kina Orengo were young Turks, Raila were young Turks, Kitobu Manyara, all those people. As when Jaramogi was there, Masinde Muliro were there, all those were senior politicians. They knew how to keep their rank, to respect those people that have gone ahead of them and follow. That's what has made them survive until now. You cannot just come like Ndidi Nyoro, you come yesterday, and you want to jump over these people, now declare yourself Mount Kenya leader. From where? How do you do that? Even in a family setting, it doesn't work. In the clan setting, it doesn't work. So these are people who are determined to finish themselves. Nobody needs to finish them. So such people, and if their leader is William Ruto, then now we understand what is the force behind William Ruto's problems. He has no regard for the elders. He doesn't follow protocol. And because of that, he cannot survive in politics rightly and for long. And I think it's also important for us to make sure that that is bad manners in politics. Bad manners in politics in the sense that you don't get into politics and suspend the laws of nature. I keep repeating that. You will still, the pregnancy will still be 9 months, whether you are in politics or not. The force of gravity will still work, whether you're in politics or not. You cannot go to the top of KICC and say, I'm going to jump, and I'm going to jump politically. And when I jump politically, the force of gravity will not pull me down. You will still die, whether you are doing it politically or you're doing it psychologically or physically. So the politicians should not deceive us by disregarding the elders, abusing people in office, and think that they are doing politics. If that is the definition of politics, then you are deceived. Let us keep the decorum, the respect. Allow the fathers to lead. Let the sons follow. And then let the children follow. That order has to be kept. And in the process of that order, you grow into proper size, and you will always get your space to lead. You don't have to fight for space to lead. You will always get your space to lead. And begin to lead from your sphere of influence, where you are right now. If you have not led where you are, why are you asking for an office to lead? Let me end it there, lest I turn it into a preaching session. I'm happy Themba has come, na ni pia ni wakati wa wazee umefika. Kabla nilete Alex, ningependa tu kushukuru wale watu mmenitumia hela ya wifi na kuambia kwamba haijatosha. Kwa hivyo Safaricom ikinifungia, mtajua nimefungiwa na mtajipanga. Asante sana. But we are making good progress, and I want to appreciate all of you that are participating in the same. Na tuendelee namna hiyo. Hii token nilipie, alafu na wifi ndio tuendelee na hii maneno ya mjadala mpaka tarehe 10. Swearing in tarehe ngapi, Alex?
Hiyo tarehe 9 hiyo.
Yes, tunajua hakuna story na Supreme Court.
Yeah, hiyo tarehe 9 hiyo.
Mtu atalose tu vizuri mapema, ataenda kujifungia Sugoi. Sisi tunaenda swearing in Kasarani the following day. Thank you. So I leave it there. Alex, come in, then Kasuti, then Aaron. Themba, you will take over.
Nashukuru sana Bernard, watoto waende walale, watoto wametupigia hapa kelele, tumesikiza na tukangojea mpaka time yetu. Themba, asante sana for coming on time. Hii ndio time ya wazee. Sijui Mama Selina alikuja mapema kuwasaidia kubabysit, but it's okay. No, I think yeah, today's show, Ben don't go fast. Today's show was very good, but I will take this that we need to understand that we need this Mutembei TV. And for that reason, we must observe the community rules. We might let the emotion overcome our reasoning and we will start getting an email. If today you will not be struck with one email, then we thank God, because we can go a little bit overhead and then we lose Mutembei. And this is a platform ya wazee na kila mtu. And we must guard that. We must guard that jealously. In as much as we must be
Alex,
carried with
umenena.
in as much as we might be carried with emotions, let not our emotion overcome our reasoning to a point we lose Mutembei. Because at some point, Bernard, you are not a moderator. So, but still we thank you, you took over. So let us guard what we have, please, because we are watched. Our enemies have realized Mutembei as an impact. And they are imposters here. They have tried to hack us. The other day you saw them send pornography, and they are always with us. So any mistakes we do, we can lose this in a minute. So please, let us guard this jealously. We are here for the next 6 months. So let us cool down. Na siasa haijaanza. And these people are playing with our emotions. And you know what? We are playing back. And you saw my brother yesterday, Simon, came here and started saying some few things. And I told him, don't even do that. We are not going to play with this. And we are seeing this, that we, at the end of the day, our mothers are our mothers, our sisters are our sisters, and we know how much they're hurt. But at some point, we must tell them, relax. We will take control. There's nothing they can do. Because YouTube doesn't know Kenyan politics. So let us do that. But to go to my submissions, I thank them for coming out strongly, because they must know, our destructors must know that we don't take this easily. So in that, I will say that let's have this conversation. Those are my opening remarks. We are still here. So I will pen there. Tulisema we must act presidential. Thank you.
And Alex, you need to do something about your audio. It is bringing some funny noise. So rekebisha.
No, that's my pressure cooker. Ilibidi nichemshe kichwa ya mbuzi.
Bernard, I wasn't here, but from what I didn't hear what was shared or what happened. But from what is being said, it seems there was a lot that transpired. I wasn't. For some reason today, I wasn't able to follow. You know, there are times I log in and follow from the background. I wasn't able to follow from the background. But going by what, if Alex can be able to actually complain that something went overboard, and he is the master of going overboard, I think, you know, if the master of going overboard has actually complained that it went overboard, then it must have been overboard. Yes, Bernard.
Kumewaka moto hapa until we lost control. And Mtembei himself was here. He could not say anything. But it was good. It was good. Tulienda tukaongea Kikuyu yote ikaisha, tukarudi kwa Kiswahili, kama wakatusaidia na interpretation. Hapa leo you will watch the video. But it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, they say sometimes yesterday I said there are several purposes for Mutembei TV. One of them is educating, learning, and the other one that I said is a subtle purpose for Mutembei TV is therapeutic. Sometimes in sharing you and talking, you find that therapeutic effect. Like you open your heart. But I think we can abide by the rules as Alex has said, so that we don't get reported that we are probably someone who doesn't like the channel might easily go and report the channel for whatever it is that has been said. But either way, that should not gag us from expressing our views about what we think is not appropriate. So by all means, express yourself, but be cautious that the channel needs to be here for us to keep talking, because you see, if we stop talking, we start fighting. So we have to keep talking. You said who comes after Alex? Fred Kasudi? Okay, Fred, go ahead.
Hey, it is true. Ukiona Alex ameteta, hata pia mimi nateta hapa. I'm not feeling well, but it has forced me to I have tried several times. Studio imejaa hivi. But unangoja watu wenye wanawaka wanatema cheche waondoke. Hawaondoki bwana. Wamekwamia tu. Hakuna mtu anataka kung'atuka, na hakuna mtu anataka kusikiza mwingine, na hakuna mtu anataka kuelewa ni nini kinaendelea. But anyway, finally masaa imewachomoa na sasa wacha nasi tukuje tufanye ile kitu inaitwanga tufanye finishing. Unajua ndio inatitamini urembo wa nyumba. So na kila mara wanga tunasema haijalishi vile umeanza, kinachochalisha utamalizaje. Utamaliza vizuri to the course, ama utamaliza ukiwa umeharibika kabisa. So ni heri niliona walianza kwa mwili, but naona sasa tunaenda kumaliza tukiwa kwa roho, because sanctification time imefika. So wamehubiri sana hapa. Themba hujakuwa watu wamehubiri. Bible zimekotiwa. Biblia imesomwa. Mpaka zingine tunasema na hii imeandikwa wapi? Najaribu kuangalia huku background.
That is Ember while you are away. While you are away.
But anyway, it was nice. It was good. People they were trying to air their views. Yani walikuwa wanafanya ile siasa ya mandako, ile ya kutoa kupumua ile kwa mapafu ile, baada haikuwa ni kwa roho. So as I tell you before, wale watu wako waja nianze na hiyo kambu ingine hiyo, and mine will be just only based on biblical, because niliona hii leo mliset things tuseme Biblia. Wale watu wenye wako karibu na Ruto, hao naweza kuwaambia ya kwamba hao wako sambuli ya mwanamke alikuwa anaitwa Jezebel. And you know what the kind of the harm Jezebel did to Ahab when he was a king. Jezebel, yeye alikuwa tu pale kwa background. Ukileta nyokonyoko anasema ngoa, chinja, ua, wekea yeye kitu, ua, Jezebel. So when you hear the
Fred, naomba nikukatise. I want to play 2 clips before I go. If I leave, we will not play them. But you are coming in immediately. Please. Okay.
Peleka namna hii polepole, usifanye sana namna ile, itaharibika. Unaona, mimi nakaa nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta, najipanga hapo polepole. I know what I'm doing, my friend. Unafikiri nikilete fujo kwa huyu jamaa ata ala? My friend, tuendelee namna hiyo. Na tumesoma kutoka historia. Hata Nyayo walikaa nyuma ya baba ya huyu jamaa akakuwa kitu. Huyu rafiki yangu mwingine alikuja akalete fujo hapo kwa Kibaki, sasa yeye yako msituni. So tujipange mzuri.
Okay, one more.
Ruto and Raila.
Yeah.
Who do you support?
I would obviously support Raila, but I've said I consider Ruto unsuitable.
Yes.
And I have my own reasons.
Yes.
Raila is a person who has worked for
It's over.
this country, a person we have worked together. Nobody is perfect. If you gave me the two, I wouldn't even have to think. I'd take Raila.
Kuna watu wanasema hawezi wakafikiria hata mara mbili wakipewa nafasi ya kuchagua. So as I was saying, these people, Rigathi Gachagua, sijui nani huyu Ndindi Nyoro, sijui huyu mzee mwingine wa Nakuru, huyu anaitwanga nani? Oscar Sudi, weka kiwango ya Ditmas Parasa, hiyo krende yote
Obviously support Raila, but I've said I consider Ruto unsuitable.
Yes.
And I have my own reasons.
Yes.
Raila is a person who has worked for this country, a person we have worked together. Nobody is perfect. If you gave me the two, I wouldn't even have to think. I'd take Raila.
If you don't run as a presidential candidate,
Yeah.
and you had a choice between Ruto and Raila,
Yeah.
who would you support?
I would obviously support Raila, but I've said I consider Ruto unsuitable.
Yes.
And I have my own reasons.
Yes.
Raila is a person who has worked for this country, a person we have worked together. Nobody is perfect. If you gave me the two, I wouldn't even have to think. I'd take Raila.
Okay, that is all. Thank you very much. See you when you see me.
Okay, umejaribu. Karibu. Tuonanie bandarini ama tuonanie wapi? Ndio ile ingine. Okay. As I was saying, nimeleta issue ya Jezebel to support what Madam Julia said here before. False witness. Biblia inasema don't comment or don't give testimony on something that you are not sure of. Usiwahi, sababu hiyo ni mbaya. Ndio maana in the book of Chronicles, when Naaman plotted to kill Mordecai, mfalme akasema leteni kitabu cha Chronicles za kumbukumbu. That's where ilikuja ikajulikana ya kwamba kumbe there is somebody who did good in the kingdom na hakusawadiwa na hakufanyiwa jambo mzuri lolote lile. Nao wakauliza Naaman, huyu mtu tumfanyie nini? Akaeleza vile alivyolieleza, but we know the story. That is how children of Ruto, they are doing it. False witness, even they go to an extent to harm people who are not supposed to be harmed. Yani ile Jezebel alikuwa anafanya, unaua paka hata wale wenye watu hawafai kuuliwa. We unaona kashamba kazuri hapa kamtu, unasema aka kashamba kanapodhiaka ni kazuri, unaenda unanyakua. That is the kind of the people who are surrounding our deputy president. Na kwa sababu ashaharibu hiyo jina, hata naona ni vigumu sana kumuendelea kumuita hiyo jina, kwa sababu he's not behaving as the one. He's not behaving as the one, because you cannot declare war to your master. Biblia inatuambia ya kwamba kama vile macho ya mabindi juu ya malikia, ama macho ya watumishi juu ya mabwana zao, hivyo sisi ndivyo tunafaa kumheshimu Mungu aliye juu. So you wonder, wewe uko chini ya mkubwa wako, alafu you go to an extent unafanya vitu ambazo zenye ziko contrary with your boss. Wacha tu niachie hapo juu, naona mimi nimekasirika sana. Ndemurakaru muno Julia. Naigwa ndemurakaru muno. Okay, back to you Themba.
To say the truth, I haven't heard what you said, Fred Kasudi. I'm trying to rewind the show so that I can capture what really has made Alex issue advisory opinion. Alex has called us names in this forum for him to actually issue advisory opinion. Alex once called someone unprintable names, but he had it. I'm just trying to. So I'm not going to hear much of what maybe for the next few minutes, but I'm going to just try and get to know what is this that was said that was so bad. Julia said. Julia also told me I missed. But you know, sometimes when people are spewing truths, it becomes uncomfortable. They say that what makes the society uncomfortable is what the society is doing. You know, that is what makes them uncomfortable. Like talk about sex, and we all say, "Hey, stop talking about sex." But who is not? Yeah, so let me give someone else. Harun umeongea?
Bado ndio niko kwa ujanjari.
Basi wacha nikupe nafasi uongee. Nikiendelea kusikiza ile kitu Alex alisema.
Yeah, kama una rewind, angalia mahali Shiko alikuwa. Kuna mrembo alikuwa anaitwa Rose, kuna mrembo anaitwa Julia, kuna mrembo anaitwa Selina, kuna mrembo anaitwa Maggie. Hapo ndio utapata hiyo maneno vile chanzo ya hiyo maneno vile ilikuwa moto, but ni vizuri walizungumza.
Julia was part of the team. Julia ni mtu ambaye huwa anaongea vizuri sana.
Lakini Julia aliongea kitaratibu, lakini
I know Shiko speaks the truth. Tutaleta Shiko na mwingine anaitwa Sara. Tulisema we only need to release 3 bazooka. Is it 3 bazookas hapa? Sara, Shiko na Selina. Sisi wengine tunyamaza. Iko Rose aliingia. Sasa watu wa UDA wakuje hapa sasa wote. Mimi nimeona sasa I need to retire from responding. Na Julia pia ameingia kwa hiyo team.
They can't sustain. UDA can't sustain those 3 ladies. It was fire, man.
That's what we need. I mean, what else do you guys need?
Even keep her to pull apart to wait. We want to donate our time.
For me, I clap for them. Let them keep coming, all of them. I mean, we need Shiko, we need Sarah, we need Selina, we need Julia.
wakikuja hapa wachana na Alex, mbona anataka kuwakatisia bana. Anyway, go on Harun.
Yeah, by the way, Alex, mimi nimempata tu mahali aliona kulikuwa na shida. Kuna sometimes maneno ilikuwa inatoka mazito mazito whereby ingefaa moderator akanyage kidogo, but ako kanyaga, aliachilia ikapita tu. Baadaye tu hii nini, tuko 1 hour 30 minutes before ulale, pitia tu utasikiza, but it is very good. Wamezungumza, hata sisi vile tuko hivi hatujafurahi yale maneno yenye yalikuwa spewed pale Thika, Githurai huko na deputy president na timu yake kuhusu familia ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kuhusu president mwenyewe. Na mimi ndio nasema namna hii, huyu president wakati historia itakapokuwa inaandikwa, historia ya Kenya, jina lake halitakosa pale, because this is the president mtu wako wa mkono anaenda ng'ambo, badala asungumze kuhusu mazuri ya Kenya, uji afiche, yeye anaenda kuanika uji kwa investors ambao tunategemea. Then jamaa anakanyaga Kenya, badala apelekwe Kamiti ama apelekwe Kodiaga, na bado tu anazurura. I miss Moi's days, I miss them. Because kama ingekuwa ni Moi, jamaa hata angekanyaga, yeye angezungumzia hayo maneno pale UK na America, hiyo ndege ainge land JKIA. But we thank God tumetoka mbali. Hiyo inamaanisha kuwa demokrasia yetu imekomaa vizuri, but UDA wanaitumia vibaya. Ni vizuri the likes of Julia, the likes of Zelina, Megi, Ziana, au mama wote wenye wamekuwa hapa, warembo wetu. Najua mimi niliwaambianga kuwa, in fact all ladies I love them because wao walitokanga kwa mafupa yetu. Wakati wanapozungumza ujue hiyo kitu imefanya nini, imewauma. Mimi nimefuatilia, nimekuwa kwa comment section mpaka nikashtuka, nikasema da, oh my God. But it is good. Mahali popote Shiko, Rose, mahali popote mmejilaza, yale yenye mmezungumza, huyo Mungu mwenye tunamuomba, Mungu wa mbingu na nchi, hakika hata lao William Samoei Ruto akalie hiyo kiti. God will not allow. Na William Samoei Ruto mimi namwambia tu, God hata allow atumie vijana hao wenye anaita mahasla kuleta furugu baada ya Raila Amolo Odinga kumshinda, ambaye ni baba, kumshinda kwa uchaguzi. Kama akona na hayo mafikira, wakati unajua wakati anapoongea ni kana kwamba anataka kuincite the masses. It is very wrong. Hatutaki kurudi mambo ya 2007 2008. We need a peaceful country. So William Samoei Ruto, mahali yako, hii siasa yenye ameanza, it is not good. So ningependa kusema namna hii, huyo William Samoei Ruto, in fact yeye anajiita ni mcha Mungu, lakini hiyo kumcha Mungu kwake mimi sioni. Reason being, Ruto aliachilia Kimwarel, pesa yetu ikaenda chini ya maji. Ruto mwenyewe Weston ndio hii amekula our land. Alafu William Samoei Ruto mwenyewe juzi ametuambia kuwa anajua pesa zinakuwa budgeted 100 billion times 5-fold, zimeongezeka mara 5 dufu. Huyo ndio mcha Mungu. Then kutoka hapo mnaniambia eti nipate kumpigia kura over my dead body. Siwezi. Sasa mimi nashangaa William Samoei Ruto wakati alipokuwa anapinga BBI, kwa sababu BBI it was just only meant yeye anasema kuwa ni kuongeza nafasi za watu watano, ni nafasi tu zilikuwa zinabuniwa, lakini effort ya kufight corruption hakuitilia. BBI ikaenda kwa drain, hata ingawa ndio iko half time. Huyu mkimpatia uongozi, mjue vile wanasemanga central bank hii atabeba aweke kwa mgongo naende nao Sugoi. So Ruto himself nimeona analia kuhusu Uhuru kuendorse baba. Na juzi tu by the way ndio tulikuwa tunasikia kuwa akikuja na jina inaitwa Hatupangwingwi. So wakati wengine wanapokuwa wanapangwa, yeye anaona vibaya. Kama yeye hawezi akapangwa, awache wenye maybe watapangwa wapangwe, because yeye mwenyewe alisema kuwa sisi hatupangangwi. So mbona anataka Uhuru analialia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amuendorse hiyo? Yani yeye anataka kupangwa. Ndio ile clip yenye Bernard alipiga jana. William Samoei Ruto anaongea haya, kesho anaongea mengine. So mpaka unashindwa kunaendaje? But tunajua hizo tu ni makiki ni makiki za mwisho anarusha. Baba ninajua kuwa leo hii ataanza officially mambo ya kupeana yale malengo yake, ama kuzungumzia yale malengo yake yenye yamempeleka United Kingdom. Tunamwombea Mungu ampatie wisdom. Akienda Chatham House, akienda kukutana na wale ma think tanks, ndio aspew kitu tunaita wisdom. Alafu kutoka hapo na watu wasije wakasema kuwa eti baba maybe ameenda kuosha uchafu yenye William Samoei Ruto alienda pale. No, baba yeye ameenda kuongea kuhusu ni nini haswa ambacho atakachofanyia sisi wa Kenya wakati tutakapompatia urais come August 9. Lakini kama maybe atakuwa forced a respond to attack zile zenye William Samoei Ruto alimrushia ama alirushia serikali ya Kenya, imekaribishwa. Thank you so much. Back to you, my EPO chairman, Mr. Tempa.
Thank you. Hey. Okay, hata sisemi kitu. Kwa wale ambao mko kwa comment section, endeleeni kupiga ma comments hapo. Mimi hata mnirushie mawe. Niliwaambia niko na kashamba buroti maguta nimenunua pale. Ni wapi pale? Julia tulisema kuna buroti maguta tulinunua. Sasa mkitupa mawe, mimi natupa tu huko, naendelea kujenga ka flat, akajaisha bado. So endeleeni kutupa mawe hapo chini kwa comment section. wakiongozwa na Alex. Alex, wewe ukishapanda bei umekuja hapa juu, wachana na watu wa down floor. Aya, Nick Lazarus, ni wakati wako sasa.
You can give Calvin aongee kwanza because I've been here longer, then I can
Okay,
pick it.
sawa. Acha nipatie Calvin. Calvin, na habari gani?
Salama sana Themba. How are you doing?
Mimi niko salama, nimefurahi sana kukuona umekuja umeingia hapa. Karibu katika mjadala wa leo, tunaongelea mambo ya baba amefika UK. Alafu it's that silly season of politics. I know around this time a lot will be said, a lot of movements will happen. Many people will be making different kind of decisions. Some of them will be gains, some of them missteps. And of course, you can also give your projection, what you hope to see. By 26th of March, I think is the last time that people should be moving to different parties. We'll see the ground leveling. So what do you think? People are also having a lot of views about what the UDA rally that took place. It turned out to be a bashing for one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is also the kingpin and the president, voted for by 8 million Kenyans, and of course many of them Kikuyus, but he was being dressed down. Where? At his home in Thika, Kiambu, next to Gatundu. Just across there is where you go and you get to Gatundu. And they chose that is the perfect ground. You know, in politics we say there is so much that is being said, but by what is not being said. Why the choice of Thika? Why next to Gatundu? Why in central Kenya? To be a place where they come to undress the president. That was very significant. Just before Calvin, I've just come. Let me just finish this point, then I bring you in. That for me was very significant. There's something it is saying. And they chose Kikuyus mostly to be the ones addressing the president. So listen up. It is in Thika, Central. It is the first rally after the launch of Azimio. Immediately after the president has moved to support Raila, the first rally they have it in Thika. Thika is in Central. Gatundu is just across, I think like 20 or so minutes from there. Then who are they using? They are addressing largely Central dwellers, people who largely voted for the president. And in the same place, they are choosing mostly largely Kikuyus, led by one Gachagua, to address the president and undress him. And they are not just addressing, they are undressing him. So what are they communicating that they're not communicating? They're telling you, number one, as Central people, you do not have a leader. As Central people, the person you have in the person of the president is not representing you. They're telling you, even if you woke up and voted for him, there's another person who should be taking charge. They're throwing mud at him. What are they telling you? They're telling you that you need to hate this person, to hate one of your own. They named the family of the president. So you need to think the communication that is coming from that area. If I was them, and if I was Ruto, I wouldn't have done that. Because other than just the president, you need the voters from Central. There are those people who actually woke up and voted for the president, not for Ruto. And they are diehard supporters of him. So when you come and you disparage him in his own land, in his own home ground, we need to be safe at home. The president was actually disparaged back at home. Now, there's one thing that Karua said when he left Oka and he went to the rally that had been hosted by Kuria. She said this. She said that This is one of our own. The president is one of our own. He should be happy. Even if he goes to rest, we have to protect our own. But today, they didn't protect their own. They exposed their own for attacks. So that is what they have done today. As to whether it's going to give them votes, for me, I think that's a misstep. They might have thought that they'd gained. I don't think they have gained anything in Wamatangi. Wamatangi has been UDA all along. He's been blowing cold. I don't think they gained anything in Kabogo. Kabogo had been set to a political oblivion by Waititu. So he's trying to find himself back. In fact, at some point, he was trying to stand as the president, but he was told that no, you go back to being a governor. So he went back to being a governor. They haven't gained anything from Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria has been trying to find relevance in Central. Their hope was that Uhuru Kenyatta was going to pave way so that they become the spokesperson. In fact, if you could notice, in that rally, there was competition on to who is going to be the spokesman. Kuria wants to be the spokesperson. Kabogo wants to be the spokesperson. In fact, he declared himself that from today, I'm the spokesperson for the Kikuyus. He has forgotten that in the Mount Kenya Unity Forum, they had chosen Martha Karua to be the spokesperson for the Mount Kenya Unity Forum. So when they got there, he forgot. He said he's a spokesperson. Very interesting times. So those ones I think are missteps. Projection. I am thinking by the rally today, they have campaigned for Baba. Today campaign was campaign for Azimio. I don't think even if anything happens, Azimio should just now focus on galvanizing the campaign that they have done for him. Because what have they created? There are some people already rising saying that you cannot come to our home and disparage our leader. That's what they did. You cannot go to Nyanza, you want to campaign and you start disparaging Raila. And then you use, I think among them they have, I think Owalo. Then they tell Owalo to go to Nyanza anywhere and then start talking bad about Nyanza, about Baba. You will not finish your rally.
Remember, you will be skinned alive. You will be
You
skinned
can,
alive.
he cannot dare.
You not even.
You
You will not even get out from your top of your car. You will not get out of there. We have to appreciate Central. We have to appreciate them because they are civilized people. Because
No, it's not about civilization. It's not about civilization. It's about not understanding that you need to the person coming to get politics. I mean, whatever political votes and all should respect the leaders from that area. Respect.
That is the thing.
Ruto went to Nyanza. He never spoke badly about Raila even once. And even the people that he was with never spoke bad about Baba. They just asked and said what they are going to do. They are going to do what a map is going to do for the people. That's all they need to say.
That is the mistake you can never make, because hata hiyo gari yake iweza toka where they are.
So for me, I found that as a misstep. I don't know what they'll do to undo the damage that they is already. You know, the Gachagwa's thought as a former DC is about using hate. So he's trying to give hate towards Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now, one thing that they're also forgetting, those of, I know Central people are very good people. I have relatives in Central. What I know is that there are some people who are imagining that the vote of Kenya, when you vote in Central, that's the only vote that matters in an election. You're forgetting that Central is part of Kenya, and Kenya is big. Kenya is Western,
Kenya is coast. Kenya is Nairobi. Kenya is big. So you can succeed in creating animosity against an individual in a community. But what you'll have done, you'll have isolated that particular community from the rest of the country. Yes, you can use that to tell them Uhuru is bad. They can go there voting because Uhuru is bad. But you'll have isolated them from the rest of the country. What hate will you use in other places? So for me, I want to submit that I think that was misguided. Misguided one. It's a misstep, like we are saying. It's a silly season of politics. And of course, some people will make silly mistakes. I hope that they recover from that. I want to bring in Kevin so that he makes his submission. We have only 12 minutes. Let me say 12. Before now we stop, admitting anybody. So, Karibu Kevin.
Thank you, Thamba, and hi to everyone, fellow panelists. To pick it from where you've just left, that day was a sad day for the entire nation, the entire country, let alone the Mount Kenya people. Only deeply need to apologize to Kenyans, and not even to that to the backyard of the head of state alone. You know, he's the president of the country, the entire country, and you can't just go to his backyard and start insulting him the way he did. I think that was very low of him, and it spoke a lot in terms of his integrity. And I've been saying here that you will tell what someone is going by the people who surrounds him and the people whom he works with. So what would you expect from Kabogo, the likes of Moses Kuria and that other team? These are people who are risking their jobs directly from the seats that they are trying to look for in Central. I'm telling you, there is no way their own son, and for this matter, a leader, the head of state and their own leader, being insulted in their presence and they cheer. It's very unfortunate. And that is why you see people come out, young people coming out, and even old people. And I think even the church community numbers come up as getting the same. My expectation is that from what was happening, it is clearly that was a clear campaign to Baba, and it was a win to Azimio, basically because it is now coming clear the kind of person we are getting, the CV of the kind of person who is seeking the highest office in this country. And Kenyans are watching, and the way he used to say, and as the way he normally says that wajinga walisha Kenya, we will go by that. We are watching. Everyone is watching, and we are seeing what is happening, including the entire world. Now understands the kind of person that was voted in office. And I tell you, these are some of the things that you go deep to the difference that came up all of a sudden after the first term of these two gentlemen. And you realize that I think it is now dawning straight into the president that actually this is the wrong person. And at one point, I know he will come out clear and tell Kenyans a few 1, 2, 3, 4 things about this gentleman, of which some of those things we've seen, those characters we've seen on a daily basis. He's a double speaker. Today he says this, tomorrow he has jumped to something else. But now the worst of it all comes when he went and hid behind the church. And you'd hear, and someone else would think that is the father of Jesus. Himself is very holy, and no one else goes to church. It's very unfortunate. I think in that he will carry his own cross in that, and that is not far. That will be ninth. It will be clear. It will be in black and white, and he will have himself to blame. And again, going by history, I would really want to understand the mental deep in terms of politics. because you can't go outside there and sell yourself and even appear to the entire community and even your own community, and now basically even to his family. He can't even be cautioned that, come on, whatever you said in Kiambu, backyard of the president, it wasn't right. So this is something that must be condemned by the strongest words possible in the entire country. And I think he owes Kenyans an apology. The trip for Baba to UK, I think we're waiting for the meetings to start on, and people will tell, and the entire world will be in a position to see the difference of leadership that is required, and the quality of leaders that we need. And this will be very clear in his meetings that he will be, and the way he will carry out himself, and the way he will perceive Kenya and sell Kenya outside there in terms of what he wants and what he has been, he has been looking for this country. It will be clear that this is someone who has the heart, who has the interest of the country at his heart, and the people of Kenya, and anybody else who would want to see. So I don't want to comment much on that. We are waiting, and everybody, I hope you will play those clips here, and we will be able to see and hear all the proceedings that will be going on in UK. Another funny thing that I would really want to talk about is that you remember how Kabogo lost his gubernatorial seat the second time, I think. And these are the same mistakes that are now coming, and it is the same TP during that time that was against us. So I think this is an enemy of the people, and it's only a matter of time that it will be realized by everyone. And people need to make a decision. I've just gone through the comments down there, and I think women came out strongly condemning this, the act that was witnessed in Central by the DP. And in future, you will see quite a number of issues, quite a number of mixed reactions coming up, and they speak for themselves. And he will carry on his own cross, Themba. Thanks, Themba, for that's what I have to submit for now. Thanks.
That's awesome, Kevin. You're good. I still agree with you. I agree with you, Kevin. The choice of the venue, they say in communication, when you're speaking, when you want to talk, there's the Alex, I'm sure you have, and someone else have that. There are the three, is it the 4 W's and H? It is who?
1 H.
1 H, yeah. Who, when, where, what, and how.
Yeah. Exactly.
So when you look at the information given, who is saying it? The main people who are talking were Kikuyus. Muhammad Ali said that he grew up in Thika. He was born in Thika. There's a reason. There's a reason they were used to speak. And that should be the information. When you want to listen to a politician, don't listen to what they're saying, listen to what they're not telling you. There you will get what they are meaning and who is being targeted. Yes, Wayara, karibu. Naona unafikiria sana, sijui unafikiria nini. Wayara, karibu.
Asante sana Themba, asante. Asante. I want to start by thanking
alikuja akakasirika akatoroka kidogo. Wacha vile afikiri alikuja akiwa amekasirika mbeleni akatoroka kidogo.
Sikukasirika. Let me just start by thanking the women who are really passionate with their message today. I want to thank Julia, Selina, Maggie, Princess, Shiku, and Rose. It was wonderful. I really wish they will have just been given a full day to just pound the head of the silliness of those people that have been zombified in Mount Kenya.
That's a very good proposal, Fidel. I've listened to part of what they were saying. I say I like it. I like those women, the bazookas. I think we need Julia, Shiko, who was the other one?
Rose.
We need you just a day by yourselves here, and I'm willing to host you and you talk so that we just have a show where we can even now have it shared in all those forums without these other people who are coming to block you. I'll just be asking you a question and you spew.
And remember, they should not be caged. They should just be let loose to speak their mind.
I mean, you see. Listen, Wayara. If whatever Gachagua said, which is so bad, is still on YouTube, and people are sharing and inafikia watu. I mean, you need to deconstruct such lies. They need to be told that out there, when someone comes and says sisi wa Kikuyu hatulazimishwi, and these are Kikuyu speaking, we have Kikuyus who know what they stand for. I think someone should be, this thing of not allowing someone to deconstruct the lies.
Yes.
Gachagua is a former DC who was used by Moi to propagate propaganda for a long time. That is his only way of tool of operation. We cannot have someone whose only tool of operation is propaganda to continue speaking. He needs to be called out. And I think I like that. I think on second thought, I should be standing up and giving you a round of applause. We need even Sarah toka kwa comment section, wacha kusumbuliwa na Alex. Kuja huku, we take you to Julia, Shiko, Rose, and Sarah. We need you guys.
Kuna Sarah kwa comment section.
You guys, I'm the one who's talking.
Relax, Fidel. I'm just saying that I think that was a very good trajectory. We need them. Okay, Fidel, go ahead.
I want to agree with you too, but by seeing the points that our women were expressing, it's a very powerful way. As a matter of fact, is the truth. Women tend to speak deeper and appeal to that sense of I hope it's reasoning capacity of men, boys, and we expect them to be having a larger audience because we talk about women who give birth to these kids, who are all over the place. So I was encouraged by what they were saying, and Shiko was she went bonkers, and Julia was there, and that was really wonderful. But having said that, I think the things of UDA or Kenya Kwanza, we can repeat them until cows come home. The mistakes they make. We also understand the part of section of Kenyans they're appealing to, is they want to use emotion, sympathy, and all kind of stuff. And because they have run short of ideas, it's always things that irritants. Those are the things that they pick as something to regurgitate about. Things that irritate our good welfare. The well-being of the society. Those are the kind of things they want to sit on and keep hyping and making it look like I don't know what kind of government or what kind of country they really want to inherit. So that is the issue. But we'll just leave it. But the same thing is the same guy who keeps talking about. I mean, he comes and say we leave it to God. When somebody comes and say we leave it to God, that's a curse. In other words, he's not saying that, okay, I've forgiven Uhuru Kenyatta for the whatever that he has done to me. No, but on top of that, we just leave it to God. I mean, what is that? I found that there's a lot of hypocrisy that goes along that side. But I don't want to talk about Ruto that much. I just want to stick to what is out there. Baba's going to the UK. I don't know I don't know how many people he went with, but I'm told that he went with different personalities. I think something like 5 governors who are accompanying him. Peter Kenneth is there, Lee Kijanjui, Joho, who else? Which other governor is there?
Ngilu.
Ngilu is there, and Junet Mohammed, Oparanya is there. So and he's supposed to be meeting a defense minister, the UK defense minister. I don't know what that's all about, but probably they know. But what surprises me is when he goes and does that kind of meeting or meeting cabinet ministers of a certain country, isn't he now wearing the shoe of a person who is in the government? That was a question mark I was putting, So I guess maybe right now that is not very important anymore as far as he's concerned, because he's been labeled as a part of government all this time with his by his opponents. So he might as well take Uhuru's message to UK and meet the government officials. But I don't know what they're going to discuss. He's meeting also the Archbishop of Canterbury, or I don't know what it is. Atul is also joining him up.
Fidel.
Yeah.
You remember his special envoy of infrastructure? I think so. Infrastructure for Africa. So he can go there in a different capacity. So he can meet them on a different capacity.
I don't know whether he's meeting them on that particular capacity. That's what I'm saying.
The information that is in public domain that is going there in a working what on a working capacity. So
okay, okay. Tell me that when I've already finished my submission. So let me just take it. Thank you very much, Kasudi. I agree. I'm not sure he's meeting the defense minister, so I don't know what that has got to do with the infrastructure. But that's okay. Season of politics, silly season, yeah. Shocked but not really surprised that Kalonzo, my friend, comes out and say he does not know what he signed for or what they had signed for. I wish he had even consulted me, because I could have given him free advice on that. Particularly when it came to joining the Azimio. There was no way Azimio was going to be joined by Oka. You cannot have two alliances joining together. It's against the law. Political parties act doesn't allow that. You cannot have. So he came on board as a party, Wiper party, and I don't know why he's finding it very difficult to go and explain to his people and being very, very truthful that this is what happened. When you keep lying to people and give people hope that you are steadfast in your argument or in your agitation for their rights, and yet it's not based on facts. I think that's really being that's what we call disinformation. I don't know what he's going to say when everything now is displayed, comes to the open. He should just tell people, I join Azimio La Umoja political party, rather than saying it is a three-stool. Oka cannot join another coalition. Oka is already a coalition in itself. So there's no way they could have joined Azimio to another coalition. I wonder why he's still doing that. I know it's to him is the ego aspect of it, which is a problem. But anyway, that's okay. I saw them in Tarakaniti campaigning for their various aspirants who are standing on their party. I hope they did not forget to emphasize on Azimio presidential candidate winning support or looking for support for him. So, hopefully they will always remember that wherever they go, they are already under Azimio. It's not about Oka. So when even newspapers keep on reporting that Oka Alliance was in Tarakaniti, I don't know why this disinformation, why misreporting. There's no Oka Alliance anymore. There cannot be Oka Alliance because Oka Alliance consists of Mata Karua. Mata Karua was not a part of what happened at KIC. So reporters also should be reporting accurate news rather than keep on playing with Kenyan. I don't know why they want to bring friction. They want to create a rift. Immediately after the signing or Azimio being launched, they want to create a talking point where people can grasp onto and start talking. They think by doing that, then they'll break the party. They'll break the formation. So, reporters, please report accurately. Don't keep giving us false information so as to agitate people, or you want to sell your newspaper and you're looking for something to talk about. We are here to be informed. We don't want these games to keep playing with Kenya's intelligence, and that's what they're doing by reporting things like that. Because on one hand, Kalonzo had said the DP thing was not discussed, but the newspaper are reporting that Kalonzo more or less has already got it. So they're trying to cause friction within Azimio, So, but I also read one part there where Kalonzo really made a blunder of all the blunders. He said, and I quote, that the day Raila Odinga is sworn in as a president-elect, he will start his presidential campaign the next day, the way Ruto has done it. That he's going to follow Ruto's step. Yeah, Ruto has really taught him a lesson. That's how you gain power. So he's saying, and Kalonzo said it, that he will start campaigning the day Raila, after the day after Raila Odinga has been declared a president-elect. So this is a man who is saying this before he's even nominated as a DP. If that's what he really wants. So who is going to give him that seat? Because this is what Ruto did, and he wants to do what Ruto has done to Uhuru, that he is going to do that. And he made that point very, very clear, that Ruto has taught him how to do this thing. So he's willing to go and sabotage, not work with the president, but to sabotage the president. And he has already forewarned us. So I think everybody should listen to that particular part. And whoever is agitating or wanting Kalonzo to be appointed as a DP, please just give us a break. So we're just talking about things that has already happened and which are happening and on the ground, and we should be able to take keen look at them with the keen eyes. With the missteps, we know what has already happened. Kenya Kwanza is trying to put their house in order. Malala, they met. I don't know why Malala has already abrogated himself as a powerhouse of ANC. So I hear Kenya Kwanza went and met him over the DP nomination to appease him, to tell him what is happening. So even Kenya Kwanza itself has got problem, yet they're trying to project Azimio as a one who has got this huge, humongous problem that is coming. So those are the only things that I would like to just talk about. And if there's anybody who wants to ask a question, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll give it to you, back to you, Temba.
Thank you so much. I see Julia has a question. However, before I bring Julia, politics is like a game of chess. When Kalonzo said Raila Tosha, the things that now he's doing a PR exercise. He has to look for a way of galvanizing his support base to still have trust in him, and to follow him. So I would suggest that for now, Azimio has already taken shape. The official spokesperson for Azimio is one Professor Makao Mutua. As the official spokesperson for Azimio. The official chairman of the committee of experts is Nderito Murithi. So I want to suggest that the discussion on Kalonzo to just be let him be for now. We don't need to really scrutinize him as he's pursuing his things. He's within Azimio, so that's the most important. And everywhere he goes, he's saying that we are going to vote Raila Amolo Odinga. That's the most important thing for now. The other things are technical details. Whatever he says, whatever cannot change, whatever it is that was signed, it cannot change. Whatever it is that has been submitted is going to be submitted this week. If there doesn't change, whatever it is that are technical details. So that one is for him. He can keep using that, for whichever way he wants. But personally, I would recommend that anybody who is in Azimio, as long as wherever they go, they are saying that Raila Amolo Odinga, you can say any other thing that you want to make sure your people are happy with you, and they go put in Baba at the end of the day. That is the most important thing. And sometimes they say you need to stay focused. What would be worst, even if it was to be called Azimio Oka, whatever it is? I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if they would throw away even that Azimio Oka and come up with another name, So the thing is, it is already a pact they have signed. So let him use whatever he wants to use. But the Azimio people would like as often as possible. The only official communication comes from what the Uhuru Kenyatta said. Our captain is Raila. And if you remember that very well, when he went there on the podium, he said, now everybody here has the capacity to lead, but they have, they have forgone their personal ambitions, selfish ambitions, and they have allowed us to have one captain. So all these people have agreed, and our captain is Raila. Now, the rest is up to the person if he thinks that is what will work for them. And Raila is not likely to respond to that. He's going to do his part. And I think also we should not make it so much of an issue like whatever Kalonzo says. As long as he's looking votes for Baba, if he knows that there are people who can only vote for Baba, he does the explanation up to him. As long as he's saying Baba to the presidents, to the wire. I think that for peace and for us to appreciate the dynamics of it, we need to probably, in my view, look at it that way. Yes, Julia.
It's for Fidel. Do you think that Kalonzo promised the deputy president, or what's your line of thought?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he was promised anything. Or if that could have been the bone of contention, what caused the delay? I don't think that subject even was concluded. You see, when he made that kind of a remark, the reason why I'm saying this, I don't mean bad for Kalonzo. I mean well for him because he's already in Azimio anyway. So whatever happened, it's afterthought. It's too late. He cannot change whatever they have already signed. But if he goes there and he say, I'm a man of God, and you know that whatever I speak is the truth, it creates an impression that whatever that comes out is not what really happened. His version is the one that is true, And so by doing that, then you cause a little bit of fissure within the formation where somebody has to go out there and respond to you, just like what Professor Mutua did. Professor Mutua clarified that Azimio is a political movement, is a party. Azimio la Umoja political party. All these parties that came could not have come under OCA, the formation that Kalonzo keep on referring to as OCA. They came as a single party, Wiper, KANU, whatever. And so you see, when Kalonzo says one thing and Mutua says one thing, and so there's and that's what people want to hear, so that they can start talk about it. So I don't think he was promised. This thing was concluded, but the statement that he made, that immediately if Raila is elected, or not if, when he's elected, the day after he's elected, he's going to start, he'll mount his presidential campaign. So what I'm only saying here is, I don't know why he's sending those kind of feelers, because if an intelligent person really should not say things like that, because this is what has happened. Ruto has sabotaged the president, and we have seen what he has done. The first day after they were sworn in, he mounted his campaign, and this one is more or less like is forewarning us that this is what he's going to do. So I'm saying myself, if it comes to choosing over DP, I think people should not even go near him, because he's already told us what he's going to do. So I was just bringing that one up as a part of the silly season of politics. That's why I brought it, but not because I want to undercut or undermine Kalonzo. Kalonzo is already a part of Azimio, and that's what is important. Just like what Temba said.
I agree with you, Ayar, and it's good you brought it up. And yes, the silly things that people are gonna do, I like those ones. Yeah, that's a great comment there. Now, I want us to start taking our closing remarks. It's already past the 7-hour mark. We said after the 7-hour mark, we don't bring people into the studio, start taking the closing remarks. So hold on, Alex.
Hold on that thought. I mean,
I make my point.
Okay.
Yeah, we said that when it is past the 7-hour mark, we don't allow any more people coming on. So we are already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We give everybody 3 minutes. You can imagine how many minutes that will take up to around the 8-hour mark. So I'll give everybody at least 4 minutes so that we take our closing roundups, and then we can meet again later today for other discussions, the political discourse, because this is very important that we keep talking. But again, it's good that we share our thoughts every time. I don't know, did it have to do with this, or you can say it in your closing remark, Alex, or you wanted to ask Wayara a question? Maybe you wanted to ask Wayara a question.
Look, I mean, we must get past our hearts with Kalonzo, and I think I'm of the opinion that Kalonzo is still a politician, and Kalonzo is trying to find his space in Azimio. And I'm of the opinion that once you have that hardline stand and finally you bulge out of it, you must find a way to integrate and find space. And finally, and we have spoken about it before, it's the placebo effect. How do you explain to your people from where you were and where you are and where you are headed to? And if you listen to the speech of Kalonzo very well, in the end, he said one thing that was very important, and I liked it. And this is what he said: "Sasa hatuna risasi, tuko na bomb." I mean, let's just focus on that. In the end, he said, what we have is more potent, and we are moving together. And his closing remarks were very classical. So the other one is politics, and they are politicians. You must play politics. But we must agree that he has come into terms. Whether he adds Oka or not, I mean, it's not going to be. It's Azimio. And let's allow him to play its pseudo politics that, you know, will bring his people together. Remember, he's also nursing wounds. And somebody was saying that Mutula Kilonzo is going to UDA, ABCD. He's nursing wounds, and slow by steady, we will see him bring his team together. And whichever way he does, that is his problem. But we know in the end he said, mzee hana risasi, akona bomb sasa. Na hii kitu ni mara moja. And I liked that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to, you know, to galvanize it. I mean, you have said something, Alex, is key. He is a politician, and all politics is local. So he has to tag, when he's speaking, he's targeting his local base, and his base had told him that if you support that guy again, we are not coming with you. So he has to give them a reason as to why he did that. And you know, he's threatened abroad and at home. The governors had already given him a lot of missiles, so he has to justify why he made that about them. So let's understand him. Let's try and just understand him. For me, I was having a lot of things towards him when he wasn't making up his mind. But as soon as he said Baba Tosha, I actually gave my survey and I was done with him. Whatever he does when he's inside there, that's now up to him. Let him galvanize. Just like the DAP Kenya, they are hitting ODM left, right, and center in Western. But as long as they are saying Raila is our presidential candidate, good for us. Now, I want us to take our closing remarks, and I'll start from Manik. 4 minutes, and then of course I go to Ziana, then Julia, then wait, Nick. Selina, are you here? Okay, let me start throwing
Niko,
people.
wacha nisikize tu. Niko, nasikia vile munasema.
Oh, umeongea karibu nikutupe.
Hapana, Niko.
Okay, so Nick, then Princess Ziana, then Julia, then Selina, then Maggie, and then of course we come back to Fidel, Kevin, and then Alex. So Nick.
Thanks, Temba. For Kalonzo, I'll go with what Alex has said. For the whole of today, Kalonzo has had more than 4 statements since morning. Till the last one, the bomb one was the last one in the end of the day. So I think he's still nursing his wounds, and I think once the reconciliation between him and Ngilu is done, I think he'll feel free, because I think there's a big rift between Kalonzo and Mama Ngilu. And I think it came apparently yesterday when they're in church. I think he said that statement in front of our congregation, that even the signing was delayed by Ngilu refusing Raila to sign. So you see, she has they have issues at home. So that is one thing they need to sort out. Quickly on UDA. I think, Themba, if I'm not wrong, if you can also remind my memory, I think where UDA is today is where Raila was those years back. And it is cut, copy, paste. Ruto is now doing exactly the opposite of what Raila used to do. And there's a clip which was played prior to you coming, or I think you're the one who played it, when he was saying, lazima nikaa nyuma ya mzee hapo, nilikaa nyuma ya mzee. I think he's already forgotten what he said. And I think he's forgetting very quick, and these things are written on him. Then on another thing, there's something I still find a bit nasty. The Jacaranda thing. This thing is going to haunt Moses Kuria and the crew. The issue for throwing where Uru was, where there was toilet. This thing was said. Kibicho said it sometimes back. Songo said it. Moses Kura repeated it. So this thing is going to haunt them. Then there's one thing I've also learned, and it is also apparently coming back to Rika, is Farah Malim once said, even the previous Grand Coalition was not the making for Raila. And I can now see it is true, it was not Raila's making for Grand Coalition. The other day, Ruto said, hang on, you have everything. Don't bring in intruders in the house. And you can see, Ruto believes once you have the power, no one should be able to dispute anything. And for that matter, I foresee that someone has said God will not allow him to take charge, because I think that people will just get lost along the way. You wake up, you don't find Themba, the following day you don't find Nick. That will be the order of the day. Then there's something, Themba, you guys as a media house, you guys didn't interrogate when it was said, and I see all media houses skipped it. Ruto told us that there's 100 billion which has been budgeted for since 2013 to date. Alex, they said which account is that? This account, the word he used. If I like, there's a account.
Fake accounts.
He said fake account. So I'll hypothetically take one term of 4 years, Themba, an average of 100 billion per month. We are talking of around 1.2. We are talking of 1.2 trillion getting lost somewhere. Then this makes me understand why Baba says there's a lot of money which can offer all these social protection and other things. So these guys are trying to confess to us that in Kenya we have enough money to sustain us. The main undoing in Kenya is corruption. So that is one thing which a serious presidential candidate, either Ruto or Raila, must come and stamp authority. And whoever wants to get through this, you must come and crush all people. And you start with your friends. The moment you crush them, you can start in a clean slate. This is now where we should be able to differentiate who is willing to compromise all the friends on this ground. Because to be honest, today, those who drive vehicles, you can see we are going to 135. As much as it is a global crisis, we are in a very, very delicate situation, globally, locally. So we just pray if we can eradicate corruption. This is where we should concentrate and guard the little money we have. And we have leaders who are accountable. For me, I'll take it a little bit backward. We need governors who will be able to help us get what we need to do at the county level. The president is there, yes, but the bottom line is the devolution. Devolution. So corruption must be, even when we're going for nomination, and you see this issue of nomination is going to crack Azimio more than UDA will be cracked. Because we have a house which has, our house is full of, our father is a polygamist, proper. Right now he has almost 35 wives like a Kuku Danger. So it's a very tricky scenario. It's going to be a very tricky scenario, delicate balance, but we need to get the right candidates for the county MCAs and governors. The moment we achieve that, we can handle at a very easy way. But once we get the actual good governance, because at the moment now we are still concentrating on Ruto, Raila, and yet the big baggage is down the county. Because I think even when people sit, when the governors sit even in their caucus, they should be able to compare notes. What has Mombasa done better than me? What has Nairobi done better than me? And why? If that forum is there among them, they should be challenging themselves, like where I come from and my neighbor county. If you ask the governors exactly what they've done with their money, vis-a-vis their colleagues who come to visit them, you get embarrassed. You get embarrassed, and that is where the problem is. We need to, as much as we are looking for the president and the governors, Ruto and Raila should give people the freedom. Alex once mentioned it, I think 2 weeks ago. If you are not given option to choose the right candidates, God is great, we have options. And this is the thing which is going to crash both Raila and Ruto. If they don't give us room to choose what we want, if you support you, as me in Nairobi, I'll give you a hypothetical Nairobi and Mombasa. It is a crisis. If they don't choose wisely, Nairobi goes with UDA, Mombasa goes with the DA. Because we are going to do what we call to compromise. This is not an issue. And if they were very sincere, they should allow these guys to go straight to nominations. You fall knowing you've fallen, but you don't go and say boardroom. You see, like Kissy today, I don't know if I saw a clip, Alex can correct me. Hungary has gone to DAP. Okay, something like that.
Yeah, I think he has to. Yeah, there is no option.
Yes, you see, he has gone
actually
to
tomorrow he's saying. I think I had tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he's going to announce it. But there's still intense negotiation to persuade him not to. But he that is where he is leading to.
So we need to get, we just need to get governance. And for me, in terms of devolution, we need to get the right people. It's not a compromise at all. It is not compromise. You see, there's something which I think even Ruto should be ashamed and other governors. People really condemned Joho of being a D- person. But at times when Joe sits down with other governors who have PhD and whatever, you see the little he has done, even if you compare to where Migori and Homa Bay and Kisii and Nyamira, you ask yourself, where did they get it wrong? Where did we get it right? So I'll rest my case there. We just need to get devolution. Here you will handle it because that one it is we have to do it. But where we need to toil and get the right characters, it is the county and the governors. I was really sorry that we removed even qualification for very sensitive things, and when it goes to court, judiciary doesn't think beyond, because I don't know if you can tell me I can work today in a judiciary and make a judgment if I'm not a qualified lawyer by career. But they try to belittle the requirements, basic requirements, and it is we are going to suffer on it. So for me, I rest my case. We can meet later in the day. I wish everybody, for those who are in Kenya, we have a good day as we wait for DP being handed over to the world. For those who are in the other diaspora, I wish you a good day. I suppose it is. What is the time, Alex?
It's almost 10 o'clock, 9:30 p.m.
So I wish you to have a good day. Then, as we good evening as we go. It's a morning here. So Themba, that is my submission for now.
Thank you so much, Nick, and welcome again. Maybe I mean it's the first time I'm seeing you in this. Tunakwanga watu wanakuja hapa kufunga, but my first time I'm seeing you. But
I've been on the background always. I'll be always around.
Okay,
I'm working the reverse time. The things I have to do late.
Okay,
so it is part of keeping me to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, just a comment. What you have said about parties, for me, I think is good political competition, especially for parties. I mean, let people get out. If you think the nomination is not working for you, go wherever you want. Be independent. Easy. Personally, I don't think anybody should threaten any party. There's option for independence. If you think you are popular and you think the party nomination rules will not favor you, it's political competition, for heaven's sake. Go where you feel safe. Usiende kusumbuana na parties that sijui party sijui fanya nomination yake namna gani. Nominations are party, they are party rules and party constitution. So you stick by the party. But let me finish, Lazarus. But when you think you are popular and you think the political party is not going to give you the fairness you deserve, for heaven's sake, usisumbue watu ati this party has to do this. all this party has to, nominations cannot be done the way you want. No, kama unajua watu, you can avoid nomination, go straight, be independent candidate, know that una support baba, ama una support nini, na we ni popular, enda independent. And enda uingie na hiyo independent. Kama unajua party itakuteza, ukianza tu kuingia kwa party na uende kwa nomination. Nominations ni party things. Watu kuna rules. Every party has its constitution. One of them is your consensus. Another one, kwa most parties pia kuna wanafanya statistics and opinion poll kuona kama wewe ni popular. Haya, ingine wanafanya ni universal suffrage. Hizo zote ni options available kwa party. Kama utaki, enda independent, avoid nomination. Ama kuna parties zinapeana certificates free. In fact, saizi kuna parties kuna ingine hata nimeona iko kwa WhatsApp inasema ukikuja kwetu sisi tunakupatia, hakuna mambo na kukusumbua, toa pesa tunakupa ticket, ndio hii. Then you go. Hii kitu ya kushinda watu akisema ati party lazima itufanyie hivi. Party does not force anyone to go there. Party does not tell you that okay, lazima nikae tu. Si lazima ukae ODM, si lazima ukae DAP, si lazima ufanye nini. Wewe enda independent. For me, I think it's a good political time and political position. Let anybody who feels they are popular. You cannot go to a party and then force them. Lazima wewe uwe nini. Wewe kama usipopoa hiyo ticket, hii party ni mbaya. Hapana, tumetoka kwa hiyo season. Go out, look for votes. If you think you're popular, independence available. Kuna parties zinauza, kwanza saizi zinauza kama hot cake. Mwache kusumbua watu hapa ati ODM isipofanya hivi, wasipofanya nomination hivi. Hiyo ni political whatever. Me, I don't think it's the right thing.
I don't dispute what you're saying. On the same note, I agree with what you're saying because the same
political capitulation.
The same note, Demba, I think that is even what I'm now seeing the actual sense of what you are saying, because you see there are people who were babysitted in parties, like people like Mwaura. You give them free will, then later they become so rebellious. I think you're right. It is not an issue now, kubembelezana. And again, loyalty is also must play, because there are people who are only coming to spoil. You work hard, then someone comes like Mwaura. And you see nowadays, he's the one who's throwing mud. Yet he was picked right from the garbage down there. So I agree with you somehow on that.
Yeah, mimi when I hear hii kitu tunaambiwa hapa ati nominations wasipoifanya vizuri tutawapunish. No, don't punish anyone. You go. See, you are popular. Go. Enda chukua parties ni nyingi, kuna over 85 parties. Kuna zingine hata hakuna nomination. Wewe enda chukua hiyo party yako, enda face watu. Then mbivu na mbichi itajulikana huko mbele. Hii mambo ya kusumbua watu ati party isipofanya nominations, sijui tutafanya nini, tutahama. Raundi hii hakuna kubembeleza nini kwa mteremko. Wewe si uko popular. Why do you want a party? Why do you want a party? Go independent. Why do you want a party if you are popular and you think itakufanya vibaya? Okay, let's continue. Julia.
Yes, then, but for party politics, I don't want to indulge in that.
Mimi nataka tu utoe closing remarks na nani amechukua dakika mingi sana. Hebu wewe ni dakika mbili, au wengine nitawakatisha dakika mbili tafadhali.
Yeah, we said a lot during the day. So for Babas who are in the UK, I hope I know he's going to represent us well. And I was pleased to see the team that went with him. They are ladies and gentlemen. They are people of charisma. They are people who command respect. They're not an embarrassment. I was pleased to see that team. And I also hope that Baba is going to take a few days or one day or something to rest, so that he comes back rejuvenated. Now, the projections, I had some talk earlier. I don't know what are the projections. Think I need to do research. Now, my final comment is people asking me that, what did Ruto say against Uhuru, or how did he insult Uhuru on Sunday? I don't want to reply to those people. I only want to say that you do not have to be in Azimio to have seen or heard or sense the level of disrespect that was in that meeting with all the politicians who talked, and even Ruto as they talked about the president. So you do not have to be in Azimio unless you have something, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, something wrong with your thinking ability. So you do not have to be in Azimio to have seen the level of disrespect that was there. And going forward, that disrespect that Ruto has displayed against the president is what is going to cost him his presidency in Mount Kenya. I know and I believe, even watching those people who are demonstrating, the young people and the businessmen, that is just a tip of the iceberg. The majority of the people who are very disappointed do not go to demonstrate. They are people in the middle age. So you did not see them on the streets. So that is what is going to cost Ruto presidency from Mount Kenya region. And my take is, if you are here and you are listening to me and you are from Mount Kenya region, I will never understand you, even after yesterday's meeting, that you still think that Ruto should be your president. Something is very wrong with you. I don't know what to say about you. Thank you, Mr. Vemba.
Thank you so much, Julia. I hope they have heard you, especially Gakure. Okay, Selina Sego, dakika mbili tafadhali, tunataka kufunga. Maggie, dakika mbili.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Hata mimi nitasema tu vile Julia amesema, mwenye bado anaimba. Thank God leo hatuwaoni hapa wenye walikuwa wana debate ujinga sijui nini maumau, wanaleta upuzi mingi, so many uncalled for things. Leo watu wa Kiambu wamewaibisha. You can see them here because they know, I know they already know at this moment that the path they were taking surely do not have any meaning. Huwezi kuona yule ni mwizi na tena unaambiwa all the time huyo unatembea naye ni mwizi, na wewe bado unaendelea tu kutembea naye. So whoever is still singing that, like these people who are down here, Kiprotich, Gakure, blah blah, I think there are even people who are lost in their mind somehow. They don't know the meaning of being in this country. Neither do they know what development is. They don't have that thing in their mind. What do they want? You know, in this world growing, you must put something in mind. What watoto wa wanaulizwa, what will you be when you grow up? But such like people, they even don't have anything like, what will I be? What can I do? And even if this government comes, what can I claim so that whatever I had never achieved, I can achieve at this time? Tuwasamee tu, but let us just forge ahead. Whatever, it is good, the Gachagua, whatever, they were just opening ways for Azimio's win. So I know we are in forefront, because in as much as watu wa Azimio huwa wanatukanana kidogo, but not that much. Sio vile imepita kiasi the way it was yesterday on Sunday for Ruto's allies. That was so cruel. Kwa hivyo tuachie Mungu everything, yeye ndio anatulinda, anatubeba na anajua how painful we are feeling. Thank you very much, Bwana Themba, and Everybody, maybe have a good night and have a good morning. Those who are waking up with us is when we want to get to sleep.
Imetosha Megi, dakika mbili zimeisha. Princess, dakika mbili tafadhali, dakika mbili.
Kemba, mi sina mengi, ninawashukuru nyote, sina mengine mengi. Mahali pangu unaweza mpatia Lexo.
Naona nampatia Alex, nimuongezea dakika moja. Haya, Fidel, dakika mbili isiwe zile.
Very brief. Very brief. When I hear somebody like Ongeri wants to cross to DAP, I start wondering whether that is wisdom. By doing that, he's losing his currency. So hata kama akiendeka DAP and he runs for governorship, how does he expect to beat the person that is running away from ODM? He will just be trounced, and he'll be instead of him withdrawing from that particular race with a lot of honor and go to Baba and start helping Baba win the presidency or the international national platform. He wants to go and belittle himself because Simbarati is going to trounce him. And once he's trounced, that is the end of him. So some of these people don't really use their mind. I don't know why he has to run for governorship. 2, corruption. I don't really call it corruption anymore. It's plundering, economical sabotage. I'm going to go to my pet product, my pet proposal that Baba needs to win enough members of parliament. And he needs to go back to parliament after he has already won enough seats and ask to be given to suspend the constitution for 1 year and deal with corruption. Corruption. Economical sabotage. Courts need to be established, not just normal courts charging these people. These are special courts dealing with economical saboteurs to deal with these people who have plundered the country and has made us poor. And whatever happens. So people need to be taught a lesson. 1 year of suspending constitution, granted by parliament. He doesn't have to take it by himself, but he asks permission to deal with this monster. Thank you, Stemba. I give it back to you.
That was a very brief speech. Thank you, Ayar. What are you eating? You've never been this brief.
Not eating. What did he smoke?
I love this platform. I love this platform. Yes, Alex. That's why pia ukue brief.
That is my weakness. I don't know summary. Sikusafanya hiyo in I think hiyo ilinipita. Themba, I'm trying to understand the height, the pinnacles of selfishness of the leadership in Kiambu. I'm trying to understand them, Themba, because it cannot be that the one Kabogo, Kuria, are trying to punish the president because they wanted him out of politics. It's something I cannot still understand. I cannot understand Kabogo and Waititu on one side because they hate the president. And it looks like the contest now is not going to be anywhere except Central and Mount Kenya. From what I heard today, I didn't know that the geopolitical problems of that have been hidden from us for a very long time in Central may explode one day. but it's good again that in the end, you must come out and sanitize your politics once and for all. So for me, I was shocked. I'm not going to lie about that. I was shocked. You know, I was listening. I didn't know that you're going to rebut this badly, especially Julia, against what happened yesterday. But in physics, we learned reaction and action are opposite and equal. And I think if that's how we are going to go, I think the DP should change his tactic, because in the end, it's going to hurt him. So hopefully the DP is going to be wise enough and change his tactics, because his undoing is that he's going to lose most of the central people in one way or the other, because the president has not started yet. The president is not even campaigning yet. He just endorsed Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, I don't know how the emotions will be when the president now, in 2 weeks, on a daily basis, 3 rallies. I think that is what now the prophetic words of Atuoli will come to be true. That is a fact for real, because they cannot take just one Azimio thing that was in one day, even though we had so many hiccups, even 5-6 hours delay. I mean, still, it really hurt them. So I can't imagine when the president will go on the ground on a daily basis, 3 rallies a day, and now he speaks to his people in Kikuyu. I don't know what will happen to these people. But nevertheless, they have shown us their weaknesses. I think these people don't love our country. I think they are ready for war from what I saw. And we must stop them at every means possible too. So I thank Julia and the rest of the ladies for the good show. We needed that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex, and everyone else for that. I want to finish with a story. I like finishing with stories. So I want to give you a story of betrayal. And this one was some time back in China. It was the time of pre-communist China, right? So China was under threats from Japan. Japan wanted to invade China. And there was this guy called Wang Jingwei. Wang Jingwei, he was a politician who was always had arguments with the famous Chinese leader. His name was Chiang Kai-shek. Yeah, those are your majina ya Kichina, especially over how to deal with the threat from Japan. So what they did, the Japanese offered Jingwei. Now listen, the Japanese offered Jingwei an opportunity to make a puppet government in Nanking in return for conceding Nanking. Jingwei agreed, and actually he offered his address and announced the concession of that part. A year after that, the Japanese, after surrendering to the Japanese, Jingwei died and he was buried in Nanking. But Chinese ultimately took Nanking, and they actually dug up his remains and they burnt it again for betraying the Chinese to the Japanese. That's a story that you need to know. Right now, the people who are working against the Kikuyus, the central people, are the central people themselves. Actually, if you ask me, I wouldn't blame Ruto. It is the same central Kenya people who are rising against their own son and who are lethal against their own son. Think about it. Have you had anybody from Nyanza rising against, speaking scathingly against Raila? Not anyway. Have you had anybody from Rift Valley speaking scathingly against Ruto? No. They just speak on politics. They say Walimba, Walimba, but you cannot hear them scathingly attacking, exposing their son. Even Mudavadi.
The way Gachagua was doing yesterday. Oh no.
There's DAP in Western. They are only saying that Mudavadi ametuuza nini nini, but they are not scathingly attacking their son. And even, just think about it. But the people who are attacking and, undressing their leader so badly, we are actually seated here wondering what happened to Central. We are now saying, what happened to these people? So that is where we are leaving us. Even some of us would have wanted to come and campaign there. We are like, you have really, if you don't like your own like this, how will you like someone else? In fact, Ruto should be worried. If they can attack their own like that, how about Ruto? They say, if you go to a war with your friend, watch how they attack the enemy. Because once they are done with the enemy and there's no one else to attack, guess who is going to suffer? It's you. That's why Machiavelli suggests, if you fight so hard to get the power, the first people who are going to suffer the wrath of Ruto is the same people who are attacking Uhuru right now. And that's why Orengo said, revolutionaries eat their own children. I want to stop there for now. Thank you so much for joining us in this particular discussion. Just hold on right there, Lazarus, before we finish, because there are rituals that we do here before we go. We are people who engage in so many rituals, so just relax. Sarah, thank you so much on the comment section. When it is the 7th hour mark, we don't add any more people. I know there are people from the Facebook who will be thrown out in about 2 minutes. We hope we'll be done by that time. Haron, David Olo, Gitashde, Alex Wewe, George Ndege, WWJD, David Olo, Steve Mutumbu, and Harun, ulichelewa leo, so hope kesho utakuja mapema kabla ya the 7th hour, kabla tumalize. After that, kama studio iko na watu wengi, we don't add any more people so that we're able to finish. Thank you so much. Let's join in again tomorrow. Remember, as you always say, you need only 4 things to come in here: working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Here we learn from each other. Let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We do not want to fight. So let's keep talking. Kenya is our business, and we all care about that. I want to ask you to subscribe to Mutembei TV. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, tafadhalini, subscribe to my channel too. The Themba and Lulu Show is a channel yangu na my daughter. Nick, tafadhali enda pale subscribe, unifikishe 500. Wacheni kunitesa hivyo bwana. Yeah?
Repeat the link.
Nimeandika hapo chini kwa nini? Nimeandika hapo kwa message.
Okay.
Yeah. The Themba and Lulu Show is a show, a journey between an African dad with his daughter. Enda pale, kama uko na msichana, uko na nini, mtoto, unafaa kwenda pale uangalie. You learn a lot, Just come, share, like, and subscribe. Thank you so much. Now, kabla tumalize, we usually say our national anthem. Hiyo ni our prayer. The national anthem, we say the first answer. Na ninajua kila mmoja hapa tayari amesema, so leo wacha niachie Nick. Tafadhali tuambie, na unaisema hauimbi the first answer of the national anthem. So usianze kuimba. You are muted. Unmute ndio sema.
I'm saying let me say it tomorrow.
Haya basi. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Asanteni sana. Tunasema kwamba sisi wote ni mandugu, hata tusipokubaliana, tusipoagree kisiasa, sisi wote ni mandugu. Na tunapokuwa hapo, kila mtu tunalinda haki yake ya kusema vile ambavyo, kama vile leo kuna wale wameongea, wamezungumza, wamekohoa yote. Hiyo ni kulinda haki yao kuweza kuongea. Alafu tutapata raha na ustawi. Asanteni sana. Mungu abariki hadi leo.
Hata Themba kinigonga ni angali ndugu yangu tu.
Inshallah. Tukutane tena leo saa 3 saa za Afrika Mashariki na Kati hadi masaa kama haya. Kumbuka unapokuja studio inabeba watu 10 peke yake. Ukipata imejaa, subiri hapo nyuma, alafu baadaye utaweza kujumuisha katika mazungumzo. Asanteni sana, kwa herini. Kadi tama tumetia.